The Star Wars Sequel Trilogy may be one of the biggest disappointments that film lovers of our generation will experience. The haphazardly slapped together story delivers what I maintain are some of the most wasted characters in all of film history. In May of 2020, I uploaded the first video in this series focusing on Rey's incredible backstory and how all that potential was wasted, and discussed some alternate storylines that could have given her a full, satisfying character arc. In October of that same year, I followed up with a similar analysis of Finn, and a few weeks ago in 2023, I finally finished a massive 3-hour-long video on Kylo Ren and his wasted backstory. In the comments across all 3 videos, I've had multiple people ask me to also do videos on Luke, Phasma, Poe, Hux, Snoke, and many more. So I decided to finish off this series by covering every wasted character in the Star Wars Sequel Trilogy. Join me as we take a look at the established backstory of characters new and old, as we analyze how that backstory was actually utilized, and explore some different ways each of those characters could have been rewritten that would better enhance their part in the story. Hello everyone, Darth here, and welcome back again to another overly analytical video essay. Luke Skywalker was introduced to the world in 1977, and was played by an almost entirely unknown young actor named Mark Hamill. The unexpected, massive success of this fledgling franchise quickly made Hamill a celebrity, with the character he played being elevated to near deified status. The cultural legend of Jedi Knight Luke Skywalker grew with every book, every comic, every toy. Episode 4 was titled A New Hope, which didn't just refer to hope for the rebellion and hope for the galaxy, but also to Luke Skywalker being a new hope for the Jedi Order. Episode 6 was titled Return of the Jedi, and again, specifically was referencing Luke. Yes, these were primarily war films, and yes, the main story was the rebellion taking down the evil empire, but the B-plot was very solidly centered around Luke. Not the Jedi as an organization, as the prequels focused on. The story was Luke and his journey. Because Luke's journey to Jedi Knight was such a central theme of the original series, when the sequel trilogy was announced, seeing Jedi Master Luke Skywalker in his prime was very possibly the one thing that fans were most looking forward to. And so we waited. And waited, and waited. What had become the literal face of the franchise was barely in the film, although that's arguably preferable to what came next.
It's time for the Jedi to end.
The utilization of his Force Ghost in Episode 9 felt far more on point, but at this stage it felt like too little too late. The rebirth of the franchise in Episode 7, cutting out the single most iconic character, the following film tarnishing that character, and the final film a blatant attempt to fix what had come before. Now, as a quick aside, what we're exploring in this video series is not just, oh, this character was written poorly, here's why. What I'm specifically interested in examining is wasted backstory. So we'll be looking at character introductions, at what the film establishes as their backstory, and the more interesting I find their backstory, the more wasted potential there is if that backstory is then not properly utilized. For example, the films established no backstory for DJ the Hacker, so in that regard, he wasn't a quote-unquote wasted character, even though he was a poorly written, poorly utilized one. Poe, Phasma, Hux, Snoke, the Knights of Ren. All of these characters were poorly utilized in several ways, but the film never established backstory for them in a way the audience would think, oh, they squandered that opportunity. So, as we're examining Luke here, I'm not just looking at a scene and saying, it'd have been cooler if Luke did XYZ instead. I'm not even looking at how well his actions fit within the context of the plot of this story. I want to specifically examine how his established backstory lends itself to the credibility of these scenes. Because by 2015, when the sequel trilogy is released, the original trilogy has structurally become Luke's backstory. With Finn and Rey brand new characters, we only knew what the story told us in this single film. We had maybe 10 minutes to set up Rey's backstory, and probably less than that for Finn's. By contrast, Luke had 3 separate films that built up his character, that showed the audience how selfless he was, how loyal, how brave, how hopeful. To prove the wasted potential of Luke in the sequels, we need only examine his backstory, and from there the inferences are fairly easy. Luke ends Episode 6 as a full Jedi Knight, having done what Yoda said, faced Vader, defeated him, and defeated the darkness in his own heart. We do not have to speculate as to what Luke would do next, as the story has already shown us. Jedi are teachers. Obi-Wan immediately begins teaching Luke about the Sand People, about history and his religion, about playing detective on a battlefield. From Mos Eisley to the Force to battle tactics, Obi-Wan is being a teacher practically the entire time he's on screen. And the same goes for the next Jedi we meet, Yoda. His entire introduction to Luke was a lesson in judging appearances, followed by many practical lessons in properly utilizing the Force, followed by a lesson in understanding its potential power. Basically, what I'm getting at is that Jedi, as presented in these original stories, are primarily called to be teachers, to pass on their knowledge of the Force to others. Yes, David, I know structurally these characters are just written to be the mentor archetype, and their entire purpose in the story is to teach or train the hero so he can go off and do hero stuff. That being said, Lucas has very obviously crafted the Jedi around the archetype of the wise sage. They are teachers to their Padawans, teachers to civilians, teachers to other Jedi. But this original story didn't have to stick to that standard archetype. It could have been written with both Obi and Yoda stoically refusing to train Luke, telling him that Jedi must learn on their own, forging their own path. Yet Lucas did the opposite, showing how vitally important he thinks that it is for one generation to pass on their knowledge to the next. You can see this idea represented extremely well in Qui-Gon, who never misses an opportunity with young Anakin, or in nearly every interaction between Obi and teenage Anakin, as Obi tries to guide the man-child as best he can. This is also why Yoda was intent on assigning Anakin a Padawan learner, because the very act of teaching is so transformative, as you learn to make the purpose of your life be fulfilled in someone else.
Teaching is a privilege, and it's part of a Jedi's responsibility to help train the next generation.
And we even see that teachers themselves should never stop learning, as 900-year-old Yoda apprentices himself to Qui-Gon's ghost, and then in turn teaches Obi-Wan. I think when Lucas developed these characters as teachers, he was knowingly tapping into something foundational to all humans. As primitives, we had to be taught what foods to eat, how to find them, how to survive. Then we evolved to where the men were taught to farm and hunt and be providers, while the women were taught to cook and clean and run the family. And now dad teaches the kids how to play video games while mom teaches them how to drink wine and take selfies. All throughout history, one generation has taught the next, so that they will be prepared to teach the next. Lucas wrote the Jedi to encompass that history of mentorship. This was the future that Luke Skywalker had in store. Above all else, he must be a teacher, as all Jedi are called to be. Furthermore, I would assert that not only must he be a teacher, the audience needs to spend significant time with him in that role. Because technically he was a teacher. He had an entire school of students. But in the minds of the audience, Luke never achieved this standing that his mentors had, because Luke's students and his school were all destroyed off-screen. Because we never observed Luke being a teacher, it feels like we missed out on one of the fundamental aspects of his Jedi journey. I believe this explains why Rian Johnson felt that he needed to have old Luke agree to give Rey those 3 lessons. This is why Luke training Rey on this ledge is one of the few times where the character felt right. Because even if we as audience members never consciously thought about the consistent theme of mentor and student, on some level, we know that Jedi are supposed to be passing on what they've learned. This is one reason why the character of Jake Skywalker feels so wrong to many fans. Not just because he's refusing to be a Jedi himself, but because he's also refusing to teach the next generation how to take up his mantle. The Jedi's calling wasn't just to maintain peace, but to do so consistently, even indefinitely, which meant searching for and training new Jedi was a fundamental aspect of their religion. And going further down this rabbit hole, what kind of teacher should Luke have been? What would have been consistent with his backstory, with the other Jedi that we've seen? I propose that Luke Skywalker needed to be written like Dumbledore. He does not see evil in people at all. He does not hate his enemies. He's quick to laugh and quicker to love. The X-Mansion isn't so beloved by fans because Xavier is the most powerful telepath. This school is cherished by fans because it is led by people who are the very embodiment of the word teacher. And I don't mean to infer that teachers have to be perfect. They can be rough and have flaws, but above all, good teachers are personified by their nobility. They are someone the younger characters in the show aspire to be, someone that audience members of all ages can aspire to be. Yes, our admiration can originate from a skill set, but I think deep down, we don't just love these characters because they're great musicians, or they make us laugh, or because they're good fighters, or because wizards are cool. I think these characters are so beloved because they fit the mold of the well-intentioned, kind, pure-hearted teachers that we want inspiring our own lives. Stripping away all the other arguments for how this character was ruined, I believe this may be the core issue, that the sequels did not write Luke as the noble mentor. Obi-Wan never did anything crazy powerful with the Force. He barely held his own against Maul and Jango, lost outright to Dooku, and honestly was beyond lucky to win a fight against Grievous without having his lightsaber. Yoda lifted one medium-sized X-Wing and either lost or at best tied in 2 separate lightsaber duels. And that's all we ever saw from the Grand Master of the entire Jedi Order. So many people say that Luke in his prime would have been too OP and uninteresting. But I submit that we didn't need to see older Luke do anything crazy powerful for him to be properly utilized as a mentor, just as his predecessors were. I think much of the audience disliked Old Man Luke, not because he wasn't powerful, wiping out entire armies with a wave of his hand, but because he wasn't inspiring. To inspire is possibly the core characterization of what teaching really is, because without the desire to change, true learning can't occur. And if Luke isn't inspiring, then he's not a teacher, and if he's not a teacher, then he's not fulfilling one of the fundamental core functions of a Jedi. And to bring it back to our thesis topic, if Luke isn't a Jedi, then his entire backstory is wasted. If you would like to read more about the Jedi and their role as teachers, here's an amazingly in-depth Tumblr post which references sources all across the EU. Given the groundwork that the original trilogy laid, it seems a foregone conclusion that the sequel trilogy's B-plot would revolve around the students that Luke was training, as the main story set up the galactic plot points for the next 30 years of Star Wars content. By choosing the story of a fallen hero, who doesn't want to fulfill his purpose as a teacher. The filmmakers faced a, hopefully unintended, consequence. The original subplot of Luke becoming a Jedi no longer matters. When you really sit and think about the story, the legacy of Luke Skywalker, Jedi Master, is Kylo Ren. The only lasting impact that Luke had was to train a mass murderer that helped take the lives of billions. Luke's backstory was that he was the new hope. He was the return of the Jedi. And I'm not just bitterly complaining that the hero of the originals wasn't also the star of the sequels. I'm talking about the fundamental core of his character, not transferring from one film to another. As a generalization of this infamous trio, Han was the action taker, Leia was the brains, and Luke was the heart. He never abandoned his friends and never believed that someone was beyond saving. This is the second part of Luke that was wasted in the sequels, the soul of the story. The original films had a certain innocence to them, a simple, very pure love. Luke finding friends he loved and never abandoning them. Luke finding the father he had known and refusing to give up on him. Having such a virtuous lead character is something that has become quite undervalued in modern storytelling. From The Hobbits to Harry Potter to Steve Rogers, audiences love stories about a hero who is pure, kind-hearted, hardworking, and noble. Ahsoka was the action taker, Katara was the brains, Aang was the heart. Ron was the action taker, Hermione was the brains, Harry was the heart. Guardians had 2 action takers, 2 thinkers, and 1 heart. Jack, Elizabeth, Will, MJ, Ned, Peter, Joel, Tess, Ellie, even Gimli, Legolas, Aragorn. No matter where you look, you'll see roughly the same character archetypes: the brute force doer, the calculated thinker, and the more emotion-based, pure protagonist. This is an easy way for writers to have their story feel balanced, and for them to connect with a variety of audience members who form attachments with a character that most closely fits their own archetype. And what is so critical to all these different types of characters is that these core archetypes don't change from story to story. It's fine to see Harry start off as the orphan and over the course of 7 stories slowly transform into the warrior, a fundamentally different character with different desires and goals than his younger self. This transition is acceptable to the audience because it was gradual, and because we were there every step of the way to observe that change. We understand Steve the bully becoming Steve the caretaker. We understand Elle the lost waif becoming the magical warrior, all because the preceding seasons properly built up their backstory. Later in this video, we'll explore the backstories of the new characters Kylo, Rey, and Finn, and it's very interesting to note that all of them, including Luke, suffer from the same core issue. The writers had a backstory to work off of, and chose to ignore it. Finn was supposedly a high-performing slave soldier, yet rarely acts like one. Rey was an abused, sheltered, lonely orphan, and yet those traits don't carry forward. Ben was presumably loved by his parents and uncle, and raised well, yet turned into a calloused, evil young man. And Luke was always willing to risk his life to help someone in need, from the princess he didn't know to his friends to his father. Luke was exceedingly loyal, and the only argument for this aspect of his personality so drastically shifting is the trauma he suffered after Ben turned and killed all his other students. But it's interesting to note that studies show our base personalities are incredibly difficult to change. This article says it's unlikely trauma will cause your personality to change, unless said trauma literally causes a biological, permanent change in your brain. And according to this article, more than half of all trauma victims reported a positive change in their lives as the trauma-inspired growth they otherwise would not have pursued. Now, I'm not saying it's not impossible that Luke would have been at the bottom half of these trauma survivors, whose brain chemistry is altered and who do suffer massive personality shifts. But given how unlikely it is for people to so drastically change, it is arguably an incredibly poor writing decision to have Luke go through this statistically unlikely change all off screen, so the audience has to infer that character arc. Looking back on the sequel trilogy now that the story is concluded, we see some heartbreaking missed opportunities. And with Luke in particular, we lost what was once one of the defining heroes of our lifetimes. But as I frequently do, I'm arguing more about poor execution than a poor core concept. The idea of a revered Jedi Knight losing all hope, giving up on the galaxy, giving in to his depression, giving up on his friends and family and life, then for a lost youngling to track them down and beg for help understanding this power that no one else in the galaxy can comprehend. That idea has merit. That story could be a great one. But I would argue that this character of the exiled master was not at all needed in this story, particularly as the only reason Luke was missing in the first place was because the writers weren't competent enough to write a legacy character who didn't overshadow the new ones. Were I rewriting this character, I would absolutely have him be a central part of the plot, instead of hiding away on an island, because I was afraid Finn, Poe, Rey, and Kylo couldn't hold their own next to a legend. Which is actually a pretty BS excuse if you think about it. The script has Rey openly lose her mind and fangirl over Han Solo and the Millennium Falcon, but the writers were like, nah, we can't have Luke there too because everyone would just fangirl over him. Anyways, exactly how I would utilize Luke would be more dependent on the plot, but like I said earlier, I think the most important part is even if he's sad from a devastating loss, he keeps his same persona. Make him wise and kind and humorous and brave, and don't let his moments of sadness utterly define him. If they were intent on staying with the storyline where Ben falls, Luke goes into hiding and the First Order rises, then Luke should have been written like Obi-Wan. Even if you're in hiding, you still have a purpose, still are a fighter, still have hope, still will accept the call to action when you are needed. The Jedi represent hope. And after such a struggle to bring hope back into the galaxy, letting go of that hope is indeed a massive wasted opportunity. Leia Organa was introduced as one of the strongest characters in this revolutionary film, evading capture using laser guns to fight back, defiantly holding her ground against fearsome antagonists multiple times. She was both an action taker and a critical thinker. Not to mention, she was all these things in an era where women were rarely taken seriously, especially not in more action-oriented roles. Unfortunately, past her amazing introduction, she became much more of a side character, relegated to giving orders in the command post, and frequently only brought back into the forefront of the story because of either Han or Luke. Her utilization in the sequel trilogy wasn't much better, again being sequestered to a command post, a leader in name only whose implied influence has very little impact on the story being told. And when her presence does actually have influence, it's rarely for the better. She begs Han to bring their son home, which gets Han killed. She cheats death in a nearly comical fashion, utilizing some kind of deus machina force powers that are never seen again. Her reputation has become so tarnished that no one in the entire galaxy responds when she calls for help. And she lays down and dies as a distraction so that a woman she barely knows can kill her son. Leia is the general that is not really in charge of her own army, whom entire squadrons do not trust enough to obey. Wife to a husband who left her, mother to a son who left her, sister to a brother who left her, Leia was written to be seen as strong, empowered, resilient, the only one of the original heroes who had the strength to keep fighting while her world crumbled around her. But she only has that strength superficially, as the writers didn't craft the story well enough around these attributes they wanted Leia to possess. This character feels much more like a stereotypical figurehead mother, her entire purpose existing outside the main plot, as her character is a narrative device used to portray maternal emotions of warmth, hope, and love. Yes, if we're being honest, Leia was not the best character in the original trilogy, but poor utilization aside, this still was a noble character that audiences respected and loved. She was part of the beginning of an era of empowerment for not just women in action roles, but women everywhere. And in some ways, the sequel trilogy did honor that legacy. All three of her male counterparts gave up the fight, yet Leia still had the strength to form another rebellion and mount another war. While it was unquestioningly a joy to see Carrie Fisher reprise her role, her character's actions are confusing, and the plot frequently so nonsensical that her use in these films comes across as pandering, a slap in the face of Leia's legacy. It was fine for Leia to be the general leading the new rebellion. We have seen her in military command before, and seen her do the job well. It's even fine that she had extensive Jedi training and decided to give it all up for a different life. Both these characterizations are supported by her backstory. What isn't fine is the way the story was built to support those decisions. Instead of her begging Han to bring Ben home, she should have been begging him to let Ben go. Then when Han dies, we see it as him feeling an obligation solely to Ben as his father, instead of feeling obligated to Leia, his wife. I believe that's why JJ had Han call out Ben in this scene, but not this scene. Here, Han had given up. Here, he called out because his wife had asked him to. Instead of having the entire galaxy not care about her asking for help, take this scene and move it here, so that when Princess Leia calls for help, we see her get the reaction she deserves. Instead of putting the responsibility of the story on Rey, untested, untrained, came from nowhere, just wants to go home Rey, have Leia be their strength. What if Leia had gone to Snoke's ship to face her son? What would he have done? What if Leia, instead of Kylo, was the one who killed Snoke? What if Rey had been written like Luke, not yet understanding how to use the Force, so she fails to lift these rocks? Because in their second film, Padawans don't yet understand their power. Rey breaks down crying and gives up hope, feeling her friends just beyond her reach and knowing she can't help them, only to learn she doesn't have to, because she isn't the last Jedi. Leia is. Considering her iconic backstory, Leia's wasted potential in the sequels is staggering, as the filmmakers focus more on her clothes and jewelry than any actual character development. A once groundbreaking character demoted to a matriarchal cliché, one that adds very little to the story besides another familiar face. Han Solo, smuggler, thief, cheater, lying, lovable ruffian who eventually developed a heart of gold. Introduced alongside his co-pilot Chewbacca in 1977's A New Hope, this was to be one of the most iconic characters in the entire franchise. And for us to really understand how his backstory was wasted, we need to briefly explore the history of the fabled controversy, who shot first. In the original 1977 version, Han straight up shot Greedo, a cold, calculating move that showed how remorseless and hard-hearted a character he was. Given that this scene happened very soon after his introduction, the way this scene plays out is pivotal in establishing Han's personality moving forward. Now we know when he says he doesn't care about Leia being held prisoner, he really means it, because this is the guy who will always shoot first to save his own skin. This is why his return at the end of the film was so meaningful, because it was Han's first truly selfless act. When Han risks his life to go save Luke out in the snow, we remember this. When Han surprises Leia by volunteering to lead the suicide mission deep into enemy territory, we remember this. We remember he used to care about nothing except himself, which makes this character development very meaningful for the audience. Fast forward 20 years to the release of the 1997 special edition, and Lucas decided to alter this scene so that Greedo shot first as a way of softening Han's character. This decision infuriated much of the original fanbase, and rightly so, as displaying Han's hard heart was the entire point of this scene, and displaying his softened heart was the point of these other scenes. If you change the scene to Han only shooting in self-defense, this scene has no purpose except to establish that Han is wanted by a crime lord and is cool under pressure. I could argue that Luke is a character without much of what audiences consider an actual character arc. Yes, he switched archetypes from orphan waif to warrior magician, but little about his core personality changed. Same with Leia. Their characters evolved mostly externally in relation to their roles in the world, while Han's significant character arc started internally. Core aspects of his personality and way of thinking dramatically shifting. And that's where Episode 6 left these characters, fully developed, understanding their place in the world and with each other. And yet, by the time Episode 7 rolls around, all of these characters have inexplicably become lost. This character blatantly says he doesn't see himself as Han Solo anymore. This character blatantly says he marooned himself on this island in order to die. One of the core themes of the original trilogy was friendship. Each one of these characters starts off alone, assuming the audience views Chewie more as a pet than a person. By the midpoint of the story, all these characters are orphans, with Luke and Leia both losing their families within days, if not hours, of each other. Leia is alone as a prisoner, Luke is a lone orphan following around a desert hobo, Han is alone against the crime syndicate. The ending of A New Hope is not just the victory of the rebellion, it is the final forging of this friendship, of the journey Lucas designed that led from loneliness to belonging. All of this backstory established in the original 3 films led us to this moment.
Chewie, we're home.
Han had already evolved into someone that wasn't just a smuggler looking out for himself. Han had already learned that he was better off with his friends rather than apart from them. Han had already embraced the responsibility of leadership, already forged a place for himself with the Rebellion and by extension the New Republic. He had already had his character arc, transforming from someone who shot first with absolutely no remorse, into someone who would risk his own life time and time and time again, not just for his friends, but for the greater good. Han Solo has one of the most wasted backstories in the franchise, all because his entire history was negated by off-screen plot development. Han abandons Leia when she needed him most, and returns to the criminal life of his youth. He steals, cheats, lies, and only superficially resembles the noble character we last saw around the campfire on Endor. The plot they chose to burden this character with was a slap in the face of his legacy. And that's just us discussing what we see in the live-action films. The extended universe of Lucasfilm Disney seems intent on destroying any love fans could still have for this character, as he sells Luke's war medal for drinking money, as he lost his beloved Millennium Falcon simply by trusting the wrong parking attendant with the keys. The original writer of Episode 7, Michael Arndt, is quoted as saying that Luke wasn't in the script because he couldn't figure out how to write him without the character taking over and dominating the scene, so much that he feared no one would care about the new characters. I think this explanation perfectly explains the mindset of Abrams and Kasdan when they crafted this older version of Han. If Han is still the legendary hero he once was, obviously he'll completely steal the scene. If Han is totally epic, who would care about Poe or Finn? So let's mess him up a bit. Make him rumpled, rough, make him sad, and very obviously past retirement age. That way the audience will be at least subconsciously drawn to the younger, more attractive Poe and Rey and Finn as their new favorites. I maintain that all these heroes should have been written embracing where they came from, embracing them as we last saw them. Leia would be leading the New Republic, Luke would be leading his Jedi Academy, and Han Solo would still be leading the military. Loosely quoting from this amazing video by Prism, Han should have been the venerated war commander that everyone respected and who was personally training his protege, Poe Dameron. The story can be about Poe and his journey, with Han jumping in the pilot seat in the final big battle to more than even the odds. Like, how much more sense would it have made for the military spy Poe to be the one to sneak onto Starkiller Base with his good buddy Finn, while the legendary pilot Han Solo is the one that leads the final air assault? A good writer absolutely can introduce a new character alongside a fan favorite, and it is an utter travesty that the filmmakers involved in revitalizing this franchise thought they had to diminish what came before so that what came after would be able to shine. Next, let's talk about what is possibly the single most unappreciated character in the entire franchise. R2-D2 was introduced to the franchise in 1977's A New Hope, and was an instant fan favorite. His courageous attitude and implied cheekiness pairing perfectly with C-3PO's innate anxiety. R2 was an integral part of the story from the beginning to the end. Even when he's not wanted, he's still doing what needs to be done. And when I claim he's underappreciated, I don't mean to imply that he's not popular, cause yeah. What I mean is, I'm not sure I've ever heard someone talk about how much of a hero R2 truly is. He constantly strikes out on his own when he has a mission to accomplish, constantly displays bravery in the face of immense danger, constantly is the single reason that their missions are successful, the single reason that his friends don't end up dead. Han does the wrong thing and has to come to his senses. Luke loses himself to anger and has to remember who he is. But the bravery, loyalty, and dedication of this one little boopy boy is never in question. This is arguably one of the very strongest characters that Lucas ever created. And I would contend that it's these venerable traits that have made R2 so popular over so many decades. Fans aren't just drawn to his adorable boops and whistles. We're drawn to his drive, his passion, his feistiness, his courage. Now, I'd say that I'm needlessly anthropomorphizing him, except the story has always treated these robots like their personalities were more than mere programming. When 3PO is yelling in fear, Lucas didn't want us questioning why his programming made him act fearful. He didn't want us thinking about whether Asimov's laws applied. These stories may have had spaceships and lasers, but Lucas wasn't writing true science fiction, where those kinds of conversations are nearly mandatory. He was writing fantasy, where the aliens, animals, robots all have souls like any human. After establishing what made R2-D2 so special, it became very clear just how badly the rest of the series failed him. I'll propose that R2's wasted character actually began in the prequel trilogy, as he works with a group of similar astromech droids and is venerated simply because he was the only one that didn't accidentally get shot. Through the rest of the film, and indeed through the rest of the trilogy, R2 simply trails his humans like an obedient puppy, providing background character nostalgia but rarely playing a measurable role in any scene. This underutilization continues into the sequels, only to a far worse degree. Now, for the first time, we see the most determined droid in the galaxy just give up. They wrote him to be so heartbroken that he just switched himself off. Luke was so heartbroken, he stranded himself at the edge of nowhere. Han was so heartbroken, he walked away from the woman he loved. Lando was so heartbroken, he walked away from everything he knew to live on Phasma. R2 was so heartbroken, he just gives up and, in the literal embodiment of the phrase, offs himself. These backstories of heroism were so wasted, as seemingly everyone, save Chewie and Leia, had mental breakdowns and gave up on life. We have both Luke and Leia watch their families burn, deaths they each had to feel personally responsible for, and yet, even in the face of personal tragedy, both characters picked themselves up and kept fighting. This is what R2 should have been doing, continuing the fight. JJ wanted R2 absent for the whole movie so the audience could have a big reveal moment when he appeared. Fine, have him gone, actively searching for Luke. He could be piloting a ship and mapping new regions of the Outer Rim, trying to complete the map and discover where Luke went. Or he could still be actively working with the Resistance, where he has to learn to work alongside the newer BB-8 model astromech. Considering how loyal a droid he is, if he's not out actively looking for Luke, I'd think that staying at Leia's side makes the most sense, as that's the closest possible connection he would have to the Skywalker line that he's protected for decades. The final thing that needed to be done differently was the manner in which R2 was reintroduced to the world as an active participant in the story. Through 3PO, the script tells us that R2 doesn't have the map. Fast forward to the end of the film with the A-plot wrapping up, and R2 wakes up for no reason, a confusing deus ex machina so the writers can artlessly wrap up the B-plot of finding Luke. I think the best solution is to just give BB-8 the entire map. Now all the drama to capture the droid makes more sense. The audience is supposed to feel tension as Kylo hunts for the droid, hunts for the map, kidnaps Rey just because she's seen the map. But none of that matters without R2, who nobody knows has the missing piece. When you look back at the story, you suddenly realize it doesn't matter if BB-8 is captured. It doesn't matter if the First Order gets that half of the map, because the first Death Star is gone, and that's where R2 pulled the other half of the map from. All of the tension of keeping BB-8 out of the First Order's hands is lost once the audience finds out the map BB-8 carries is useless by itself. Aside from being a comedy relief character, BB-8 is also the key to the object of desire. In writing terms, the object of desire is the end goal the characters are working towards, in this case, finding Luke, and BB-8 is presented as the key to finding him, which turned out to only be halfway true. I'm starting to wonder if JJ was maybe subtly paying homage to Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark, where the bad guys had their copy of the medallion but never realized that they only had half of the instructions. I think the difference between these two scenes is that here, the bad guys are the ones who suffer, while the good guys are always aware that they have the full map. Whereas here, the good guys are the ones who suffer, as all the struggle to get BB-8 back safely is shown to be worthless. JJ copied the idea of what Indiana Jones did, without understanding how important the implementation was. We want the bad guys to suffer as a result of not knowing about both halves of the map, not for the good guys to suffer because they don't know about the second half they had the entire time. Interesting side note, Lawrence Kasdan was a writer for both Raiders and Force Awakens, so it seems fairly plausible that this map bit is a favorite story trope of his, and that he tries to work it in whenever he can. All of that said, if BB-8 has a full copy of the map, suddenly the stakes change, because it actually matters where he ends up, as either the good guys or the bad guys will be able to immediately track down Luke. Also, with that change, now R2 isn't needed to magically wrap up the B-plot. Maybe they could load him onto the Falcon and he's still in deep sleep mode. So now this scene becomes amazing. Now R2 only wakes up because he hears Luke's voice. Now his waking up isn't a contrived plot convenience, but a direct correlation with how much this little droid loved his master. Temporarily removing two of the original main characters could have been an amazing plot device. In Episode 6 and the books leading up to that story, the journey we watch our heroes go on in order to save Han is what makes his rescue so meaningful for the audience. So having R2 and Luke missing from the story wasn't in itself the root issue. The biggest problem that fans had was not understanding these characters because the backstories we had known for decades were thrown out the window. Our heroes were lifeless husks of their former selves, each of them inexplicably needing the new generation to bring them back into the world. Lando Calrissian was a later addition to the franchise, but quickly found his place among the primary protagonists. Much like Han, Lando was initially only looking out for himself, doing what he had to do to survive. Only, unlike Han, Lando wasn't just responsible for himself, as he also had an entire city that depended on his ability to not antagonize the space Nazis. we see Lando speed through a character arc that's not really an arc. He's still the same person after deciding that aligning himself with the rebellion would be a better investment than staying friendly to the Empire. But he gets assaulted by Chewie and yelled at by Leia, and that seems to redeem him in the eyes of the audience, so that by the end of the film, he's sitting in Han's seat wearing Han's clothes, and we couldn't be happier. Also, quick side note, if this film were being made today, the big twist in Episode 6 would definitely be that Lando got Han captured on purpose so he could steal Han's ship and his girlfriend and his pet Sasquatch and his clothes. When you look at where Lando ends up, it's really ironic that the whole story plays out in what would definitely be a modern-day thriller surprise twist. Anyways, so Lando becomes an official member of their gang, even featured in the iconic final shot doing awkward hand claps at the teddy bear jamboree. Fast forward 30 years, and this beloved member of their core group is totally and completely ignored. 2 full movies without even being mentioned, and then he suddenly shows up in Episode 9 as part of Disney's last-ditch effort to use nostalgia to try to cover up the spaghetti noodle mess of a story.
It's a hot mess.
Now, we've definitely gotten into the film analysis version of diminishing returns, as this isn't nearly as much of a wasted character as his much more iconic companions. This character is arguably one of the most popular in the franchise, but honestly, he has little to his name save the debonair persona and flashy costuming. For Lando Calrissian, I wouldn't so much argue that his character was wasted when he was actually used. I'd argue that he was wasted by not being used more. Yes, it makes very little sense that Lando would still be hiding out on this backwater planet, decades after he and Luke had first come looking for the dagger. Yes, it makes very little sense that after so many years in hiding, he could still marshal up thousands of people willing to risk their lives in battle just because he asked. Yes, his reunion with his lost daughter was gimmicky and unnecessary. I'm definitely not saying this character was written perfectly, just that, comparatively, he's less bad than terrible. Although, side note, the later EU material doesn't do this character any favors, as it seems to indicate he was on Phasma because he was too heartbroken to go on living his old life after his daughter was kidnapped. Why in the world Disney thought they had to tear down these classic characters is beyond me, but in that sense, the portrayal of Lando's golden to olden years was wasted just as much as Han's and Luke's. Go back to the forums from before Episode 7 came out and see what people were speculating about Lando. It was pretty widely expected that he would be a featured character. After all, even the secondary or tertiary protagonists don't usually vanish from a story without mention. Even when the brilliant folks in charge cut Gina Carano, they still knew they had to write in bits of dialogue explaining why Cara Dune was suddenly absent. Let's assume Billy D. Williams had no interest in doing more Star Wars films. They could have killed the character off screen, maybe even starting off the film with all the main characters together at Lando's funeral. A pretty poignant juxtaposition with the ending of Episode 6, to jump forward 30 years, see everyone together again with their kids as they say goodbye to one of their best friends. I think were I rewriting these films, I would want to really lean into the characters and their relationships with each other as the primary focus of the story. Lucas wrote the original stories to play out like soap operas, where the characters' relationships with one another are just as memorable as the space battles and laser swords. Leia and Lando would be working to build up a new government, Han leading their military and Luke trying to rebuild the Jedi Order, as the threat of Thrawn's Imperial remnants grows ever stronger. These new stories absolutely could have featured a younger generation of new lead characters, as all the main characters could have kids in their early 20s. By the third film, the old characters would be killed off and the new ones are ready to step up and lead. And 50 real-world years from now, those actors will be ready to hand the reins off to the next generation. Disney wasn't wrong in thinking these characters needed to be killed off so the next generation could step in. After all, that's the way of life itself. Our parents' stories conclude so ours can begin, and our stories are supplanted by our children's and theirs by our grandchildren's. But there's a big psychological aspect at play here that Disney missed: the peaceful death. We want to know that we left things in a good place for our kids to take over. We want to know that we could die feeling fulfilled, that our lives had purpose. And as audience members, we want our beloved characters to feel those same emotions. We would prefer Leia pass away peacefully in her sleep, a soft smile on her lips as she knows her kids are happy and safe and her life's work led to a better government. Instead, she apparently sacrifices herself to distract her son so her apprentice can stab him. Okay, I just have to pause here to really drive this point home because now that I've thought about it, I'm just astounded that this is the direction Disney went. The original main protagonists were Han, Luke, Leia, Lando, with their secondary protags 3PO, R2, and Chewie. Out of these original 7 heroes, Disney wrote 4 of them to be so grief-stricken that they gave up on life. And more specifically, it was all the men who let their grief overwhelm them, while Leia powered through her grief, formed the Resistance, and along with her female apprentice, helped bring all the wayward, hopeless men back into the fold. It's one thing to decide you no longer want these original characters in your story, but man, it's a whole nother level to write every single male as inconsolable wrecks who are only brought back into the story by the noble women.
It's a hot mess.
To wrap up this story, I'd say that Lando was presented as one of the more respected of the original characters. He shows up, saves the day, gives wisdoms, has some comic relief, shows up to save the day again, and brings some heavy nostalgic vibes. But he could have been so much more. The novels feature Lando quite heavily, usually doing so in relation to one of his business ventures. For instance, in these books, Thrawn steals Lando's mole miners, which were later used to steal New Republic ships. It would have been amazing to see Lando in his element again, maybe back on Cloud City, maybe somewhere new. And finally, as I so often have had to clarify down in the comments, I'm not saying that these characters can't change after all these years, merely that in general, for us to accept change, we have to observe that change occurring. Even if that change is something we hate, if we've watched it happen, we understand it.
I don't like it. I don't agree with it. But I accept it.
When it comes to the story itself, there are possibly no greater examples of wasted characters than those of the Force ghosts. After a good 15 minutes of Googling, I've been unable to find another franchise with a similar premise, where the magical mentor could live on after death and continually return to aid the hero. Maybe we could count when Aang dreams of the prior avatars, or in My Hero Academia, the previous owners of the One for All quirk help him through visions or dreams. But I haven't been able to come up with another example where those mentors are appearing in real life and not just dreams. The Force Ghost is an extremely unique and intriguing concept, and is right up there alongside the lightsaber as one of the most memorable traits of the original trilogy Jedi. The process of maintaining your consciousness through the Force after death was discovered by Qui-Gon Jinn, and passed on to Yoda, and from Yoda to Obi-Wan, and then apparently through osmosis transferred from Obi-Wan to Anakin, Leia, Luke, and Ben. Jokes about learning the technique aside, At the end of the original trilogy, we are left not just with these 7 living main characters, but these 3 dead ones as well. Based on Lucas' original story, it seems like future Jedi would not only have their living mentors to guide them, but the ghosts of Yoda, Obi-Wan, and Anakin as well. The novels actually had Anakin speaking to Luke with some frequency, before his essence started fading away. But at this point, Disney could have rewritten the canon however they wanted, having the ghosts fade away to no longer exist, or having them be a constant source of help and support, or by utterly forgetting they ever existed in the first place. As much as I dislike the direction Rian Johnson took Episode 8, the way he used Yoda's Force Ghosts is exactly what I would have expected to see when picturing the sequel trilogy. The ghosts try to stay out of things and let the heroes forge their own path. But when someone is truly lost, they'll step in and give a kind word, encouragement, wisdoms, whatever that character needs to find hope again. And this is where the sequels had such a colossal wasted opportunity. Imagine Luke teaching his students, and then the students are getting frustrated, but the ghost of Luke's master shows up to help. Imagine how awestruck they would be by seeing the master of your master, and then the ghost of his master's master shows up as well. The opportunity presented here is so incredibly unique to be able to have multiple generations of masters available to help guide the younger generation. And aside from the uniqueness of the ghosts themselves, we also have to consider the guidance they each can offer, stemming from their unique history and personality. Yoda can teach deeper wisdoms, especially regarding the Force, but Obi-Wan is more straightforward, easier to deal with, and has the best battle strategy training, while Anakin has the greatest insights in lightsaber training and dealing with the pull to the dark side. This brings us to one of the most often cited grievances that fans bring against these films. Luke didn't see Ben turning until it was too late. Anakin just sat there omnisciently watching as his grandson turned evil. Yes, Lucas wrote the ghosts not to be overpowered, to mostly sit by and let Luke forge his own path. But I have to think he'd have used them entirely differently had the ghosts existed during Anakin's fall to the dark side. Best I could tell, Qui-Gon was trying to reach out to Anakin, but didn't yet understand how. But the ghosts of Obi and Yoda and Anakin would have that knowledge. Were I rewriting the sequels, the Force Ghosts would be my explanation for Kylo's constant pull to the light. The story was originally written for it to be his conscience that was urging him away from the dark side, but it could have just as easily been a literal urging. The ghosts of Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Yoda basically haunting him, doing their best to try to stop him from going down the wrong path. A weird version of a horror movie, being haunted by ghosts, only these ghosts are trying to help you be a good person and do the right thing. This could have been an incredibly captivating story, as the ghosts of our former favorite characters try to mentor but find themselves helpless in preventing the fall of everything that Luke had worked to build. The Force Ghosts didn't need to be all-powerful deities that can summon lightning at will. We didn't need to see the ghosts of Luke, Obi, and Yoda come back to fight, although that could arguably have been amazing. The Force Ghosts just needed to be thought of as living characters that were still part of the story, not just as nostalgic tools to be used to try to keep the audience interested. These films contain a myriad of supporting characters. that could have easily been amazing with a bit more forethought. For instance, Maz Kanata wasn't just a Force-sensitive being, but one even older than Yoda. Han says she's ruled here for 1,000 years, and that's just the bare minimum guess at her age. If one assumes she didn't gain ruler status until halfway through her life, that puts her age at a staggering 2,000 years old. And this is what makes her so fascinating. Maz would have seen the last battles of the Sith and Jedi wars back in the Old Republic. She would have watched Yoda's entire career as a Jedi. She would likely have met Luke as he searched for other Force users. The writers saw her character as the new Yoda, someone they fashioned after the goofy trickster that Yoda was in Empire. And all said and done, that's all she ended up being, a token mentor character, who was also the comic relief, followed by the quest giver and keeper of knowledge. And this was what was so wasted about her backstory. Take away our knowledge of her extreme age, and her character doesn't change a bit. The way she is written, there is no discernible difference in her knowledge of the Force versus his. The writers fell into the dangerous trap of giving her a neat-sounding backstory. Oh hey, what if she's like super old, like the oldest living being we've ever seen in Star Wars? But if that backstory isn't expanded upon, it winds up feeling like it was thrown in as a gimmick, and quickly loses its cool factor as the audience begins to wonder what the point of those 1,000 years is if it's just a throwaway line with no measurable story-related context. Were I rewriting Maz, I would probably take out the bit about her super advanced age, as this story just doesn't have enough breathing room to really explore those implications in a way the audience will find enjoyable. I also would have loved to see her more deeply involved in the story, instead of utterly disappearing once the Resistance shows up. Seriously, it's like the writers totally forgot she existed for the rest of the film. And remember, she's not just a super old Force sensitive, she's also the queen of the smugglers. She could have helped the crew get onto Starkiller Base by using secret hyperspace lanes, or maybe smuggling them in using a disguised freighter. Whatever the case, the writers needed to use the backstory they gave her, and have that backstory actually be applicable to the current plot, instead of writing her to be ancient when her age means nothing, and to be a smuggler queen who merely acts like a bartender. These four are characters I've been asked to cover, but honestly, I don't think they really fit the wasted backstory theme we've been running with. I think each of these was fairly interesting in their own ways and just needed a stronger, more cohesive story. For instance, critics aren't actually upset that DJ is an unknown character with the hacking skills our heroes need. The problem is the totally random luck they have in finding him. A sequence of events, mind you, which only occurred because they illegally parked outside the casino. It's fine to have random chance be an aspect of moving the plot along, but if that random chance significantly helps the protagonist, it can come across as cheesy and contrived. Secondly, it's a huge galaxy. Odds are very good that there are many, many beings who are good enough hackers to do the required job. The problem is the text of the film directly tells us there is only one man who could do this job. And since that information was revealed by the possibly 2 millennia-old queen of the smugglers, the audience is meant to accept her statement as fact. Mind you, this marks twice that the sequel trilogy has directly lied to their audience members. First by telling us it was unlikely R2 had the map he did in fact have, and now by asserting the man with the red plum bloom is the only master codebreaker capable of getting past the First Order's defenses. I think the easiest fix for DJ is just remove the gotcha twist about a second master codebreaker. Combine the most interesting bits of DJ with the swab debonair master codebreaker, and I think you'd have a far more interesting character. As aside from Lando on Cloud City, or Dryden Voss in Solo, or I guess Mon Mothma in Andor, it's pretty rare to have an insanely rich, well put together, sophisticated character in Star Wars. And it's even rarer for them to actually go cavorting around with our ragtag group of vagabonds. Have DJ actually be this master codebreaker instead of yet another sleazy, unkempt dreg of the galaxy. For Hux, at least in episode 7, I'd say he was a really strong supporting antagonist. Episode 8 made the mistake of using him as comedic relief, which diminished his efficacy as a primary villain, and episode 9 didn't just seem to know what to do with him, so they shoved him in the rather pointless secret spy subplot. I think having Hux die on Starkiller Base would have made a lot of sense, leading Snoke to personally take command in episode 8. The main commander position really isn't needed beyond a few scenes, and it really feels like they were trying to force Hux into more of the story than he was needed in. Lastly, we have Poe and Rose. I don't know that either has a backstory that's anything spectacular. Yes, Rose and her sister both joined the Resistance after the First Order devastated their homeworld, but isn't that like what leads most people to rebel? The bad guys do something bad, so okay, I'll join the good guys so I could get revenge. What I think is far more fascinating about Poe and Rose is the conflict that inexplicably is never explored after Poe's reckless actions got her sister killed. Really, there is no reason at all the Resistance could have expected to successfully destroy the Dreadnought when it was flanked by 3 other Star Destroyers. Had all 4 of those ships launched all their fighters, the entirety of the Resistance fleet that Poe had committed would have easily been wiped out, especially as those bombers were slow as dewbacks, inexplicably unshielded, and flying in such a stupidly close formation as to actually be a danger to each other. Poe may have been correct in saying this was a fleet killer that they had to try to take out, but Leia was more in the right in saying he went about it in a way that decimated their fleet anyway, so destroying it was just as costly as letting it live. Paige's death was portrayed well in Rose's grieving, but their connection didn't really lead anywhere. All of these touches of her necklace over the course of the film didn't do much besides let us know she was thinking about her sister. And while I loved her acting, Rose's grief didn't meaningfully contribute to the story. It could have been really interesting to see the tension between Poe and Rose, as he has to confront the fact that his actions got her sister and many others killed, and was ultimately pointless as they couldn't escape the First Order's tracking regardless of the destruction of the Dreadnought. He was demoted, lost his command, lost the respect of his peers, and was even responsible for their deaths, and none of that mattered to the story. I think were I rewriting The Last Jedi, I would probably cut the sister connection entirely, as well as Poe going rogue, as there just isn't enough time in the story to fully explore the consequences and have the characters learn and grow. What makes way more sense for the story is that the evacuation is still ongoing, so Leia orders a full-scale assault of the Dreadnought to distract it from firing on the base, which still has people inside it. Nothing actually changes by having Poe collaborate with Leia instead of disobeying, and nothing changes with Rose by having her skip her morning stage and just be introduced as the bubbly sidekick. And a final thought on Rose, I'm not sure she had enough of a character arc from, oh, you're the Finn, to, oh wait, you're a deserter, to, oh wait, now we're friends. I feel like the deserter bit was only used for a few cheap laughs, and since she has very little trouble trusting him after that, I'd probably have cut that bit entirely, especially as Finn could just have destroyed the tracker if he was so worried about Rey being drawn into a trap. I think more than anything else, the mistake with Phasma was in marketing and utilization. They hyped up the character as being super cool, and even better, she'll be played by a pretty popular actress. Then 7 comes out and Phasma is next to useless. Actually worse than useless, as a useless character wouldn't have been able to doom the entire planet to destruction. Yes, the original they were trying to copy also had very little utility in the story, but the writers of the original trilogy were aware of that fact. They let Boba be a more subdued, cool background character, whereas Phasma is practically forced into the audience's faces. From her initial grand entrance shot to Kylo deferring his commands to her to relate to her troops, to her overtly eye-catching armor, everything about her presentation is screaming for the audience to pay attention to her and how cool she is. When, in reality, even high schoolers know that trying so hard to be cool frequently has the opposite effect. I see very little reason to keep her in this story, as Kylo can act as the primary anchor between Finn and the life he ran away from. But if we must keep her, we need to separate her from her superiors as much as possible to give her more of a chance to shine in her own right. I would have her almost single-handedly decimate this entire village, brutally cutting down everything in her path. My ideas for fixing Phasma are covered in the Kylo Ren section, but I said her armor would be laser-proof because she's helping Kylo train the First Order's version of Jedi. So give her a lightsaber or vibroblade type sword, which just ratchets her cool factor up even higher. And remember, she's a secondary, even tertiary villain. Her main purpose is supporting our perception of Kylo. We should see her being all epic and then immediately kneeling in respect and fear when Kylo lands. This is an extremely succinct method of establishing how dangerous Kylo is without ever having to show him actually fighting. Using this introduction I've outlined elevates Phasma's character to an entirely new level, instead of a flashy, costumed coward. And think of this scene of her interrogating Finn. How utterly terrifying would it have been if we had just watched her single-handedly massacre dozens of opponents? This scene would actually have come across as life-threatening if he gave the wrong answer, instead of feeling like his manager Karen caught him napping in the stockroom. Finally, her last scene absolutely must be fixed. The person fourth in line to lead cannot roll over and give up without a fight. This doesn't just ruin any chance the audience has of ever taking her seriously ever again, it also diminishes our perception of the First Order. Because if the leadership doesn't believe in their cause, they're not worth fearing. Have her put up a fantastic fight, overpower everyone, and then take on Chewie in hand-to-hand combat, and manage to hold her own against a freaking Wookiee. After they barely manage to beat her, they can use her palm or eye scan to access the system and shut down the shields themselves. Now, whether she dies here or comes back in the next film, Phasma remains an epic villain that can still be feared and respected. There are possibly dozens of characters in these films, either written poorly, underutilized, or completely ignored. The issue I have with discussing these characters in a meaningful way is that they don't have a backstory to have been wasted. Most of these characters are introduced in a way that gives us so little to go on, we have no idea what to expect. Was Snoke's backstory wasted? We don't know enough to tell. The Force Awakens treats Snoke like it's Schrodinger's mystery box. The audience is given zero context for who he is, where he came from, why he hates Luke and the Jedi, how he even knows Luke, how he seduced Kylo to the dark side, how he rose to power in the first place, how he got to be in charge of the First Order, how he got so unbelievably fugly. A big problem with introducing a new quote-unquote Sith Lord was the previous 30-plus years of canon showing us the rule of two was nearly always followed. I don't care if every fan could have predicted the ending, they should have just made this guy Darth Plagueis. Firmly tie the villain of the sequels in with the guy who trained the villain of the previous films. JJ can still have the mystery he loves and just hint at Snoke's real identity until Plagueis is revealed in the final film. Or cut that character entirely. Just have Ben Solo turned villain be the bad guy. Don't muddy the waters thinking you always need a Sidious and Vader replicant for the story to be interesting. For the Knights of Ren, I'd probably have just cut them, as there's not enough time to really explore them in the existing story. But they could have really been interesting. As the story says, Kylo took a handful of Jedi students with him when he left. We never hear what happened to them, and then Snoke mentions Kylo is leader of the Knights of Ren. So logically, he trained up those Jedi Padawans in the dark side, and now calls them the Knights of Ren, and they're his own personal mercenary squad. That could have been an enormously compelling story, as every single one of those students was also at one point personally trained by Luke. Everyone would feel the pull to the light that Ben always felt, and Luke wouldn't just come back to try to save Ben, but to try to save all of them. Actually, if you cut out Starkiller Base and Snoke, you could easily restructure the entire trilogy around Kylo and the Knights of Ren, leading the First Order to take over the galaxy planet by planet. Tons of potential there if they wrote it as a character-driven story instead of a plot-driven one. With some tweaks, I think Admiral Holdo could have been super interesting. If we've already changed Poe's turning traitor, then she doesn't have this whole antagonistic thing going on with him, and we could have actual conversations that don't come across as high school level cattiness. B, Holdo was introduced as something that's kind of on the rare side in Star Wars, a tactical genius. I think they should have leaned into this idea much more, instead of having the extent of her military brilliance be, let's use the escape pods and hope the bad guys don't see us. They said they had enough fuel for a couple more jumps. They could have headed for a huge asteroid field that their smaller ships could make it through, but that would slow down the huge Star Destroyers. They could have split their forces and every ship gone in a different direction to see if the First Order could track them all at the same time, which they couldn't have. There are a vast number of options a brilliant tactical genius could do in this situation that would have made her character come across as infinitely more competent and likable. My favorite idea is to end the chase by keeping the lightspeed ramming, which everyone in the galaxy had always thought was a fun theory, but mathematically impossible. Instead of it being luck, we watch Holdo calculating the distances and doing the math faster and more intuitively than a dozen droids. This is why the Holdo maneuver can't be replicated, why it was such an amazing feat, because it wasn't the ship, and it wasn't the special shields, it wasn't luck, it was her. You need an intelligence only seen once in 1,000 generations to pull this off. And even better, you could have her operate the kamikaze ship remotely from one of the escape shuttles. This trilogy could have been extremely interesting, with a Thrawn-level intellect on the good guy's side against the 1,000 ships that Palpatine had poofed into existence. I've not been able to find an explanation for why Mon Mothma is missing from the sequel trilogy. From what I can tell, Disney hasn't yet decided what to do with her. So, aside from Rogue One, Andor, and Ahsoka, they've ignored her presence in the sequels. This character was wasted from the mere fact of not including such an iconic leader, one who could have been utilized to show all the work that had gone into creating the New Republic, and how it differed from what came before. Many fans have commented that it's incredibly insulting to the work our heroes put in to have their new government last a mere few decades, when the prior government stood for over 25,000 years. I think an interesting rewrite would be to flip the script and look at the First Order as the rebels who are trying to overthrow the established government that Mon Mothma and Leia are very competently leading. Since there are absolutely zero repercussions to the entire galactic governing body being wiped out at once, just cut that bit from the story entirely. Have the bad guys be the guerrilla fighters the good guys can't manage to find and eradicate, and now Mon Mothma and Leia can be involved in some political subplots that offer a nice reprieve from all the battle scenes. And here I'll quickly tie in Wedge Antilles and Admiral Ackbar as well, as they suffer from the same wasted potential as Mon Mothma. These characters have been iconic staples of the franchise for decades, and ignoring their existence or only using them as nostalgia bait is an incredible waste. Not to mention that killing Ackbar off-screen with no character mourning his loss is incredibly insulting. I mean, yeah, he's goofy looking and talks funny, but he's still one of the original quintessential Star Wars characters. And both he and Wedge were all over the EU for decades before Disney took over. Ignoring established characters in this fashion just comes across as poor storytelling, although that failing isn't nearly as grievous as insulting the actor so badly that he ends up secretly crying inside the Ackbar suit. Chewie and 3PO, I'd argue both should have had bigger parts in this trilogy, considering their backstories. 3PO is arguably the voice of Star Wars, the storyteller that is recounting all these adventures for the audience. That's why he and R2 are pretty much there for all of it. But I guess since R2 was sidelined, they didn't really know how to have 3PO interact without him. Granted, they both got more screen time in the later films, although their use didn't always make the most, if any, sense. Chewie is a bit more complicated, as he's a supporting character that pretty much follows everyone around like the loyal dog he was patterned after. As iconic as he is, since he's never subtitled, he's honestly not that deep a character, as he's usually utterly dependent on other people interpreting his meaning for the audience. My biggest gripe with Chewie in these films is inarguably Han's death scene, and Chewie's lack of meaningful character change afterwards. Life debt aside, in this moment, Chewie is watching his brother die. The scream aside, I found the rest of this dreadfully lacking. Reshooting this scene, I'd have had Chewie unable even in his rage to harm Han Solo's son. I'd have Chewie jump down, roaring with anger, and starting to rip Kylo to pieces only to realize at the last minute he can't harm Han's kid. So he gently throws Ben aside and just goes berserk on the stormtroopers, bouncing around the room like an 8-foot-tall version of Yoda as he literally rips every stormtrooper to pieces. He's totally lost in his rage, and then feels Leia say his name through the Force, and he hears Han's voice echoing in his memory.
The princess, you have to take care of her. You hear me? Huh?
Chewie comes to his senses and vaults back up to rescue Finn and Rey from the collapsing building and gets them to safety. As they're heading towards the Falcon, they meet up with Kylo in the woods, he and Chewie again coming face to face. and Ben having to watch Chewie whimper in pain at the face of Han's child that he had helped raise. Chewie paces back and forth like a whining, wounded animal, unable to attack Kylo like he wants to, and Kylo? He can't seem to bring himself to attack his childhood friend who was always there for him when his parents weren't. If they want to build Kylo towards a redemption arc, then start here and have him act guilty and obviously second-guessing killing his father. All this character improvement comes from Chewie and Kylo facing one another, not even having to say a word, until finally Rey and Finn intervene and fight Kylo while Chewie bounds away into the darkness to retrieve the Falcon, his howls of anguish ringing in Kylo's ears and tugging his blackened heart back in a direction he can't bring himself to face. This is the wasted potential of Chewbacca's backstory. He could have recontextualized the loss the audience felt at Han's death by showing his deep emotional connection with Ben and allowing us to really feel the loss. And when Chewie sees Leia, he doesn't just go on about his business, he would be unable to look at her, collapsing before her in shame, as he was unable to fulfill the obligation of his life debt and keep his best friend safe. For the rest of the trilogy, Chewie should have been inseparably glued to Leia's side, as she's now literally the entire reason for his existence, as Han had instructed all those years ago. And finally, we need to see actual change from this beloved character as a result of losing his best friend. He needs to become far darker, far less trusting of anyone being near Leia, possibly more violent, maybe even hunched over, weeping in the background in multiple scenes. And for all the people saying that's too dark for Star Wars, then don't freaking murder Han Solo if you don't want characters to react like they actually would. For all of its flaws, the sequel trilogy got one thing right. The origin stories for Finn and Rey were some of the most intriguing I'd ever heard. We meet a kidnapped child turned brainwashed slave soldier and an abandoned orphan doing everything she can to survive in an incredibly harsh and unforgiving world. Fate throws them into an adventure, forcing them both to learn to love and trust for the first time in their lives. Now, yes, you could argue that some of the character traits I just described are shown in the film. However, the characters I just described are almost the exact opposite of what Rey and Finn turned out to be. Let's break down their characters, explore the actual personality traits they should have displayed, and discuss the way their character arcs should actually have progressed. This is the story of Rey, who I think is one of the most wasted characters in film history. Now, one huge argument a lot of people are going to make is that an accurate description of real-world psychological trauma isn't what Star Wars is about, and people don't want to see that in their entertainment. And I agree, that's exactly why so many of us had an issue with the broken hobo Luke. But since they decided to go with this story, they should have done it correctly. Rey's character doesn't ring true, and on some level the audience feels that. I am talking about something very subtle, something in the background that most of the audience won't consciously think about. Rey doesn't make sense. And I'm talking beyond her crazy force powers.
Oh, and he can't stay here forever. Most of his friends have gone. It means so much to him.
I'll make it up to him next. I promise.
Luke's just not a farmer, Owen. He has too much of his father in him.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Luke had a loving family. Luke had his own bed, food on the table every day. He had friends and free time and hobbies. He is well adjusted socially. We see that he is an average teenager who had an average childhood, and in the back of our minds, we can feel that this character makes sense. But Rey grew up the opposite of Luke in every way. No loving home, no family, no friends, nothing but hardship and the constant threat of starvation. And yet she is well adjusted socially, easily makes friends, easily trusts others. She doesn't suffer a single lasting consequence from enduring 14 years of isolation, starvation, and constant physical threats. In the back of our minds, the audience feels this, that something about her feels off. And Rey could very easily have had the same childhood that Luke did. She could have been left as a child with this man, who loved her as a grandfather and raised her and trained her to be the well-adjusted, amiable young woman that we see, so that her character arc feels right to the audience. But Disney decided to go this route instead, a decision which completely breaks the believability of her character. Now, before anybody starts complaining that I'm overthinking or overanalyzing, let's start off by addressing how important this entire topic is to story crafting. We have been conditioned to accept poor character development, that good storytelling doesn't matter. As long as you were entertained, it was a good film. But a good writer will have thought through the entire backstory of a character, even if none of that story ever comes across on film. Because that backstory is important. That backstory that we never see affects every decision the character will make on screen. Watch this clip.
Never again.
This scene is powerful, this scene is important, and this scene only works because the writers knew the backstory and how that history would affect the character in this moment. Even if a Batman film never shows the death of Thomas and Martha, even if that is never mentioned in the film, that is the entire spine of Bruce's character. The single defining moment that changed his life, and the fact that it isn't in the film doesn't change the fact that the writer needs to know that backstory in order to properly write the character. Backstory is important. Ned is haunted by the death of his sister and the secret he carries, but the show doesn't reveal that truth for 6 more seasons. How could anybody properly write his character if they didn't know that backstory?
Must have been a rare wench to make Lord Eddard Stark forget his honor. He never told me what she looked like.
Promise me, Ned. Promise me.
No, will I?
In season 1 of The Witcher, we know next to nothing about Geralt's backstory. He's haunted by something. What he's haunted by is obviously affecting his actions in the show, but we don't actually see what it is. But the writers must know. Is he haunted because a little girl died in front of him? Then the show needs to have him react a certain way whenever he sees a little girl. Is he haunted because his mother abandoned him? Then he needs to react a certain way whenever he speaks to or about a mother. Tom Holland's Spider-Man never actually addresses his parents' or Uncle Ben's death, but it's obvious in his personality that he's desperately needing a father figure in his life. This is what proper character development is. It is something that we don't always see, but it is something that we can always feel. First off, in order to really understand Rey, we need to take a look at the spine of Han's character and why the Han shot first incident was such a big deal. When the special editions were created in 1997, one of the many changes made was this scene. Now, most people probably never thought twice about this change, but it's actually a dramatic one. It changes the basis of Han's character from someone who kills in cold blood to someone who isn't that bad of a guy, he was just defending himself. This is who Han Solo originally was, a cruel, lonely man who went through a fantastic growth arc to not only having friends, but being willing to die for them. This is the basis of the character arc we should have seen from Rey, only to a far, far greater extent, because when you analyze her backstory, her life was far rougher than it first appears. The spine of Rey's character was simple. Abandoned as a child, having grown up alone, she learned how to fend for herself. But under these circumstances, childhood development isn't so simple. Let's take a look at the woman Rey should have been when Finn first met her. Rey's life begins here. Now, we can assume she had a normal, loving childhood until this point, but let me ask you this. How much of your life do you remember from when you were 5 years old? So like I said, her life begins here. Any loving memories she had of a family would quickly fade as struggling to survive in this harsh environment consumed her. And again, try to think back to when you were 5. If you went months or even years without seeing your aunt or uncle, could you still clearly remember what they looked like? I vividly remember once asking when we were going to get to see Aunt Kay again because it had been so long I was having trouble remembering what she looked like. There is a well-documented phenomenon in human development called childhood amnesia. It has to do with the two types of memories that we form, which are either specific or emotional. Until roughly the age of 7, kids tend to only retain their emotional memories. They don't remember anything they did at Disney World, they just remember loving it. I couldn't remember specifically what my aunt looked like or what we did together, I just remembered that I loved being around her. That's what makes Rey's story even more tragic. Rey's one desire in life was for her family to come back, but she wouldn't even have recognized them if they did. Now, I'm sure some of you are making an argument right now regarding the Force, saying it helped her survive and helped her remember her family. But that's not the premise of the film. The entire premise is that
there's been an awakening. Have you felt it?
It's part of the plot. The Force was lying dormant in Rey, and the first time she accessed it was with Finn. Which, yes, breaks canon, but at the same time is also kind of cool. She doesn't survive this desolation because she was born with a magical cheat code. She survived through pure grit and determination. So we know that the Force didn't help her survive, and we also know that Unkar Plutt, who she was left with, didn't help her survive. He takes advantage of her, tries to steal from her. Even as a crying child, she got no pity from him.
Quiet, girl.
And this is where the film takes a dramatic turn from a realistic character arc. Rey would not have been this smiling, optimistic, friendly, trusting woman. She would have grown up to be like Han, stealing, lying, cheating, possibly even killing, doing absolutely whatever it took to survive. Remember how important backstory is. Everything about Batman is influenced by his parents being killed. Everything about Harry was influenced by this one event. Everything about the Doctor's character is influenced by his decision in the Time War. Rey being abandoned by her parents at such a young age is the single biggest defining aspect of her character development. Now, one thing they probably accidentally got correct was her age. Rey was roughly 5 years old when she was left on Jakku. At this point, she had already gone through all of the most important mental, physical, and emotional learning stages of young childhood. And based off the fact that she's not dressed in rags, looks clean and healthy, and is calling for her parents to come back, we can safely assume that she grew up in a loving, functional home. we can safely assume that she's mentally, physically, and socially where a normal 5-year-old should be developmentally. But after age 5 is the period of development in which a child starts drifting away from their parents and really begins proper social development. And Rey has no one. She never develops those social skills the rest of us take for granted. Then, given time, the childhood amnesia slowly sets in. Rey begins to forget her life before Jakku. Now all she knows is that the adults in charge are abusive and that they can't be trusted. And not only does Unkar Plutt starve her and try to steal from her, he also refuses to ever call her by name. This action demeans her, and she would grow up thinking that she is worthless, with a name not even worth repeating.
Quiet, girl. Follow the girl and get that droid.
Now, like I said, a lot of people probably don't want this level of realism in an adventure movie about space wizards. But consider how compelling this realistic depiction could have made her character. People could have identified so closely with her if she showed overcoming the adversity of her tough childhood. It's easy enough to say, well, Rey was strong enough to overcome her childhood trauma and not be affected as an adult. But that's simply not true. Childhood trauma affects the biochemicals in your brain. It is a mental scar that will always be there and always affect you. Childhood trauma is encoded in our brains as adults. We can never forget it, and it affects all of our actions in the present. And as a final example, this article sums up the problem with Rey perfectly. Children do not just get over trauma, they live with the consequences for a lifetime. Children adapt so they can cope, but if they are emotionally overwhelmed, their brain goes into survival mode, which changes the way it grows and develops. An early traumatic experience has a profound effect on the way in which a child's brain forms and functions. A brain that grows in response to a perceived threat is in overdrive and senses threat everywhere. I mentioned earlier how a child really begins their social development around age 7. But what we haven't yet discussed is how damaging social isolation actually is. The beginning of the film goes to great lengths to show how alone Rey is, to show that she is utterly isolated and has no one she can depend upon nor trust. And that isolation is way more damaging than you'd think. It negatively affects the neuroendocrine, immune, and autonomic nervous systems. The description of what isolation does to you is incredibly chilling. I haven't had a friend in over 10 years, and I don't use a strict definition for that term. No friends, acquaintances, family, co-workers. There's literally no one I speak to. I haven't had a conversation with someone in over a year. The effects? Everything that can malfunction will malfunction. This isn't an idealistic portrayal where someone communes with nature and attains enlightenment. It kills everything human about you and destroys your ability to function. This is what Rey suffered through for 14 years before she met Finn, a loneliness so deep that it kills everything human in you. Now that we've discussed the mental and social aspects of Rey's character development, let's look at an important part of her physical health. This is another thing that the filmmakers sort of got right. Rey should have been utterly obsessed with food. Her entire existence is dedicated to scavenging parts that she can trade for food so that she doesn't starve. Now, let's analyze what we see her eat on Jakku. Most people probably don't realize these are the equivalent of modern-day military MREs, meals ready to eat. Each MRE provides an average of 1,250 calories, 13% protein, 36% fat, and 51% carbohydrates. And each is 1/3 of the military recommended daily allowance of vitamins and minerals. A full day's worth of meals would consist of 3 MREs, for a total of 3,750 calories. This number at first seems significantly higher than it should be, but realize these were designed for men doing extreme physical labor all day long. And through this research, I found that they actually even supplement their diet with tons of energy bars as well, so they're eating more about 5,000 calories a day. And yes, she's a woman with a very slight build, so she would need far fewer calories than a man would doing the same hard manual labor. So we could safely assume the current recommendation of 2,000 calories is roughly what Rey would have needed in this harsh environment. So let's assume that since this is the future, these MREs have, let's say, triple the caloric capacity of our current MREs. So instead of needing 3 meals of 1,250 calories, she only needs to eat 1 single portion to achieve her daily total. Now that we've established what she's eating, her reaction to how much Unkar Pluck gives her becomes much more chilling.
What you brought me today is worth 1/4 portion.
Do you see what that means? Why she looks upset and terrified at the same time? This is likely her only meal every day. She works all day long and gets paid in food in the late afternoon, and he gave her 1/4 of 1 portion. We just figured out that based on current similar foods, 1 portion likely would be roughly 3,750 calories, and he is giving her 1/4 of that, 938 calories. She does hard manual labor all day and is given 938 calories to live off of. That is why she looks so terrified and sad every time he pays her, why she is so excited at the idea of getting 60 full portions. Unkar Pluck is literally starving her to death. Now, yes, Rey mentions how last week the equipment she brought was worth a half a portion each. So we know that these prices were unfair, and sometimes she got enough to eat. But in the first exchange we see, Rey doesn't argue or haggle, which tells the audience that this is normal. This amount of work for this amount of food, this is normal. This is what her life consists of. This is why she is so skinny. She is completely malnourished. This is why she literally licks the plate clean after eating. This is why she is shown eating at Maz's castle. It was an intentional plot point that she was malnourished. But JJ didn't delve deeply enough into the psychological trauma that accompanies this type of constant hunger. Rey would struggle for years with this hunger gnawing at her, both physically and mentally. Even if she had just eaten, she would still be stealing food and hiding it. That's what she's had to do her whole life in order to survive. Twice in my life, I have fasted for a full week, which was enough to give me a small glimpse of true hunger. And it is terrifying. People will eat anything and everything, entire cities resorting to cannibalism, grave robbing, and selling the bodies for food, even eating their own family members. There's a link in the description if you want to read in detail, but be forewarned, this level of starvation is eye-opening and it is terrifying. Because once you know the fear of literally starving to death, that's the kind of fear that doesn't easily fade. Why did Rey learn how to fight? This seems like a nitpicky question, but remember, backstory is important. Backstory defines a character. So why did Rey learn how to fight? Why did Rey begin carrying a metal stick as a weapon? She owns nothing, she has no money. All she ever has that's worth stealing is a tiny bit of food that's barely enough to keep anybody alive. So for this young woman who owns nothing, on a planet populated by mainly men, where Rey is literally the only attractive person we ever see. What has this beautiful young woman had to spend her life learning to defend herself against? I only see two possibilities. She was constantly assaulted and stolen from when she was coming back from scavenging, or she was constantly having to defend herself against sexual assault. And considering she is the only young attractive female we see on Jakku with an almost exclusively male population, it is extremely likely that she was sexually assaulted several times over the 14 years that she was on her own. And from the depiction that JJ gave us, this seems blatant. All of the local men stand around and watch, not caring that two full-grown men are ganging up on a young woman. Then there's the juxtaposition of Finn caring about her and the locals not caring, which indicates this happens all the time, that this world exists on a survival of the fittest basis. If you can't protect yourself, no one is going to step in and help you. Then, as further proof, there are two different instances of Rey being angry about Finn holding her hand. On the surface, the explanation is simple. She's a fierce, independent woman who doesn't need a man guiding her. But add together all of the other points of subtext that we have covered: Rey's social isolation, her learning to fight to protect herself, and now her aversion to being touched takes on a completely different meaning.
What are you doing? Come on.
This was possibly the first man she's met that wasn't trying to steal from her or assault her, a man she instantly trusted, and all of a sudden he's touching her without permission and she responds in anger. Based on all of the other subtext the film gave us, the conclusion seems escapable. She is a victim of sexual assault. And if you'd like to slow this down and read, the long-term consequences of Rey living as a victim of sexual assault are just as damaging as her long-term starvation and isolation. And no, I wouldn't have ever said that I want mental trauma and sexual assault to be part of a Star Wars film. But honestly, the way this was done was perfect. All of the hints are there. They're just subtle enough to pick up on. It doesn't derail the story or distract the audience. The only real issue was not continuing Rey's natural character arc, where she learned to overcome these issues. So, we've looked at the childhood trauma that Rey went through, and the traumatic and physical effects of the extreme isolation and constantly being on the verge of starvation. And now we add in the definite possibility that Rey has had to learn to constantly fight off sexual assault her whole life. Now, considering all of that, look at her personality again. She is bubbling happy with a total childlike innocence. Yes, it is possible for someone to suffer extreme trauma and still turn out to be a happy, bubbly person like Rey is, but it's rare. One of the few examples in film I can find is Phoebe from Friends. She has an incredibly sad and traumatic childhood backstory, which is occasionally touched upon. But she is still the most happy and loving character on the show. However, she is definitely the minority. That almost never happens either in real life or in film. When you see a character go through hardships as a child, it always affects them as an adult. What's the first thing Kylo sees when he looks into her mind?
I'm so lonely.
Loneliness. It's been 14 years, and Rey is still tormented by the loss of her family. She is utterly defined by how alone she is, and Kylo sees it.
I'd never felt so alone.
He also mentions that she is desperate to sleep at night. The insight that we get into her hidden personality is completely different than the personality she actually displays to the world. Let's look briefly at just two clips of young women who have lived in hostile environments. Nadia from Pandorum and Newt from Alien.
It's all right. It's all right.
Come on. Grab her, Corporal.
Don't be afraid. Come on.
Ow! Damn!
Don't let her go!
She's under the grill! Wait!
It's okay. You're gonna be all right now.
I know everything about this vault and its systems, but I still can't remember where I grew up. Or my brother's name.
What?
Don't move.
Wait. I'm with the flight crew.
Don't you move.
Really, I'm part of the flight crew. We can't just leave him.
He's hunting. You wait for him. Good luck.
Why is Rey so different? These characters all had similar backstories, being abandoned and fending for themselves in a harsh and scary environment. So why are the rest of them distrustful, scared, emotionally reserved, while Rey is bubbly and trusting and generally happy? We could chalk it up to terrible writers, or when you consider the rough childhood that Rey actually had, the film provides sufficient evidence to show that her isolation and abuse have led Rey to cope with reality by reverting to a childlike mental state. Individuals revert to a point in their development when they felt safer and when stress was non-existent, or when an all-powerful parent or another adult would have rescued them. Here are 10 examples that support the theory that as a coping mechanism, Rey has regressed to the mentality of a child. Number 1. She is fixated on staying on Jakku and hoping her family comes back, which is a very passive, dependent action that only a child would take. If Uncle Ben and Aunt Beru had gone missing, would Luke have stayed in their house for 14 years hoping they'd come back? Or would he have gone searching for them? In Episode 2, Anakin is roughly the same age as Rey, yet he doesn't sit around and wait for his mom, he goes looking for her. Padme doesn't sit and wait for someone else to go find Obi-Wan, she goes herself. The adult, mature decision is almost always depicted as taking action, while the childlike depiction is usually staying put and hiding.
Once we get inside, you find a safe place to hide and stay there.
Sure.
Stay there.
Hey, wait for me!
Anakin, stay where you are. You'll be safe there.
But I...
Stay in that cockpit.
If Rey were truly being depicted as an independent, strong-willed woman, she would have left the planet and tracked them down herself. The fact that Rey doesn't take the responsibility herself and remains absolutely fixated on getting back to Jakku and passively waiting for her family is a depiction of an extremely childlike dependence. Number 2. Unless they're in prison trying anything they can do to stay sane, adults don't usually mark off days on a calendar. That's something that kids normally do when they're counting down to something exciting. Adults don't usually keep old toys that they made years ago. Adults don't usually put on helmets and pretend they're fighter pilots. Adults don't usually eat with their fingers and lick their plates. The inclusion of all of these things when we first meet Rey is a very clear indication of her childlike mental state.
I shouldn't have gone in there.
Number 3. She breaks down crying and runs away from Maz instead of facing the reality of the situation like an adult.
I'm never touching that thing again. I don't want any part of this.
A perfect comparison is Mr. Stephen Strange.
Open your eyes.
Teach me.
He was also hurt physically and emotionally. He also experienced a psychedelic, very terrifying vision. The adult thinks rationally about the situation and wants to learn. The child runs away.
Teach me.
I don't want any part of this.
Number 4. Her emotions tend to be very over-enthusiastic. Well-adjusted adults like Leia or Han are much more subdued in their expressions. And actually, the same thing happens with Finn. The extremely over-enthusiastic way that both characters react to the world could easily have been a specific acting choice to depict their regressed emotional state, while both of them are trying to remember the stability of their childhood. Number 5. She quickly formed a relationship with a pet-like robot, even giving up food she desperately needed so that she could keep her new pet. This is one of the most nonsensical parts of the film to me. Unkar is literally starving her to death, an orphan who grew up alone without friends. She should have immediately, without thinking, sold BB-8 in exchange for any tiny amount of food, because no friend that you met a day ago compares to the driving, unrelenting hunger pains that she feels every second of every day. It is a very childlike mentality to choose a pet over your own life, and I could link tons of stories about people making the adult decision to get rid of a dog they couldn't afford, but let's skip that sadness and go straight to number 6. She quickly formed intense relationships with a father and mother figure. Look at how excited and proud she is to show him that she solved the problem. Look at how upset she is at Han's death, a man she barely knew, but had immediately formed a deep relationship with. Look at how quickly she formed a bond with Leia. Ever had a youngling you didn't know toddle up and give you a hug? That's really what she reminds me of. Young kids can instantly connect and trust someone in a way that adults can't. And Finn doesn't remember his parents either. Why didn't Finn form a surrogate mother-father relationship the way that Rey did? The obvious answer is that he is coping with his trauma in a different way. He hasn't mentally regressed in the same fashion that she did. Number 7. Her immediate reaction to something being stolen was extreme aggression. She didn't even second guess BB-8.
The jacket! This droid says you stole it!
Bashing someone in the face with a metal pole because they're wearing the same styled jacket as your friend lost? This was an extremely immature response that most adults would never have. But if you're in elementary school and your friend points and says, "Hey, that kid stole my jacket," you believe them immediately. That's what kids do. Number 8. When you consider how Rey is stuck in a childlike state, so many things in the other films begin to make more sense. Adult women aren't embarrassed by seeing a handsome man with his shirt off, but a young girl might be. Adults don't immediately believe the bad guy and then smack their teacher in the back of his head with a metal pole. But kids believe everything and tend to fight before they have all of the facts. Number 10, it would also explain why Rey is always crying for no reason, because kids can't control their emotions yet. Bonus number 11 that I realized while editing. The first method of self-defense that Rey uses isn't a fancy grappling move or bow staff technique. Her first instinct is to bite. Now, of course, biting is not a tactic that should be ignored in a life or death situation, but the entire purpose of this fight scene is to show that she is a decent fighter that can fend for herself. So if the goal was to depict her as being a competent, self-trained fighter like this guy, why have her begin with a fighting tactic most associated with 2-year-olds? Considering all of the subtext of Rey's backstory, none of these scenes were useful for establishing her character as a strong, independent woman, but all of these scenes were mandatory for establishing her as an emotionally stunted, traumatized victim. This video has just been analyzing the spine of her personality, the core of what she should have been. If we analyzed further and began looking at specific aspects of her character, she makes even less sense. At 5 years old, even if she were a really smart kid, she would just barely have been starting her basic education. Was Rey ever taught to read or write? What about basic math or science skills? How does she know what hyperspace is? How can she scavenge without knowing what these components are called, what they actually do? There's zero chance Unkar Pluck sent her to school or taught her anything. How has she learned to function as such a well-adjusted adult? Does she remember what silverware is? Does she have any concept of what money is? All she's ever done is barter for food. There are only 2 droids and 0 Wookiees on Jakku. How did she learn to speak either? Now, the backstory is that she used training holo recordings that she salvaged herself in order to teach herself how to fly and speak other languages and everything. But that just circles right back around to my main point. The character that she was written to be would never have done these things. Rey would have been focused 100% on surviving. Someone growing up in a harsh environment doesn't even understand the concept of trying to learn and expand your mind and better yourself. And parental encouragement is incredibly important in influencing young kids to study and learn. When we were kids, how many of us actually sat down to study and do our homework unless our parents made us? Did any of you learn 4 different languages before you were 19? On some level, we could all feel that this character doesn't make sense, and the closer you look, the more you see. We have covered a lot of material. From every perspective I can think of, we have analyzed Rey's personality as it should have developed, based on the initially presented spine of her character. So, why did I label her as one of the most wasted characters of all time? Because she still should have turned out to be this same woman. This woman was fierce and brave, loving and kind. She was loyal to her friends, tried to empathize with her enemies. The way she immediately understands and connects with the Force places her among the best Jedi of all time. The problem was that the writers only actually wrote the final version of Rey's character, so she didn't earn any of the positive character changes that I just described. What if Aragorn had never doubted himself and his ability to be king? How interesting would his character be if he didn't have the growth that we saw? What if Peter had never doubted himself in Far From Home? What if he had said, "Tony says I'm the next Tony Stark? Darn right, I'm smart and brave enough to take over." This entire movie changes Peter. He grows up in this film. He trusts himself more because of this film. But Rey? Rey needed the backstory I have laid out for her to have any character development at all. Her friendship with Finn doesn't change her at all. Finally leaving Jakku doesn't change her at all. Realizing she's lived in a desolate wasteland her whole life doesn't change her at all. Finn abandoning her doesn't change her at all. Finn coming back to save her doesn't change her. Her surrogate father dying doesn't change her. Finding out about her parents doesn't change her. Finding out about her parents for real doesn't change her. If Rey had started off as the traumatized character I have described, her journey to eventually become a Jedi would have been a masterpiece, very similar to fan favorite Mara Jade. But Mara didn't complete her character arc in one single book. She struggled throughout the entire trilogy, learning to trust, learning what friendship meant, learning that she is worth loving, learning that her past does not define her. Rey needed a 3-part character arc. In The Force Awakens, she struggles to trust anyone. At every opportunity she tries to steal, not believing for a second that she won't be robbed and stabbed in the back by those now claiming to be her friends. When Finn and Han come to rescue her, she nearly falls to the ground in tears, not believing that someone could ever care about her enough to risk their lives. As the film ends, for the first time in her life, she has hope for the future. She has friends beside her, and finds a master who can train her. In The Last Jedi, Rey's new confidence and hope for life would be tested, as the master she trusted was as broken as she used to be back on Jakku. The knowledge that her parents abandoned her would absolutely crush her spirit, nearly destroying her new outlook on life, and her relationship with Finn would be the one single positive thing that she could cling to. Rise of Skywalker would have the Rey that we are familiar with, as she and her husband Finn are both mentally and emotionally at peace after years of learning to trust one another. He pulled her out of her despair and isolation, and she pulled him out of the darkness of the First Order's enslavement. Both of their personalities would be completely different from when we first met them. They smile all the time and love making their friends laugh. Their joy would eventually be tested as Finn is kidnapped by the villain in an effort to turn Rey to the dark side. We see pure fury erupt out of her as her 14 years of loneliness flash before her eyes, the thought of losing Finn, of being alone again, driving her completely to the brink of despair. As the villain thinks he has won, Rey remembers who she is. She is not the lost little abused girl living out in the desert. Finn helped her grow beyond that, and as the Jedi of the past stand beside her, Rey defeats the villain, and she and her husband start a new Jedi Academy on a beautiful forest planet where it rains every day and there isn't one single grain of sand. A movie about space wizards could have portrayed physical, mental, and sexual abuse in a way that was subtle yet effective. The backstory of Rey is one of the harshest I have ever seen, and her overcoming that trauma could have been the most inspirational story ever told. The evidence, while not conclusive, does indicate that JJ originally wrote Rey as a broken character, someone suffering from PTSD as a result of early childhood trauma, severe isolation, and lifelong physical, emotional, and sexual abuse. Unfortunately, her character arc seems to stop at the idea of her being traumatized. Her character suffers nearly no negative consequences of her past trauma. Maybe JJ was forced to give up developing a trauma-riddled character like he initially intended to. Maybe the Disney execs didn't think having a main character suffering through a mental illness was a profitable idea. Maybe her entire character was slapped together in an afternoon, because who cares, it's just a fun flick about space wizards made for kids. I consider Rey to be one of the best examples of any movie of wasted character potential. She could have been so much more. A young woman doing whatever it took to survive, able to trust nobody. A bitter young woman who knows the galaxy is set against her and she can't trust anyone, dealing with the mental issues of child abandonment, abuse, undernourishment, assault, and social isolation. She could have risen above all of that as she found a friend in another person who had been held captive his whole life, someone who was also abused and alone and suffering. Through learning to trust Finn, Rey would have learned for the first time what friendship was, and we'd have seen her transform in the exact opposite way that Anakin did, from a hate-filled, lonely, hurting person to one who is noble and full of hope and love. This woman is incredibly interesting because this is a deep character, not just a two-dimensional plot device that goes where the story tells her to. This is someone you could watch grow and change and become better than they once were. This character could have been groundbreaking. This is what Rey should have been, instead of what we got. The most wasted character ever written. For all of its flaws, the sequel trilogy got one thing right. The origin stories for Finn and Rey were some of the most intriguing I'd ever heard. In a previous video, we examined Rey and how her character may have the most wasted potential that I have ever seen. Now let's examine Finn, the kidnapped child turned brainwashed slave soldier. Let's break down his character, explore the actual personality traits he should have displayed, and discuss the codependent way Finn and Rey's character arcs should have progressed. This is the story of the red herring stormtrooper turned Jedi, played by a fantastic actor who was used as a marketing tactic, then cast aside as comedy relief. This is the story of Finn, one of the most wasted characters in film history. Just like Rey, Finn had a completely inconsistent character arc. He was trained to be a soldier, he remembers nothing of his family, knows nothing but war. He was conditioned to repress his emotions so that he has no trouble killing, and feels nothing when he watches his friends die. Oh, wait, no, that was Winter Soldier I was just describing. But that's basically the character that Finn should have been, trapped in the life of a slave soldier until his friend drug him out. Now, I already covered many ways in which Rey's character was inconsistent with her backstory, and, ironically, Disney seems to be very consistently inconsistent. Finn is haunted by death, but only when the plot needs him to be. Finn is so scared he's willing to abandon Rey to possibly be killed by the First Order, only to then do a 180, go on a suicide mission right into the heart of the cult he had finally escaped from. What changed between here and here? The problem boils down to the fact that just like Rey, Finn had an underdeveloped backstory that doesn't translate into his character's personality. Rey grew up on the brink of starvation, socially starved for attention, having to deal with physical and very likely sexual assault. Rey is one of the most tragic characters ever written, but only in her backstory. That backstory needed to be carried forward so that she deals with that emotional baggage throughout the sequel trilogy. And the same goes for Finn. All we know is that he is afraid of the First Order, and all the evidence we have to go on is this single battle. How is a man raised practically from birth to be a soldier, such a bad soldier? Now, before anybody starts complaining that I'm overthinking or overanalyzing, let's start off by addressing how important this entire topic is to storycrafting. We have been conditioned to accept poor character development, that good storytelling doesn't matter. As long as you were entertained, it was a good film. But a good writer will have thought through the entire backstory of a character, even if none of that story ever comes across on film. The spine of Finn's character is very simple. He's a soldier who doesn't want to be a soldier anymore. The problem is we don't know why. Remember, backstory is important. Backstory defines a character, and the writer is never bothered to actually figure out why Finn has the emotions that he has. We don't see him freaking out before the battle. We don't see him struggling his entire life with the idea of killing. This moment is the crucial defining moment of change in Finn's life. Why did it happen? Finn is a soldier who doesn't want to be a soldier, but why? Steve was tired of being a soldier because he had been fighting non-stop for decades and wanted a peaceful life and a loving wife. Bucky didn't want to be a soldier because he had been brainwashed and was never given a chance otherwise. Remember how important backstory is to Batman. Why does he refuse to kill? Why does he refuse to use a gun? Why is he lonely and haunted and emotionally withdrawn? Because of him. Raison d'etre means reason for being, and it's an aspect of character development that every good writer will address. Batman's entire character boils down to the influence of Joe Chill. Superman's entire character boils down to the influence of Martha and Jonathan Kent. Barry Allen became a forensic scientist and a superhero to try to prevent crime, all because his mother was killed and his father was framed. Dalton Kehoe is a professor with degrees in business, sociology, and psychology. I'm currently going through his lecture about effective interpersonal and organizational communications. And this lecture is really eye-opening. There is so much to our personality, to our decision-making and our actions that we never even realize. He talks about schema, the important framework that we develop as children that dictates how we perceive the world for the rest of our lives. And a huge part of this schema, a huge part, in fact, of who we are, is based not off of intelligent thought and rational decision-making, but off of our subconscious minds and our learned physiological reactions. Now, that seems like an off-topic explanation, but it's important to realize how much of our personality is beyond our control, developed early on in life. The most vitally important aspect of Finn is something we'll never see. It's his past. His past is what defines his personality. His personality is what dictates his actions. And Finn's personality is inconsistent. Finn is witty and loving. He loves making jokes. These are personality traits that would have been severely repressed in a society with this level of extremism. The film tries to play off his change of heart occurring after he's traumatized by seeing death, by how evil the First Order really was. Now, forget for a minute the fact that he was literally raised to be a soldier and kill people. Maybe he's a sensitive soul with a gentle heart that never fully embraced the First Order's mentality. If Finn truly hated killing, this is what his character should have been like. This is how a person acts who truly refuses to kill. But that is not who Finn was. He had no problem taking a life. In fact, he had no problem personally killing a member of his squad that he had grown up with. Now, before we dig into my headcanon for what the wasted backstory could have been, I'm curious if we can figure out exactly what Finn's character arc was supposed to have been. This scene is vitally important. This is when Cap goes from being an entertainer to a soldier. This is when Han decides he cares more about his friends than his own life. This is when Bruce decides what kind of man he's going to be. This scene, the why behind Finn's turn, is vitally important for the audience to understand, so that we can identify with him. He's not mortified by war or by killing. In fact, he rather seems to enjoy it. He's not devastated because he lost one of his brothers that he grew up with and loved. In fact, he happily kills them time after time without a second thought. If at this point he's being influenced by the Force, the audience gets no indication. So what in the world was Finn thinking here? I mean, for all of the evidence we're given, he could be freaking out because he just realized he missed 2-for-1 scoop day at Baskin-Robbins. I can tell you in an instant the mindset of every one of these well-written characters. Uncle wants to protect Zuko and enjoy life's simple pleasures. His change of heart came when his son died. Zuko wants his honor and to restore his birthright, and he has a change of heart when he realizes his destiny isn't decided for him. Sokka and Katara have deep desires to help people and do what's right. Aang is tormented by guilt at running away for 100 years. Toph was coddled like a baby her whole life and yearns for true independence. There are entire episodes dedicating to fleshing out each one of these characters so that the audience will understand them. Just think about all the comparisons out there. The story of how Pikachu had a change of heart to go from hating to loving Ash was better told than Finn's change of heart was.
You'll stay? Mean it?
So, why did Finn change? Based on the evidence in the film, I can only see 3 possible options that explain Finn's change of heart. A, this was his first battle, and he had never seen death before. B, this was his first battle where the First Order openly murdered helpless innocents. Or C, all of the troopers are literally brainwashed, and either the Force or random happenstance let Finn take control again. Now, I think we can instantly rule out B. If this was the very first time that they had murdered innocent people, at least a few stormtroopers should have paused. But none of the other troopers showed any hint of hesitation at murdering innocent civilians. I do not believe this depicts a level of training. I believe that this depicts experience. For this example to have played out correctly, every stormtrooper needed to hesitate when ordered to fire. Every stormtrooper needed to be shocked when Kylo cuts down an old man in cold blood. With these very simple changes, the story's spine would have been abundantly clearer. The First Order has now reached a new level of brutality. Most stormtroopers accept it, but one outright refuses to bow to that level. So what about A? This was Finn's first battle and his first time seeing death. Honestly, this is what the story gives us, and we have plenty of evidence to prove it. He admits he worked sanitation on Starkiller Base, which fired its very first weapons test that same day. This means that Starkiller was under construction until very, very recently, and soldiers stationed there would likely have been there for the long haul as a preventative measure to maintain secrecy. It makes little sense for Finn to have been an elite soldier serving under Phasma herself, and then get transferred to do a 2-week sanitation stint on Starkiller. The more logical transfer is vice versa. Her squad had lost people, so they grabbed the first trooper they saw to fill in her ranks. This perfectly explains Finn's apparent lack of training. He's the only trooper who is completely lost, the only one who has to be guided like a first-day recruit. Everyone else shoots like they were trained to except Finn, because he was a last-minute addition to the squad and had never been trained. He had been cleaning pipes his whole life, never really knowing what the First Order actually was. From this point of view, his panic attack and decision to run away make perfect sense. Now the fear that we see makes sense. Finn's character actually makes a lot of sense to the audience, if he's not a real stormtrooper. And finally, we have C. The stormtroopers are almost literally brainwashed, and the Force helps Finn escape it. Now yes, that is the story that they shoehorned into The Rise of Skywalker, but there is almost zero evidence in this film to prove that Finn was Force sensitive. Logically, Kylo didn't look at Finn because he sensed the Force in him. We have no evidence of that. Finn was the only stormtrooper who was standing around like a lost child not doing anything. That's why Kylo looked at him. Finn didn't hear the voices of the dying Hosnian system through the Force. Even the director never said anything to corroborate this theory. There is no solid evidence to support the idea that Finn is Force sensitive in this film, but I believe that is absolutely the storyline that they should have gone with. Let's examine what I believe Finn's backstory should have been, how he actually should have met Rey, and how their relationship should have changed his life forever. Now, when I began writing the script and digging into the research, I believed that Finn should have been very much like Rey, lonely, desperate, feeling trapped in a life he hated. But I've had to backpedal on that description, because based off what we see in the movies, stormtroopers aren't abused. Okay, yeah, but in general, they seem to be well cared for. It is extremely obvious when you see a soldier who has their basic needs met versus one who doesn't. If we pull up the visual pyramid depicting Maslow's hierarchy of needs, we see in all the areas that Rey was struggling: water, food, proper shelter, physical safety, personal relationships. Rey was struggling with every single basic aspect of human survival. Finn, on the other hand, was extremely well cared for. This is a fundamental flaw in his character that the audience can feel in the back of their minds. Finn never had any reason to hate the First Order. They raised him, fed him, clothed him, taught him. According to the comics, he had friends, they laughed and had fun while working. He would have been indoctrinated since birth, taught that the Jedi were evil, Han was evil, the Rebellion was evil, the New Republic was evil, taught that Palpatine had been noble, trying to unify the galaxy and fix a broken democratic system. In the back of our minds, Finn's reaction to meeting the Resistance fighters makes no sense. Rey, yes, she probably would have heard the legends and idolized these heroes, especially Luke, who was from a desolate desert planet just like she was. But Finn? Wouldn't he have been terrified when Han captured them, having grown up being told propaganda stories about the evil rebellion and their human-eating Wookiee? And what reason would he have ever had for questioning those teachings? Cult members raised from birth rarely question being in a cult. Jedi raised from birth rarely questioned wanting to be Jedi, and soldiers raised from birth rarely questioned wanting to be soldiers. Finn and his fellow stormtroopers were kidnapped at such a young age, they don't even remember their lives outside the First Order. That makes them no different than the clones who were bred for war. From their perspective, it's literally what they were born to do. He has no memory of the outside world, he only knows what the First Order taught him. So why did Finn change? I explained in the last video how Rey's personality doesn't make sense given her harsh backstory, and how the audience can feel this in the back of our minds. But it's not just her, the spine of Finn's character is broken as well. According to the film, Finn is a defecting soldier, desperate to disappear from the First Order's control. Except he doesn't act like a man on the run with a bounty on his head. His dialogue says he's terrified of the First Order, but he doesn't act like he is. So if they really wanted to go with this storyline, how should Finn have acted? Finn first sees Rey when she takes BB-8 to the market, only she's intending to sell him because she's not an idiot child who cares more about a robot than starving to death. Then she gets attacked and Finn helps protect her because he wants BB-8 for himself. Why? Because Finn is a defecting soldier.
Traitor! Traitor!
Throughout history, what has been done to soldiers who ran away? The second he ran away, Finn had a permanent target on his back. He was a marked man. Did these look like the kind of guys who would let one of their soldiers defect? Or would they put out a bounty on defectors and publicly execute any traitors so their soldiers know the cost of disobedience? Finn knows this and suddenly finds a possible escape. He finds out that he has the droid the First Order desperately wants. This droid is his ticket to freedom. If he turns in the droid, they cancel the bounty on his head and let him disappear. So he helps Rey fight and looks for a chance to steal BB-8 from her. The problem is, based on her backstory, she would be even more distrustful than he is, having been cheated and stolen from her whole life. She also finds out how much BB-8 is worth, and also wants to sell him. Now we have a much less stereotypical way for the two main characters to meet and begin their journey together. They aren't brave and noble, fighting against the bad guys. They're distrustful, selfish, and secretly planning to backstab the other as soon as the opportunity presents itself. Now, it probably seems weird that I'm spending this much time covering just the plot of the first 15 minutes of the film, but this introduction is crucial. The motivations these characters show now influences their character arcs not just for this movie, but the entire trilogy. So let's explore a few possible storylines that could have given us much stronger characters to build off of. The fans loved the idea of a stormtrooper turned Jedi, and really, if Disney wanted to go with the whole Luke exiled himself plotline, this is a fantastic way to do it. Because the Master does not have to be the one to train Rey. Students can help train each other. Avatar is a great example. They almost never have a standard mentor character give Aang training. His best friend teaches him and he teaches her. Then his earthbending master is even younger than he is, and his firebending master is only slightly older. This show completely flipped the typical elderly mentor role, much like the flipped classroom model does in the real world. Evidence shows that kids can actually learn better when they work together to figure out a problem. They'll find unique new ways to approach the situation that structured teaching would only inhibit. So the spine of my story runs like this. Finn is a member of an elite squad of Force users being trained by Phasma and Kylo. He isn't just a stormtrooper, he is a very rare and very elite Force trooper who decides to leave the First Order and join the Resistance. Along the way, he meets Rey, a very powerful Force user who doesn't understand her powers. Together they work to reach the Resistance, while Finn teaches Rey the basics of the Force. There are so many ways the filmmakers could have developed the Rey-Finn relationship, and they went with the most bland, predictable possible action-based, not character-based option. The two of them bonding over escaping from the First Order. We don't know why Finn had a change of heart. We don't know Rey's motivation for anything. For the story and their character arcs to have a firm foundation, I think they needed to both make a conscious choice to travel together. This way the audience is able to more identify with each character because we understand why they are doing what they're doing. But JJ skipped that character work and built their foundation off of an action sequence, because he believes the audience doesn't need to know the why, we just need to know the how. And that belief isn't just about mystery boxes. Look at every plot point and you'll see JJ shows us the action, the how, but he almost never shows the character-driven why, the thoughts behind the action. Han left Leia when Ben turned. That action explains why they were apart and moves the story forward. But why did Han leave? Was he ashamed at himself? Was he angry at Leia? Was he actually out searching for Ben? We don't know. What about Ben? Why did he turn to the dark side and kill all his fellow Padawans? We don't know. JJ never gave us the why, only the how. Rey gets access to the Force without knowing how she does it. JJ gave us the action, but not the explanation. Lord Santeca had the map to Luke, presumably for many years. Why did he keep it a secret for so long? Was he scared? Did he not know who to trust? What was his character thinking? We don't know. This idea of the how versus the why is something that I want to pay very close attention to as we explore my ideas for Finn's origin story. Now, Finn didn't have to be Force sensitive. In many ways, his character and the story itself could actually have been stronger if he wasn't. Because one of the bigger messages in Star Wars is that you don't need the Force to be great. Finn could have remained what he was, an ex-stormtrooper turned good guy. He doesn't need the extra validation of being a Jedi to make him special. He has an entire lifetime of military training, insider knowledge, and undercover agent capabilities that only he can provide, and he should have still grown up to become this noble, inspiring, loving man. Because the story of a child soldier not having a magical cheat code, yet still escaping slavery and doing something good with his life, that is incredibly inspiring. But with a little more work and imagination, we could have gotten something even more unique. We could have gotten a story about two lost, lonely souls who both ended up on the path to becoming Jedi, revitalizing Luke's faith in the process. After a lot of thought, I have narrowed down what I think are the best choices for Finn's introduction. Here are 5 different ways that Finn could have met Rey while also deciding to leave the First Order. Number 1, he has an immediate change of heart when he sees his fellow Force troopers happily using the dark side to kill innocent people. so he hides in the village and isn't missed for several hours. Eventually, he needs water and food, so he sets out into the desert looking for another village. There he meets Rey, and he uses his force powers to help her fight off a much larger mob that she couldn't have ever beaten on her own. She is thankful and still distrustful, but offers to share what little food she has. Finn is innocent and scared and sees a similar soul in Rey, so they decide to stick together while they run from the First Order, who are not only chasing BB-8, but also Finn, who is an incredibly valuable asset to them. Finn's future storyline is about finding bravery within himself to stand up to Phasma and Kylo, who terrified him during an abusive life of training. He will be terrified of using his powers again after seeing how brutally the villagers were killed, but he will sense the Force within Rey and begin to train her so that she'll have a fighting chance when Kylo eventually finds them. And as an additional point of drama, without knowing it, Finn trains Rey to use the dark side of the Force, because that's all he knows. At the end of The Force Awakens, both he and Rey go to find Luke, and Luke sees the further consequences of his running away, because without the Jedi, there was no one there to guide these Padawans to the light. Number 2, Finn is knocked unconscious during the battle, and wakes up with the village burned and everyone dead. The bodies don't bother him, he killed several himself. He needs water and food, so he sets off into the desert looking for another village. He meets Rey, recognizes BB-8, and spends the next hour trying to trick, buy, or steal BB-8 away from her, thinking he can restore his honor lost by being so easily bested in his first battle. In this version, Finn stays evil until he falls in love with Rey, and it was that love and nothing else that made him want to leave the First Order. Number 3, Poe manages to escape and steal a shuttle all on his own. Finn is the trooper who flies after him and shoots Poe down, but Finn crash lands as well. Finn goes looking for a town, meets Rey, recognizes BB-8, and sneakily decides to befriend her until he can steal the droid. In this version, we could go with a plot that Finn stays evil until he meets Han and Leia, and begins to learn about the galaxy, slowly realizing that the First Order is a cult who has brainwashed him. In this version, let's say there is no romantic interest between Rey and Finn, just a pure, platonic agape love between friends who are both finally learning what freedom and hope feel like. Number 4, since this was the Force Troopers' first real test, let's say that Phasma and Kylo didn't go down to Jakku, as they wanted to observe how their students reacted to being unsupervised for the first time. Their commanding student is merciless, and Finn is horrified at seeing the brutality that was expected of him. The Force Troopers successfully captured Poe and Lor San Tekka, and brought them back to the Destroyer for interrogation. Finn is still shaken and volunteers to be Poe's assigned personal guard. Finn talks with Poe, while Kylo tortures Lor, and gets information about BB-8. Finn decides he doesn't want to live this life, and agrees to help Poe escape, in exchange for getting Finn to safety in the Outer Rim. Poe makes the tough decision to sacrifice Lor to Kylo, knowing that the map to Luke is more important. Like the film, they steal a shuttle and get shot down, crash landing on the planet. For yet another option, this time Finn and Poe both meet Rey, and they bribe her with the promise of a lifetime of food if she helps get them and BB-8 off the planet. Poe does the flying, and Finn and Rey both man the guns. Now the audience knows the why for every character's origin. Number 5, for this final story variation, Finn is still evil when he meets Rey. He was either knocked unconscious or stranded and is trying to make his way back to the First Order. He meets Rey and recognizes the droid, and tries to bribe her for it with the promise that the First Order will pay handsomely. The stormtroopers arrive and see FN-2187 appearing to collaborate with a Resistance fighter who has the droid they're looking for. Rey attacks the stormtroopers, who shoot back, forcing Finn to run away with Rey and BB-8. Phasma is monitoring a live camera feed and assumes that Finn has turned traitor, immediately issuing a command to shoot him on sight. After they manage to escape, Finn has a complete mental breakdown, his entire world collapsing. The woman who had raised him and the brothers he had trained with had just remorselessly tried to kill him. Rey has dealt with loneliness and abandonment her whole life, and she helps Finn overcome his grief. And together, they wind up fighting for the Resistance, not because it's the right thing to do, but because they know that defeating the First Order is the only hope they have in finding true freedom. Now, in the Rey analysis, I never really delved into the topic of Rey leaving Jakku, and what could have actually persuaded her to do so. Now, we'll have to speculate here, because Rey leaving in the film was entirely out of character. Her first reaction to being shot at was to go find a spaceship and fly off into space, something she had never ever done before. Her speeder bike was right there. She could have very easily run to that instead and gone to hide in her home, which, given the regressed personality we see her display, her running to hide would have actually made a lot more sense. This was another instance of JJ giving us the how, but not the why. Rey needed to get off planet so she could meet Han and the story could progress, but the character herself never actually made any decisions. She's never been off planet, never flown this ship. Why would the character decide to risk her life like this? You'll notice several times in my 5 story examples, I mentioned Finn bribing her with food. And the best explanation I have comes from talking about this subject with a friend who has done a lot of work out of the country. He said, "I don't think people realize how easy it is to control another human being with food. I cannot tell you the amount of extra work and loyalty I could get out of the kids I'd have as stagehands in Latin America by giving them a bag of Skittles, or one of those tiny peanut butter chocolate chip granola bars. Even a cigarette and a Sprite could motivate kids that were physically exhausted to find a new gear of overdrive to get them through the day. But even then, I didn't trust them not to steal from my work box or my backpack. The few times it did happen, they didn't take anything major from me, and I really wasn't that upset. They're struggling to survive, and it's become part of their nature to find every way they think they can get away with to survive." They made it an obvious plot point that Rey was always hungry. Finn needed to have bribed Rey with food. It would have tied in her backstory, shown that he understood what drove her, and helped bring one of her biggest sources of pain to the forefront of discussion. In my analysis of Rey, I pointed out that being abandoned at such a young age was the single biggest defining aspect of Rey's character development. What was Finn's? He's a bit different to analyze. He was kidnapped too young to remember his parents.
I was taken from a family I'll never know.
Rey spent her life waiting and hoping for her family to return, but Finn has no attachment to anyone outside the First Order. So what is Finn's defining character change? It's not leaving the First Order. He doesn't actually change. He's still a killer, he's still taking orders, and he's still fighting in wars. And given his upbringing,
like all of them, I was taken from a family I'll never know, and raised to do one thing.
He doesn't care about good versus evil, so why would he join the Resistance? There is one single defining moment of Finn's life that changes everything, and it's this: falling in love with Rey. Finn was raised in a cold, cruel world. Finn might literally have no idea what a hug feels like, what compassion is, what actual friendship is. What could possibly make this kind of man change? Finn being knocked unconscious, then immediately asking if Rey is alright, makes no sense. Is this how all the other child slave soldiers act? Or just him? And why is he different when Phasma just said he's as normal as all the other child slave soldiers? But all this makes perfect sense, that he would immediately fall head over heels for her and wake up immediately asking if she's okay, because she's quite possibly the first beautiful woman he's ever met. I mean, the First Order seems to have employed very few women, much less female stormtroopers who Finn would have a chance to interact with. What if the only woman he's ever known was Phasma? If so, it would help explain why he was so immediately crushing on Rey. All he's ever known is tough, angry women who yell at him, and she fits that category quite well. But at the same time, why would he immediately run to defend Rey? If he's grown up around super tough women like Phasma, he'd think all women are like this and can fend for themselves. The idea of men immediately rushing to rescue the damsel in distress is from a very old time when women weren't expected to be able to fight for themselves. Now, I'm going to ignore the fact that he's apparently Force-sensitive, partially because we see no real evidence of that in this film, partially because of how canon-breaking it is. Everyone who's Force-sensitive on some level feels it their whole lives. The Force Awakens was written around the premise that one single person, possibly a reincarnation of the Chosen One, the most powerful Force user ever, didn't have full access to the Force until this story begins. And why Rey is cut off from the Force is a very, very important plot point that is never addressed. Why has there been an awakening? Why now? Has every Force user everywhere been cut off from the Force? And now all of them are awakened? Were only the good Force users cut off? Was it only Rey? How was it done? How does she protect herself against it happening again? We can maybe accept that for the first time in history, a Jedi's power has lain dormant for most of her life. An explanation so that a precedent is set would have been great, but I can accept Rey's abilities not being awakened until this moment. But the popular theory that the awakening in the Force referred to Finn as well, that opens too many possibilities. The only thing that makes sense to me is if Finn and Rey were the extremely rare Force dyad, which meant that their midichlorians weren't active unless they were in proximity of each other. But even that feels canon-breaking. It's been well established that the Force is obviously active even in little kids. Plus, the argument isn't that the Force stopped him from being brainwashed, because he was. He did everything his comrades did. He did the same training. He was completely compliant with his brainwashing for 20 years until this moment. So the idea is that the Force awakened in him and made him develop a conscience? First Order soldiers weren't brainwashed out of having emotions. We see anger, pride, even love towards their cause. There are a plethora of better examples we could look at to see indoctrinated, brainwashed soldiers, every single one of whom sold the idea in a better fashion than The Force Awakens gave us. Now, this seems to be a good time to bring up a topic that I absolutely should have included in Rey's analysis as well: nature versus nurture. There are many people who see no problem with the happy, well-adjusted adults these characters grew up to be. These people say it makes sense that some thrive even through tough childhoods to be happy, well-adjusted adults. This is an argument of nature versus nurture. Some people believe that it doesn't matter what evil befalls a person. If they are born inherently good, nothing the world throws at them matters. And yes, I absolutely believe that you are born with certain traits. My brother and I are only 2 years apart. We grew up together as best friends, watched the same TV shows, played the same games, yet we developed very different personalities. He is far more energetic and sociable. I'm quiet and reserved and extremely competitive. I somehow was born with a tenacious competitive streak that he doesn't have, even though current research says that as the younger sibling, he should have been the one with a competitive side. Raised in similar situations, some kids are shown to have been born stubborn. They won't listen no matter what. Some kids are born loving. They'll instinctively care about others. And yes, some kids always manage to find the good in life, even when everything is going wrong. So yes, it's possible that both Rey and Finn could have grown up to be happy in the midst of their trauma. but at the very least, we must admit that both of them turning out to be well-adjusted adults is extremely unlikely, just as unlikely as Finn developing and then recovering from PTSD all within 10 minutes. And this brings us to an interesting point. Should Finn and Rey have equal symptoms of their trauma? Based off of what we've discussed, Finn would have had some major issues adapting to normal life outside the First Order, but he would have been relatively fine compared with Rey. And this disparity in their personalities would have caused a huge power imbalance, at least to the viewer, because we shouldn't allow ourselves to gloss over the gender politics. As infuriating as the topic can be, it's important for a writer to consider how the genders are being portrayed, what underlying message could be interpreted. And even though I dislike nearly everything they did with Rey, I wholeheartedly agree that having a lead female Jedi is a good message for audiences to receive. But since men are almost always portrayed as superior to women in survival situations, and since Finn was far less traumatized, this story would have played out as the noble, strong man helping the weak woman. Now, as I've said, the story I believe they should have gone with was that both Finn and Rey were equally damaged and they needed to lean on each other. The man is not superior, angering viewers with another misogynist character, and the woman is not unrealistically perfect just to shoehorn in a feminist icon. Obviously, every story shouldn't have to worry about tiptoeing around their genders in this fashion, but this film was written to have two main characters. Their backstories and character arcs need to play off one another perfectly, or one will appear weaker than the other. Now, speaking of their past trauma, let's explore Finn's life a bit, and see if we can pinpoint exactly what being a kidnapped child soldier did to him long term. And remember from my previous video, all of my claims for Rey's actual character arc are easily backed up by real-world examples and scientific studies. And Finn is no different. There are literal, real-world kidnapped child soldiers who have been freed and had to readjust to society. These kids have told their stories about what it was like growing up in these armies, and their descriptions are so different from what we are given in Finn's character. Finn wasn't a character that JJ had to create out of thin air. Finn is a piece of all of these young men. Now, ironically, at this point in my research, I honestly got very confused. Was Finn actually better off as a slave soldier? Did it hurt him or help him? Is he traumatized by not having freedom? Or was he fed and clothed and cared for? I think the takeaway here is that Finn is actually Luke. He's well-adjusted, able to joke and make friends. Luke was not worse off from having his parents being dead, and Finn was not worse off as a soldier who never knew his parents. I approached this character analysis assuming Finn was traumatized, but I don't think he was. Let's compare all of the points of trauma I covered with Rey and see how they apply to Finn. Remember, Rey being separated from her parents is the basis of at least half of her trauma. She spends the first movie talking about them, the second movie wondering who they are, and the third running away from her heritage after finding out. Her entire identity was consumed with the idea of having a family. Finn doesn't have that trauma. He knows that he was taken from his parents, but he doesn't remember them. He grew up an orphan, and it's all he's ever known. And he likely saw very few happy family units while he was with the First Order. So it's not even like he would be mourning not having a family. And quick side note, because I'm not really sure where to put this, in my Rey analysis I spoke about her not going searching for her parents was such a huge plot point, and pointed to her childlike mentality. But one thing I didn't consider to analyze was her anger. Probably around the age of becoming a teenager, Rey would have reached the conclusion that her parents abandoned her on purpose, that they were responsible for her crippling loneliness and constant starvation. Combined with her incredibly hard life, that anger would have festered and grown. I think it's highly likely that growing up in these conditions, Rey would never have gone looking for her parents because she was deeply, irrevocably furious with them for abandoning her. And actually, Finn could easily have developed the same mentality towards the New Republic. The First Order spent years kidnapping and raising child soldiers, with the New Republic doing absolutely nothing to stop them. This knowledge could have made Finn hate the New Republic. He would probably be some sort of libertarian, thinking all organized governments were evil and couldn't be trusted. Anyways, that brings us to food. Rey's daily struggle to fight off starvation was another huge part of her character that Finn does not share. Yes, in third world countries, their kidnapped child soldiers would report frequently having little to nothing to eat, but this is a highly funded, well-orchestrated machine running on scientific data that would know the value of proper nutrition. Would they really risk having a soldier crash a $1 billion ship just because his blood sugar was low and he got lightheaded? Finn absolutely had the exact amount of food he needed down to the calorie. He likely had never once in his entire life known actual hunger, a gnawing feeling that Rey had never lived without. Based on the research I did, I would rank Rey's social isolation as the single biggest source of her trauma, even greater than her parents abandoning her. Because guess what? Luke was, in a sense, abandoned by his parents too. But he is not utterly defined by his loneliness like Rey is, because he had a surrogate family, and so did Finn. These kids grew up together. Through the trials and training they endured over the 2 decades of their enslavement, they would have developed a deep bond. Many brothers-in-arms who worked, lived, laughed, bled together, Finn would have never once known the crushing loneliness that tormented Rey's dreams. In the Rey video, I went over the 11 different pieces of evidence we have that may show Rey has regressed to a childlike mentality as a coping mechanism in dealing with her trauma. And we do see a bit of that with Finn as well. Some examples of dialogue that are a bit more towards the childish side. The problem is Finn doesn't really have any childhood trauma to need regressing from, at least from what we can infer from the movie. Now, whether or not Rey was ever actually raped, the odds of her being sexually assaulted in this environment are extremely high. These attacks would have ingrained in her an extreme fight-or-flight response, which helps explain many of her unusually aggressive reactions. As for Finn, it's actually more common than you'd expect in the military. According to this article, about 10,000 men per year are sexually assaulted. But considering the odds of a woman being sexually assaulted is 1 in 4, by comparison it's a safe bet to assume that the average male soldier has not been targeted. So this is another aspect of Rey's trauma that Finn would not share. His only real issue is that he doesn't have any clue how to function in life outside the military, because this is all he's ever known. He's 23 in the film. He spent his entire life with the First Order. And just because they were kidnapped and indoctrinated, that doesn't mean they were abused. These guys were all babies when they were kidnapped. They didn't need to have their spirits broken so they would do what they were told. That's why they were kidnapped so young. They probably aren't beaten and starved. They probably have their own bed, clean clothes. They have a parental command structure that keeps them emotionally grounded. Finn being raised in these conditions would have no reason to fear the First Order as much as he does. They kill their enemies, but Finn is a trooper like them. He would see the situation no differently than the clones. This was his purpose, to fight and kill. Aside from Kylo and Vader, we pretty much never see any abuse of the stormtroopers, because they are a cog in a giant machine, and they need to be healthy and fully operational for the entire machine to function. Yes, Finn was kidnapped as a child and raised as a soldier, but that backstory did not hurt him physically or emotionally. His change would have been completely a mental thing, realizing that he doesn't want to be a cog in that machine, even though from his perspective, that machine had always taken care of him. And speaking of Finn's mentality, while I was talking with Alronix on Reddit, he pointed out an interesting comparison. Rey had spent her life abandoned and alone, thinking she's worthless and not worth loving. She needed to be part of a group that respected and loved her. Finn, on the other hand, had always been part of a group and at the center of violent action, and would have probably been happy mopping floors in some backwater cantina if it meant no more war, no more watching people die, no more constant terror that he's going to die. Rey would have been desperate to have a special destiny, a place in the universe, while Finn is like young Arthur, desperate to put the sword back in the stone and disappear into the background. I'd like to switch back over to Rey for a minute to discuss something I wish that I'd included in her video. I never spoke about her pain. Again on Reddit, I was talking with Here Now Happy about my Rey analysis, and he said, "All this time I've been thinking about her parents being her key defining attribute, but her backstory is a nightmare. If they had actually focused on this element to her, I probably wouldn't have cared about her strength at all. Anyone who could live through that ought to be strong." I replied that one could argue that given her lineage, she had some innate ability to access the dark side, and thanks to her terrible backstory, she has immense reserves of pain and anger that would make her powerful beyond anything we've seen. Happy pointed out that an unfortunate side effect would be her getting weaker the more she overcomes her feelings of anger. The more she is trained to think like a Jedi and not a Sith, the less powerful she would be, similar to Zuko losing his ability to bend after letting go of his anger. Happy also pointed out that Rey is very much like the Captain from Seven Deadly Sins. Her normal power level would be high. She would try to be a good person and not let her pain control her, but when she gets angry, she'd be unstoppable. And honestly, this explanation is perfect to explain so much about Rey. Her extremely tragic backstory, combined with an inherited high midichlorian count, is the perfect explanation for why she is immediately so strong with the Force. Her anger and pain fed the dark side, and the more anger you have, the stronger you are. This is why in the books, Sith apprentices are borderline abused physically and mentally, not just to harden them, but so that they'll have a source of pain to draw from. And Rey had more pain than anyone we've ever met. And while we're on the topic of the Force, let's jump back to Finn. When the first trailers came out, we were hit with a really big bait and switch. A stormtrooper defects and becomes a Jedi? That's a really interesting idea. Psyche the Jedi was another desert-dwelling teenager who was only important due to her lineage. And even though the trilogy did eventually show Finn to be Force-sensitive, they did it in a way that detracted from his personal accomplishment in breaking off the chains of military enslavement, because it turns out that anyone who is Force-sensitive seems to be able to easily escape. As much as I love the idea of a stormtrooper turned Jedi, the idea just doesn't work the way they built up the backstory. Because love them or hate them, midichlorians exist, and they can easily test someone's connection with the Force from a very early age. The First Order has detailed decades worth of data on each soldier. Each and every abnormal action was recorded.
No prior signs of nonconformity.
This was his first offense.
They would absolutely know that all of these soldiers who are defecting were kids who originally tested to have high midichlorian count. Because Force users are some of the greatest warriors in the galaxy, and of course, militaries would test for that trait. Maybe you hate the idea of midichlorians, maybe you despise the idea that the mystical Force can be scientifically qualified and quantified by a simple blood test. But we can't ignore this is canon, and the First Order is obviously very scientifically minded in their data tracking. I think the most likely scenario is that they would have taken all Force sensitives and put them in a special, highly guarded, secret training with the goal of creating Force-wielding stormtroopers devoted to their cause. And what better reason to have Kylo constantly leading ground assaults? He's not just pacing around trying to look like Vader, an actual experienced military commander and tactician. What if Kylo was there to lead, teach, and protect the Force troopers that he was in charge of? This also gives Phasma a ton of extra utility in the story. Why is she the first and only trooper to have this weird chrome armor? Because she's training young Force users how to fight with lightsabers, so she has special armor made from one of the few metals that can repel lightsabers. These Force troopers could be nicknamed Knights or the Knights of Ren, immediately giving Finn, Phasma, Kylo, and the Knights all the utility, backstory, and character arcs that they deserved. If Finn were one of these elite Force troopers who escaped, the plot would have worked way better. Because he was special, one of the chosen elites, he would have had a much more intimate relationship with Hux, Phasma, and Kylo, explaining why they were all so angry with his betrayal. He could teach Rey what he knows about the Force, while she teaches him how to survive without the military to support him. Together, they slowly learn what freedom and friendship and trust feel like. And making Finn a Force trooper doesn't just benefit Finn's character, it helps enhance every other character as well. Phasma doesn't willingly betray her comrades like a coward. Finn uses the Force to make her lower the shields. And now, when they meet later, she is the one furious at him because he used her, and the balance of their power has shifted. Finn being a Force trooper enhances all of his scenes with Maz, Leia, and Kylo. Maz and Leia see the Force in him and sense how conflicted he is. Leia tries to guide him instead of totally ignoring him. Kylo isn't so angry because Finn is some random low-level trooper that turned traitor. Finn was one of very few special students that Kylo personally trained. In fact, given their similar age, they could easily have formed a tentative friendship while Kylo taught Finn about the Force. Finn being a Force trooper enhances Rey's character arc as well. He senses her power and begins to train her as they travel. The problem is he was only trained in the dark side, and with her incredibly hard life, she's steeped in anger and pain. So she latches onto that dark side more naturally than any classmate Finn had ever had. Rey's pain gives her power so much that it even scares Finn and Kylo. When Kylo senses this power, it's part of the reason that he's so drawn to her, just like we saw other Sith drawn to powerful people that they wanted to train. And now we get to see something that the films have never shown us. Two students of the dark side who know that they're on the wrong path seek out the last Jedi Master, someone to train them properly and save them from the darkness. But none of that works without established backstory. No matter how many small hints there might be, Finn is not Force sensitive, because midichlorian tests take seconds to run, and the First Order would have been aware. At best, he would have been closely watched for any hint of non-compliance, and at worst, he would have had his abilities exploited. Possibly the single aspect of these characters that I regret the most is the wasted opportunity in seeing their redemption stories. Rey has one of the most tragic backstories in film history, and Finn was a kidnapped slave soldier who never knew his family. We could have gotten an entire trilogy of slow character development that cemented these inspirational characters forever. By the end of The Force Awakens, they would have tentatively trusted one another, but still not known true trust and love. By the end of The Last Jedi, they would have started to feel complete, as they now had spent 2 movies working together through their combined issues of abandonment. In Rise of Skywalker, they would be married and whole. We would see moments of weakness, but every day, their love would push the trauma of their past just a little further away. Having traumatized characters work through that trauma on screen would have been brilliant. It's the exact reverse path that Anakin traveled. His story showed how a good man became evil. Their story would show how evil people can become good. The sequel trilogy could have been a perfect rhyme to the prequels. With the backstory they chose, Finn should have remained what he was, an ex-stormtrooper turned good guy. He doesn't need the extra validation of being a Jedi to make him special. He has an entire lifetime of military training, insider knowledge, and undercover agent capabilities that only he can provide. And he should still have grown to become this noble, inspiring, loving man. Because the story of a child soldier escaping slavery and doing something good with his life is incredibly inspiring. Disney should never have used Finn as a red herring and promotional tactic, and John is worth far more than the material he was given to work with. And with just a little more work and imagination in developing Finn and Rey's backstory, we could have gotten something incredibly unique. We could have gotten a story about 2 lost, lonely souls who lean on each other to overcome a lifetime of trauma, as both end up on the path to becoming Jedi, and in the process, they help bring Luke out of his seclusion, restoring his faith in the Jedi Order. We could have gotten a realistic sci-fi story about the dangers of extreme isolation, abuse, and how dangerous the trauma of loneliness can be.
Please say hello to me. Please say hello to me.
We could have seen a very unique story, where 2 characters who are lost on their own overcome that traumatic past to build a meaningful life together. Finn could so easily have been groundbreaking, instead of what we got, one of the most wasted characters ever written.
My name is Kylo Ren, and I'm going to rule this galaxy. Grandson of a slave. Heir to the Jedi. Prince of House Organa of Alderaan, last of my people. Nephew to a living legend, son of heroes. But I have a new destiny now. Ben Solo is gone, only Kylo Ren remains. I know that I am a monster, and I embrace it.
And Disney apparently didn't care about developing any of that awesome backstory and instead chose the most uninspired, tragic hero story where they barely even attempt to explain the fundamental question of why these characters are who they are. I have several videos that explore in depth how terrible a foundation J.J. Abrams built for the sequel trilogy. I've proposed that the single biggest mistake that ruined everything was having too much story take place off-screen between episodes 6 and 7. Because while many of us hate the idea of Luke becoming this suicidal hermit, our dislike of the character isn't actually why we hate the story. Our biggest problem with the story is that we don't understand. We can't understand this change that Luke went through because it all happened off-screen. If the sequel trilogy had slowly shown us the fall of Luke Skywalker, just as we saw his father fall, sure, many of us would hate that story decision, but at least we could understand the character, how he went from the most optimistic hero in the galaxy to this. And that explanation applies to almost every aspect of the sequels. We don't understand Han because he became a deadbeat dad off-screen. We can't mentally reconcile these two people are in fact the same character. We don't understand the First Order because we didn't see how they rose to power, and not seeing that struggle makes Leia and her New Republic incompetent failures. We don't understand Snoke's rise to power, and why Luke and his new Jedi Order were incapable of stopping him. We understand nothing because we didn't see any of the vitally important plot points that are the backbone of the sequel trilogy's story. But the single biggest unseen plot point, we didn't see Ben Solo fall. In fact, I'd wager the writers of Episode 7 couldn't give sufficient explanation as to why Ben Solo turned to the dark side. Given Abrams' fascination with the unknown, it seems unlikely to me that he ever intended to explain Kylo's betrayal.
Why so many mysteries? What is it about mystery that I seem to be drawn to? And I was thinking about this, what to talk about.
This story is about a mystery box named Kylo Ren, a mystery box that the writers waited until the very end of the trilogy to open, so they could twist the contents to best fit the prevailing public opinion. Alongside Rey Nobody, the Jedi prodigy, and Finn, the orphan slave soldier, Kylo Ren had enormous potential with one of the most enticing backstories a writer could ever dream of being given to work with. Join me as we delve into one of the strongest characters of the entire sequel trilogy as we attempt to discover who was Kylo Ren really, and how did the venerated Star Wars franchise deliver us yet another of the most wasted characters in film history.
I know what I have to do, but I don't know if I have the strength to do it.
Did you come back to say you forgive me? To save my soul?
Hello everyone, Darth here, and welcome back to another overly analytical video essay. Writers J.J. Abrams and Lawrence Kasdan have said they intentionally wrote Episode 7 to mirror Episode 4, a low-key soft reboot of the franchise for a new generation, and of course they needed a new Darth Vader. So they wrote another intimidating, cloaked, helmeted evil wizard with a memorable voice and cool magic powers. The problem is that these very experienced writers somehow never realized that Kylo Ren simply cannot be written the same way that Vader was written when the story first began. In Episode 4, it doesn't matter who Darth Vader is. It was written as a standalone film with a main villain that needed no explanation. We have a long-standing cultural history of wizards. The bad guys have their Saurumans and the good guys have their Merlins, and the audience needs no explanation because this is how magical fantasy has always been written. Vader is the bad dark wizard to the good white wizards Obi-Wan and Luke. Actually, one could cut out the mystical magic subplot and Vader easily disappears from the story, because the main story of the original Star Wars was always the Rebels versus the Empire, which was intermixed with Luke's classic coming-of-age story. However, Vader was introduced as the classical evil antagonist who didn't need a backstory because this was the first movie that laid the groundwork. Vader was able to be anonymous because the story had no precedent. The audience may have wanted to know more about Vader's backstory, about how he knew Luke's father, about why he murdered him, but that information wasn't necessary at all to understand this story. Fast forward 38 years when Kylo Ren is introduced as the new Darth Vader in the same mysterious fashion in which Vader had been introduced. Only now we find it is entirely impossible to view this character in the same story vacuum that existed when Episode 4 was written. Vader was a brand new character in a brand new cinematic universe that had no established backstory, themes, or precedents. When The Force Awakens introduces Kylo Ren, the Star Wars cinematic universe has had 6 main films, every one of which introduces world building and characters that must remain consistent for this new villain. The same rules of anonymity that were acceptable for Vader's introduction become examples of poor writing when copied over to Kylo Ren. The writers wanted to introduce a mysterious villain who would leave audience members yearning to learn more, but that is so incredibly difficult to do because
I know where you come from, before you called yourself Kylo Ren.
This character was brand new and had absolutely no history to his name. This character is a legacy, with decades of history that define his every action.
That's a big part of his character, is like he is wrestling with the legacy of Darth Vader. And so that's where this conversation gets complicated, because Kylo's whole shit is resting on a foundation of that original story. And so we're not just talking about 2 completely analogous character arcs. Like, we're not just comparing Kylo, Zuko, Darth Vader. We're comparing a character whose fundamental involvement in being one of the baddies is buttressed by the story of the other character we're discussing. And that's really interesting to me. That's why I'm so fascinated by this.
With Luke, we saw how a Jedi can be tempted to turn to the dark side and how it's possible to overcome that temptation. We watched Luke grow from an awkward teenager to become a warrior filled with wisdom, compassion, and strength. Next, we jump back in time to watch Luke's father, Anakin, and we see again how a Jedi can be tempted to turn to the dark side, only this time we see what happens when he takes the easy path and embraces evil. We watched Anakin begin as a plucky child living in slavery, watched as he grew to become a renowned Jedi, powerful and brave, watched as his pride and lust for power drove him to turn against those he loved most. These films were not true science fiction. They were written much more like soap operas, exploring the relationships and adventures of a single family.
It's a family soap opera. I mean, ultimately. I mean, we call it space opera, but people don't realize it's actually a soap opera. And it's all about family problems and that. It's not about spaceships.
The original trilogy is the story of Luke becoming a Jedi. The prequel trilogy is the story of Anakin becoming a Sith. The sequel trilogy is the story of Kylo Ren already being Kylo Ren. Yes, the sequels are mainly structured around the hero's journey that Rey is on, but at its most basic structural level, the sequel trilogy doesn't work because it breaks the mold of the family-centered stories that came before it. The writers tried to force Rey into the Skywalker lineage as a sloppy attempt at connecting this trilogy with its predecessors, but thematically it didn't work. It looked like Star Wars, sounded like Star Wars, and had the characters we remembered from Star Wars, but this trilogy just didn't feel the same as the others did. The further filmmakers take us into a long-running film series, the more effort needs to be taken to keep the work cohesive and the tone consistent, because every minute of screen time is building upon something that came before it. And Kylo will feel different to us, because everyone that came before led us to Ben. As audience members, we don't just see Kylo. We see Han, Leia, Luke, Chewie, the droids. We see a deeply layered history with years of cultural knowledge attached to these stories. Ben Solo is the culmination of every single one of these iconic heroes. We already knew what kind of man this boy would grow up to be. For the most part, a close-knit, loving, supporting family will raise a well-adjusted, loving, supportive kid. Kylo Ren grew up to be the exact opposite of what he was destined to be, and this film gives the audience no idea why. Writers Abrams and Kasdan took that explanation and shoved it deep into a mystery box, leaving the audience to forever speculate what happened to Ben Solo. For such accomplished writers, how could they make such a big mistake in utterly failing to flesh out arguably the single most important character in the entire sequel trilogy? Ironically, in trying to emulate the original film, the writers revealed a significant blind spot in their understanding of that story. They don't understand Darth Vader. There is an enormous difference between a pure villain that exists for no other reason than to be the evil antagonist, and more complex villains that can give alternative viewpoints, making the audience sit back in shock, considering the bad guys are also suffering and doing what they believe is the right thing. Now, I'd argue that most villains we see in Star Wars are of the moderately one-dimensional stereotype, someone not meant for anything other than being a secondary bad guy our heroes can kill in their quest to stop the big bad. The movies give us absolutely no clue as to why Maul or Grievous are so evil, because they were only meant to be short-term, surface-level characters. They never needed their personality or internal motivations explored in order for the story to make sense. From a story crafting perspective, we need almost no explanation for why Sidious is trying to turn Anakin to the dark side. Evil characters do evil things, that's just a given. This is the type of villain that Vader was originally written to be. He was a force of evil, meant to be killed off by our heroes and therefore needing very little character development.
One thing if we're comparing Kylo and Vader is that I like to think about a lot is, why do we ask the questions about Kylo that we don't about Vader? And it's because Vader in the first movie is not presented as a character in conflict. He's a bad guy. He's on team bad. He was on team good, but he was quote unquote seduced by the dark side. And that's the only backstory you really need for that character to work. And there's never any question of him not being on team bad.
No, he's the golem of the Emperor.
Yeah.
Like, until that third film, like he is a faceless, emotionless bad dude.
One of the experiences that I had in watching these movies was in the first movie. You walk in there and you go, and so Kylo shows up, and you're like, oh, so this is the new bad guy who's like cosplaying Vader, and then you have then we have the conflict of, oh, I'm feel the pull to the light, question in the back of your mind, why is he on team bad if he wants to be on team good? And then the whole time I'm thinking, okay, clearly this is the bad guy that we're going to redeem. And I'm thinking this like very early on in the first movie. And then he kills Han. So I'm like, okay, maybe we aren't going to redeem this guy. Now that to me is the want and need that you had talked about, David, which is that he wants to be on the dark side for some reason that we don't know. So he feels that this is the thing that he needs to do. He needs to kill Han Solo to be solidly on the dark side. And so then we get to The Last Jedi, where, quoting Snoke, he is like, that ripped you apart. So this is the Zuko thing of he gets what he wants, but he's not happy with it. And and so I'm like, okay, maybe we are going to redeem this guy. And then only to get to the end of Last Jedi where he's like, no, not only am I still on Team Bad, I am the leader of Team Bad. And at the walking out of The Last Jedi, I'm like, okay, I'm very interested because there's no way we're redeeming this guy because he's the number one bad guy and you can't redeem the number one bad guy. Palpatine cannot be redeemed. Vader can because he's underneath him, but Palpatine cannot. And with nobody above Kylo, until somehow Palpatine returns, there's no way for him to do that either.
The writers made a grave mistake when attempting to recreate a Vader-esque character for a modern audience because Vader and Kylo are two different archetypes of villain. Vader is an emotionless killing machine meant to be feared and revered. Kylo is a lost boy throwing tantrums, crying, and begging his daddy for help. We see such a wide range of emotions from Kylo in his first film, and we have next to no context to explain to the audience why he's feeling what he's feeling. Because the writers treated him like Vader, not realizing that Vader didn't need that character development that would be mandatory for Kylo.
For Kylo, I do think about him on the movie level, but I think about him much more on the trilogy level as a whole. The reason I say that is that if you look at Vader in A New Hope, like that is a character that has to work in just that movie because they didn't know that they were going to do more than just that movie.
Consider the prequels and the story of Anakin Skywalker's fall from the most famous and beloved galactic Jedi hero of all time. We needed so much exposition to cover his transition from chosen one to child murderer. We naturally understand evil people doing evil things. The audience needed no explanation as to how Palpatine could bring himself to so callously condemn Dooku to death. We intuitively understood why Sebulba sabotaged Anakin's pod racer. We never questioned why Jabba kept Han frozen in carbonite, why Krennic had no qualms about kidnapping a child to use as a hostage to force her dad to build a giant death laser that could kill billions of people in an instant. Evil is easy to recognize, and Anakin wasn't evil. He was obviously deeply troubled and needed tons of counseling and some good meds, but it was still very hard for audience members to see this troubled young man as someone evil. Humans as a species are generally very reluctant to accept change. We prefer to stereotype because identifying and cataloging help us understand the world around us. Anakin was presented to us as a precocious boy, fiercely brave, talented, and pure. Lucas had to carefully craft the next two films to bend our perception until we could accept the change as feeling natural.
I will come back and free you, Mom. I promise.
If everyone knows that pizza is your favorite food, have you ever had to explain why you chose pizza as often as possible? If you're like me, they'll just roll their eyes and say, "We already know what you're going to choose." But what about those rare nights when you want something different and everyone looks at you in shock, asking, "Are you okay? Is something wrong? Are you sick?" Because they've mentally labeled you as a pizza eater. And you're deviating from that food subconsciously messes up their mental image of you. Change is something very, very difficult for humans to understand. In fact, in his audiobook on effective communication skills, Dr. Kehoe teaches us that our brains are built to prevent us from changing, because maintaining that internal homeostasis is a natural defense mechanism that keeps us safe. In order for us to feel mentally balanced, we need consistency. We need to know who we are. We need to know what is real, know who loves us, and whom we can always depend upon. If your best friend suddenly decides to quit their job and move to a different country, you may go into literal medical shock for days. Because having your best friend by your side was a level of consistency that protected you. And we have few natural coping mechanisms that allow us to deal with drastic change. This brief view into our psychology and physiology helps us understand our reactions to these characters. This shows us why we can accept Anakin's turn to evil, but why Ben and Luke's stories feel so confusing. If a character substantially changes, and the audience needs to understand that change as part of the overall story, we need to be there every step of the way so we can understand that change. Consider Zuko Crown Prince of the Fire Nation possibly the best redemption arc ever written. The writers gave us hours of carefully crafted character development over 3 seasons that transformed Zuko from pure villain to tragic reluctant villain, to emotionally lost anti-hero, and finally to an outright hero. Meanwhile, the Star Wars Sequel Trilogy tried to have that same redemption story take place by only inferring the necessary character development. As a quick experiment, I've gathered some frequently cited scenes of Kylo that supposedly show his gradual transformation back to the light. Let's examine each and see what the actual text of the story shows.
I'm being torn apart. I want to be free of this pain. I know what I have to do, but I don't know if I have the strength to do it. Will you help me?
Yes, anything.
Fans argue about the meaning of this scene, as he could either be asking for Han to save him and bring him home, or for Han to sacrifice himself so that Ben could stop living a tortured split life and fully embrace his dark side. It's left up to the audience to infer whether he's sad because he regrets what he did, or whether he's sad because he doesn't regret it at all.
You called me a monster.
You are a monster.
Yes, I am.
What does this scene actually show us? At this point, Kylo could either be depressed, saying that he knows he's a monster and wishing he could be saved, or he could be saying that he knows he's a monster and he's accepted that fate. There is nothing in the acting nor in the dialogue that definitively shows the audience what is actually going on inside Kylo's head.
Join me.
Why does Kylo make the decisions he makes here? Does he kill Snoke to protect Rey? Or because he's tired of being subservient? Or does he kill him out of a lust for power so that he could rule the First Order as supreme leader? And when he earnestly asks Rey to join him, what does he really want? Is he in love with her, or is he just feeling a platonic connection? Or is this another manipulation because he already knows that he can't beat her in one-on-one combat?
They're filthy junk traders who sold you off for drinking money. The dead in a pauper's grave in the Jakku Desert.
You don't just have power. You have his power. You're his granddaughter. You are a Palpatine.
What was his reason for telling Rey this secret? Is this his good deed for the day? Or is he trying to cause her emotional distress, hoping she'll run away, since he already knows he can't beat her in one-on-one combat? Or is he really in love with her and he's being open and honest, trying to get her to trust him? Very rarely do we have any idea what's going on in Kylo's head, and his every action is utterly ambiguous in meaning. By comparison, no matter how much we may mock Lucas for his subpar dialogue, there is absolutely no mistaking his character's intentions.
I'm a person, and my name is Anakin. I will come back and free you, Mom. I promise. You're a Jedi too? Pleased to meet you. I care for you too. Only I miss your mother.
How feel you?
Cold, sir.
Your thoughts dwell on your mother.
I miss her. I don't want to be a problem. I don't understand. This is tense! Qui-Gon told me to stay in this cockpit, so that's what I'm gonna do. What will happen to me now?
I haven't seen her in 10 years, Master.
My goodness, you've grown.
So have you. Grown more beautiful, I mean. Protection is a job for local security, not Jedi. It's overkill, Master. Investigation is implied in our mandate. I've thought about her every day since we've parted, and she's forgotten me completely. I don't like just waiting here for something to happen to her. I don't sleep well anymore.
Because of your mother?
Just being around her again is intoxicating. I thought I already did. You're the closest thing I have to a father. I am truly thankful to be his apprentice. In some ways, a lot of ways. I'm really ahead of him. I'm ready for the trials.
That must be frustrating.
It's worse. He's overly critical. He never listens.
Suddenly, I'm afraid.
This is my first assignment on my own. I am too. You're exactly the way I remember you in my dreams. I agree with her. I think the Republic needs you. I'm glad that you chose to serve. I don't like sand.
No. I shouldn't have done that.
I'm sorry. I don't think the system works. We need a system where the politicians sit down and discuss the problem. From the moment I met you, all those years ago, not a day has gone by when I even thought of you. I'm in agony. I can't breathe. You are in my very soul, tormenting me. I will do anything that you ask. If you are suffering as much as I am, please tell me. You are asking me to be rational. That is something I know I cannot do. Believe me, I wish that I could just wish away my feelings, but I can't. Your presence is soothing. I'm sorry, I don't have a choice. Where are you going? To find my mother. I will even learn to stop people from dying. I killed them all. They're dead. And not just the men, but the women and the children, too. I wasn't strong enough to save you, Mom. I won't fail again. But you heard Master Windu. He gave me strict orders to stay here. Not again. Obi-Wan's gonna kill me. There, put the ship down! I can't leave her! I'm taking him now. No, my powers have doubled since the last time we met, Count. I shouldn't have done that. It's not the Jedi way. The happiest moment of my life. You're so beautiful. No. No, it's because I'm so in love with you. I won't let this one become real. I won't let these visions come true, Master Yoda. How can you be on the Council and not be a Master? History of the Jedi, it's insulting. The Chancellor is not a bad man, Obi-Wan. He befriended me. He's watched out for me ever since I arrived here. You're asking me to do something against the Jedi Code. Against the Republic. Against a mentor and a friend. That's what's out of place here. Is it possible to learn this power? I feel lost. I'm not the Jedi I should be. I want more. And I know I shouldn't. I won't lose you, Padme. No, I promise you. More and more, I get the feeling that I'm being excluded from the Council.
Are you going to kill me?
I would certainly like to. I'm going to turn you over to the Jedi Council. I need him! Just help me save Padme's life. I will not betray the Republic. My loyalties lie with the Chancellor, and with the Senate, and with you. I won't lose you the way I lost my mother. I am becoming more powerful than any Jedi has ever dreamed of. And I'm doing it for you. To protect you. And together, you and I can rule the galaxy. Make things the way we want them to be. Don't make me kill you. Then you're my enemy. You underestimate my power. I hate you!
Just look at the dialogue Lucas chose for Anakin. In almost every scene, he's an utterly open book, explicitly painting a picture for the audience, showing us exactly what he's feeling and what action he's going to take next. By comparison, Kylo is shrouded in ambiguity, his dialogue having multiple interpretations depending on each individual audience member's point of view. It's not until after Episode 9 comes out and his story is concluded that we're able to look back and mold those inferences to fit the character that Kylo became. Because he was redeemed, of course he was asking for help. Because they kissed, of course those earlier scenes show he was falling in love with her. Kylo's character arc only makes sense when you view it in reverse. And that's not how it's supposed to work. A proper character arc is supposed to lead the audience from point A to point B to point C to point D without being ambiguous.
His arc, it fits perfectly with the one word that I would use to describe the sequel trilogy as an individual movie and and scenes and as a whole, which is that it's contrived. The whole thing is contrived, and it's like they wanted to move in a very specific way, and the characters are forced into these positions that they might not naturally be in. Or A doesn't lead to B leads to C. It's A leads to B leads to F. And then he's redeemed.
Yeah, and it's sort of, there's an artifice to it. The way that I think I described them when they were coming out is like you could see the seams of it in a very specific sort of way. And I feel like some of the Marvel stuff has a bit of that problem where you can feel them going, okay, but next time these characters need to be here, so let's just kind of sweep them into the positions they need to be in.
Plot points can be mystery boxes, but a main character's arc should not. A character arc is an absolutely measurable, verifiable, observable transition utilizing a well-established writing process. Kylo Ren does not actually have a character arc. It is completely contrived. The story infers his character has changed, but if they had ended the story with Kylo dying here and Rey defeating Palpatine on her own, all of these other scenes would still have fit. Now he's outright admitting he's a monster. Now he's not in love with Rey, he was just manipulating her. All these scenes that meant one thing had he been redeemed suddenly mean something completely different. Now, yes, sometimes it can be really, really cool to have a twist at the end that utterly recontextualizes every scene that came before. But for the most part, we expect character arcs to be linear, relatable, observable, understandable. Lucas built hours of character development for Luke and Anakin, as he painstakingly showed how each got from point A to point B. We saw Anakin's journey because we needed to in order to understand. Lucas could have written the prequels to all take place a couple of years before Anakin turned to the dark side, but then we wouldn't have seen his childhood in slavery, wouldn't have seen his mother die, wouldn't have seen how much sense his transformation actually made. Once we take a step back and see how little character development Kylo actually undergoes, I would argue that the sequel trilogy is not about Kylo Ren being redeemed. If we stop inferring and observe what the text definitively shows us, Kylo Ren's entire observable, verifiable character arc occurs in the last portion of the last film of the trilogy. He goes from trying to kill Rey to being willing to die for her, all because he had an imaginary conversation with his dead dad.
Reverse roles, and now he's coming at her. And kind of forgetting that he was there to recruit her. And he's like,
he just gets really into the sword fight.
Yeah, he just gets really into it. And now I'm going to kill you. And it's Leia, his mother, that intervenes and prevents him from killing her, which allows her to stab him. And you talk about, this moment of realization of somebody caring about me, your own mom sells you out to save this girl.
Jesus Christ. Yeah.
In fact, as nonsensical as the idea is, one could argue that the only explanation supported by the text is that when Rey healed his wound, she also healed his evil heart, which we could have an entire theological discussion on that topic, but suffice it to say, allowing Force healing to cure evil is not a premise that should be given much merit. So I'm curious if you've ever heard this, David, that did you notice when she heals him from the stab wound that it also heals the scar on his face? So no. The implication that some fans have gone with is that when she healed him, she healed everything, And at that point, she literally healed whatever was evil in his heart.
And that takes away the decision, which is the most important part of a redemption arc.
That sucks so bad. But that being said, if someone could force heal my depression away, let's do it. Like, what are we doing? Like,
I would say that that interpretation of her healing his soul with the or if you want to call it that, with that action fits perfectly with what they were doing with Kylo's character, in that nothing was his fault. That, you know, you have that's the part of the arc, or the two pivotal moments of a fall and redemption arc that is missing from Kylo, is that he does not have the decision to go to the dark side, and he does not have the decision to go back to the light. It is his heart was turned by Snoke, quote unquote, and then you have the misunderstanding with Luke, which makes him like go crazy and kill everybody. Now, like, you could say, like, you know, that the moment of decision is when he's kills Harrison Ford, but that's too late in my opinion. Like, for Anakin, the moment of decision is he's faced with a breaking point decision in Return of the Sith, or no, it's Revenge of the Sith, where you've infected me, David, but like where he's got to choose between you know, saving Palpatine and potentially losing Padme, he thinks. So he makes a decision. I'm going to be on Team Bad in order to save Padme. He does it for sympathetic reasons, you know, or he does the wrong thing for the right reasons, etc. And then he makes a decision to like save Luke. So there's a decision on both ends, and Kylo doesn't really have that on either end, which is part of the reason why I think like his arc doesn't quite work.
The original trilogy covers Luke's rise, the prequels cover Anakin's fall, and the sequels cover Kylo's redemption. That outline could have led to something beautiful, but too much about Kylo's mindset is locked up in JJ's beloved mystery box. Kylo has no raison d'etre except what the audience infers. I've heard some amazing suggestions from viewers that fully explain Kylo's personality and give his character deep complexity. The problem is that the films themselves treat Kylo as a mystery box not to be opened until the end of the trilogy.
I think there's a potential in the Kylo Ren character in what we get. They could have written a character who doesn't know what his deal is and he's trying to work it out. But instead what it comes across as is the writers not knowing what his deal is. And I think there's a really important, like, there's an important distinction. One is how we perceive the character. The other is how the character is constructed on page. Darth Vader is a guy who we ask the question, why would he ever be on Team Good? Whereas Kylo Ren is a guy where we ask the question, why is he still on Team Bad? And so they're kind of like oppositional in their introduction of like where they fit into the moral universe of Star Wars.
Just to clarify that a little bit, for Vader, that is not a question until maybe the third movie.
Correct.
It is a question for him, but probably not until the third movie. Not a question at all in the first movie.
Kylo is written as if he's a character embodiment of Schrodinger's cat. The text hints that he's in turmoil, torn between good and evil, but the story refuses to definitively state which way Kylo is leaning. Kylo acts torn when confronting his father, then after killing him appears to be completely at ease with his actions. Every time his father is brought up, Kylo appears neither bothered nor ashamed. Snoke's dialogue says that Kylo's spirit has been split, when in reality, Kylo appears perfectly centered and fairly rational in every scene since his father's murder. Kylo appears hesitant to kill his mother, indicating he's not fully evil, but after she's killed in front of him, all he feels is anger at being told to turn around and fly home.
Cover you at this distance. Return to the fleet.
Episode 8 ends with Kylo completely losing all composure and embracing his rage. Episode 9 begins with him appearing completely calm and in control of his emotions. Then he suddenly cares about his mom dying, even though he was recently contemplating murdering her. Kylo embraces the dark side in episode 7, embraces it further in episode 8, and is completely consumed by it in episode 9, until the writers decide to redeem him, as the film artlessly tries to shoehorn in some semblance of a last-minute character arc. People take the moments of confusion that Kylo experiences and say those moments represent the beginnings of his redemption. Admitting he's a monster is not the same as trying to no longer be one. Deciding not to kill his mother is not the start of his path back to the light. In fact, look to just before Leia dies and review all Kylo's screen time, all the way back to the beginning of episode 1. The only character growth that we can factually point to in the text is him deciding to overthrow Snoke and become Supreme Leader. Which, side note, isn't actually a change at all. He begins the trilogy by being in charge of troops in battle, and then ends the trilogy wearing the same clothes, using the same weapon, commanding the same troops in the same fight. There is arguably no discernible difference in his personality, leadership style, dark side abilities, or personal relationships between when he was just Kylo Ren and when he becomes Supreme Leader. Aside from blatantly physically abusing his underlings, these likely weren't things Apprentice Kylo would have done.
Two were accompanied by a guard.
But I'm also not sure if I could argue that these actions show character growth, as they feel too random to be intentionally placed as part of an intentional character arc.
Instead, he kills his boss, and then is a baddie, so we don't feel particularly bad about it. And then takes over the Empire. It's a structural move, and I mean in the universe, it's a structural change for him instead of a personal change for him. And I think the film thinks it's a personal change, but it really isn't. He is the same dude as Supreme Emperor or Supreme Leader as he was as the underling. He just doesn't have any boss anymore. He's still a whingy teenager or whatever.
This trilogy isn't really about growth or redemption. Kylo Ren starts episode 7 the same way he starts episode 8, the same way he starts episode 9. He is the bad guy in charge of the bad guy army and is calm and confident and powerful. Now, as I said before, I think that the writers' misinterpretation of Vader's character is a big contributor to Kylo being written so poorly. In the original films, Vader's redemption arc suffers from the exact same ambiguity problem as Kylo's. If we briefly take off our nostalgic rose-colored glasses, Vader's actions also have multiple meanings depending on the audience's interpretation.
This boy is the offspring of Anakin Skywalker.
How is that possible?
He could destroy us.
He's just a boy. If he could be turned, he would become a powerful ally. He will join us or die.
Here he could either be a full villain, totally prepared to murder his son, or he could be in shock, heartbroken, and willing to do anything to have Padme's child by his side.
I am your father. Join me, and together we can rule the galaxy as father and son.
Here he could either be manipulating Luke, wanting to use him as a tool to gain more power, or he could be honestly pleading with his son to join him.
It is too late for me, son.
Here he could either be on the verge of true change, or he could be legitimately telling his son, "I will always be evil no matter what." In fact, after reviewing every bit of dialogue the text gives us, I'm willing to go down fighting that Vader's redemption moment comes completely out of nowhere. I mean, just 5 minutes before his redemption scene.
So, you have a twin sister. Obi-Wan was wise to hide her from me. Now, if you will not turn to the dark side, then perhaps she will.
Vader heartlessly taunts his son by threatening to corrupt his own daughter. As much as I want to pretend that the original trilogy is a carefully crafted, complete masterpiece, Darth Vader himself was never meant to be redeemed. Look at any early versions of the scripts for Episode 5 and Episode 6, and you'll see that not only had Lucas not yet decided that Vader would be redeemed. He hadn't even decided that Vader and Anakin were the same person.
So when I got down to the second film, I had to make a decision about whether I was really going to go through with this thing of him being his father, and finally decided that.
This is why, if you view the movies in chronological order, you'll likely be confused by Vader's lack of emotion. You'll see how much he loved Padme, and then see that same person not react whatsoever to the knowledge that his children have survived. In fact, we see no verifiable emotional response from Vader at all until almost the end of Episode 6. And that's because it was at that point that Lucas decided Vader would betray Palpatine and be redeemed. Likewise, Leia wasn't always Luke's sister. The other that Yoda referred to in Episode 5 was going to be a brand new character, Luke's sister, who was going to be introduced in Episode 6. Lucas, contrary to public perception, did not have a firm outline for these stories and how the characters would fit within them. In summation, I don't believe we can infer anything from this dialogue except that Vader spoke the truth. By examining the text, we see that Vader was a pure villain, and every bit of dialogue was a calculated temptation to motivate Luke towards a particular action. Vader's redemption moment is completely and utterly lacking a proper character arc, except one which the audience retroactively infers. And in trying to copy Vader, it appears the writers of the sequel trilogy made the exact same mistakes with Kylo. Both villains had no pretext, no clues, no observable, demonstrable change in their personas, no actual character arc leading up to their change of heart. Both these characters were written very, very badly.
The only reason people would say that Darth Vader's redemption arc is so iconic is just because the character itself is so iconic. That's, I think, it. It is Zuko's is a far better redemption arc just because it's so complete in its entirety, like from beginning to end. It's the whole thing.
I was just going to say something that I really appreciated was Rye throwing out the word atonement, because at some point I have long planned to do a video that was entitled Redemption Isn't Real, because it always bugged the stew out of me that people talked about these redemption arcs. And I'm like, Vader is still a mass murderer. He was not redeemed. Like, depending on what, maybe like biblical definition of redemption you want to go with. But then when you start using the word atonement, and I was like, that's what I'm thinking about now. Cause like there's such a significant difference in saying that Vader changed and he decided I'm not going to be a bad guy anymore, but that does not mean he is redeemed. Like redemption signifies atonement, I think, in a whole lot of people's minds, and it shouldn't. It maybe we should have like a different word for redemption arc, because it's not like people think it means atonement arc, but it doesn't. It's like, and I loved your description where you were saying that he has to have that act of atonement that comes after the redemption. But I think in the general viewer's eyes that those are really commingled.
Well, like I said, I think there's three key elements right there at the end, where it's you have the decision and the act, and then you have the atonement, and then you have the acknowledgement. The acknowledgement by somebody on Team Good to go, hey, you're not a bad guy anymore. Even though you might still be a terrible, terrible person. And that brings in one of the most interesting things that I've ever read about redemption or characters, etc., is that you think about Anakin killing the younglings, right? Or
all the time. I think about it all the time. Yeah.
It's a great scene. Or like my understanding of that is like I wasn't paying too much attention at the time. But my understanding of that was a lot of people were really not fans of Anakin killing the younglings, and it is to me like a huge turn for that character. And if you look at his fall arc, in that movie, he goes way over to the dark side way too quickly. I think it would have been a little bit better if like the clones had done that and he was just there going like, that's regrettable. But instead of like Master Skywalker, what are we gonna do? And then like he like lights the sword. It's the question of and then you think about Kylo massacring the village in the very first scene that we meet him in, is when does a character become irredeemable? And the answer to that question I thought that I found that I thought was really interesting was that a character becomes irredeemable when the audience no longer wants them to be redeemed. Like there is nothing, like if you think about it, Kylo ruled the galaxy terribly for a year and did awful things, but he can still be redeemed. He doesn't get to live, but he still can be quote unquote redeemed because we want him to be redeemed. Maybe he's not totally comfortable with being on team bad, but he no longer feels worthy of being on team good. And then we have the throne room fight and everything, and then he is faced with a decision, a breaking point. He has to, at this point, go one way or the other, and he decides to kill the Emperor, and that puts him on team good. That is his redemption act, but is not his act of atonement, which is the thing that comes after the redemption decision. His act of atonement, because this is a fast arc, is that he has to die. Same with Kylo. It is the only way to accomplish a fast redemption arc, because he's done terrible things. He cannot be on team good without doing what Zuko does and atoning for all the stuff that he's done to everybody. And that's not possible. And especially, not only is it not possible, but it's definitely not possible within the confines of the last 10 minutes of the movie. So he has to die. That is his, there's no greater sacrifice that he could make. So that is an acceptable act of atonement. He dies. But before he does that is one of the other really key elements of a redemption arc, which is the acknowledgement that you are no longer on team bad, which comes from Luke when he help me take this mask off. And to put this in a different perspective, I want to cite the exact same kind of arc in a different movie, which is Thor Ragnarok. Y'all have seen that?
Oh yeah. Absolute banger.
I love that. It might be my second favorite of all the Marvel movies. But who's the guy from The Boys in that?
Kylo Executioner is the character.
So he has a redemption arc very similar to Vader's, and then it has to be fast, and it's also like he joins with Queen, what's her name? Hera, I think. I don't remember her name, but. And he's not comfortable with being on team bad. You can see this like very early on, which is, I think, what Darth is looking for in Vader's arc. Like we don't really get that Darth Vader's uncomfortable until possibly the catwalk scene. But he's not comfortable with being on team bad in Thor Ragnarok. And then he is faced with a breaking point decision where, he sneaks onto the ship, and that's not him leaving team bad. But that's not his act of redemption right there. But he's faced with a breaking point decision. They're like the zombies are coming up the ship, and he pulls out the M16s and he fights them off. And then you get Thor giving him a little head nod. That's the acknowledgement. And then Hera kills him. That's the atonement. So it's the same sort of situation, is that this is a very fast redemption arc.
Abrams and co-writer Chris Terrio believed it wouldn't work for Ben Solo to go on living after the atrocities he committed as Kylo Ren.
Like if you were like, man, we really beefed it with Kylo, he definitely can't be redeemed. Don't redeem him. And I think that's the challenge, is like they kind of kept the constituent parts of Trevorrow's script and then changed things to be more marketable or less risky is maybe a better word of saying.
Maybe JJ was mentally stuck on recreating the Star Wars he grew up with, and like many of us, he had just never taken a step back to examine how much sense that original story actually made. Although for the life of me, I don't understand how the writers fleshed out Kylo's character without comparing his arc to other similar redemption stories. We see Bucky go from an honorable man to a brainwashed killing machine, to someone so tormented by his past that he spends all his time running away, and finally we see him develop into an actual hero trying his best to live with his past mistakes. Or consider Gru from Despicable Me. We see a slow, verifiable, observable character arc as the kids take him from a pure villain to whatever this is. While writing Kylo's character arc, Abrams could have examined the Grinch, a chaotic, evil, lonely being that slowly discovers joy and friendship. But does the Grinch's heart grow 3 sizes suddenly out of the blue, with the audience having to infer why he changed? No, the text shows us exactly why he changes. Ebenezer Scrooge needed 3 separate magical lessons in order for him to truly understand how bad of a person he was. By comparison, Kylo was trying his best to murder Rey, and minutes later he's suddenly Ben Solo again. The writers could have examined Vegeta or Piccolo, pure villains turned anti-hero turned reluctant actual heroes, a transition that took years over multiple main stories. Jaime Lannister, Theon Greyjoy, the Hound, Megamind, there are so many examples of character arcs that the writers could have drawn from as they crafted Kylo Ren's story. And what's one vital aspect every one of these characters has in common? Their character arcs aren't ambiguous. The audience doesn't have to infer their motivation, doesn't have to guess whether they're lying or not. The text makes it absolutely clear, but with Kylo we are left guessing. Kylo's mindset, personality, motivations, dreams, desires, these all must be inferred, and are enormous gaping holes in a story that's supposed to be a family-style soap opera centered around the characters. Look back to the other films and consider how often we see scenes being driven by emotional growth.
Where are you going? To find my mother. I wasn't strong enough to save you, Mom. I won't fail again. I won't lose you the way I lost my mother.
The sequels take characters from place to place as a means of advancing the plot. Lucas was taking characters from point A to point B in order to progress their character arc. Anakin didn't go hunt down the Sand People because Lucas needed an epic chase scene. Anakin had to go because his character arc demanded the utter grief of losing his mother. Why did this scene have to happen? The purpose wasn't they needed an epic lightsaber fight, although that was a nice byproduct. This scene needed to happen as an integral part of Anakin's character arc. He's overly cocky about his skills and he needed to be humiliated to further his anger and journey towards the dark side. This scene shows them falling in love and gives us insight into Anakin's opinion of politics. This scene shows us the betrayal he felt being asked to spy on his mentor. Lucas uses the natural progression of the plot to simultaneously deliver character progression that feels just as natural. By comparison, why did Kylo Ren follow Rey to the Death Star and fight her on the bridge? As we've already shown, very little in his character arc is actually changing. Nothing is mandating his presence. Kylo is only here because the plot demanded he be. The writers needed the Wayfinder destroyed, needed Rey to run away in exile, needed the ghost scene with Han to happen, and needed Ben Solo to be redeemed. Those are the reasons Kylo followed Rey to this planet. Plot-driven motivation, not character-driven motivation. This line of thinking now leads us to the most pivotal question in the entire sequel trilogy. What drove Ben to the dark side?
Father's heart
What drove Ben Solo to the dark side? Everything starts here. If Ben doesn't turn, Luke doesn't leave. If Luke doesn't leave, the First Order doesn't rise, which the opening crawl explicitly states. If Snoke doesn't gain power, the New Jedi Order continues to grow, and Leia is never ousted from the New Republic, giving her more time to unify the new Galactic Senate. The entire spine of this story is built upon this single transgression, the foundation of the entire sequel trilogy and of every story that will follow after is Ben's fall to the dark side. And why did he turn? Examine the story we actually see on screen, and we can only guess at the meaning behind his actions. In trying to figure out Kylo's motivation for actions he took off-screen, I am convinced that the writers never truly slowed down enough to properly write the spine for this character to decide what motivates him for good or bad. Maybe the problem really was the writers too closely copying Vader's introduction, not realizing that the two villains are nowhere near interchangeable. Maybe the problem was the corporate suits not giving them enough time to write, so they put off fleshing out anything they knew they couldn't fit into the movie proper. Whatever the reason, the result is clear. Kylo Ren's missing backstory is a poison, a toxic, necrotic, malignant cancer that sucks the life out of every piece of story that Kylo touches. This video and others I've made tend to be extremely critical of these writers' competence, so I do want to add the disclaimer that, from first-hand experience, I understand how difficult writing actually is. Our friend group made films as a hobby, and we would spend hours arguing about whether this bit of dialogue or that costume or this bit of choreography made sense. Every draft of your script will have multiple revisions requiring dozens, even hundreds of hours of work. And then, on the day of filming, you'll discover a completely different way to shoot a scene and have to rewrite it on the spot.
Point. I was rewriting the script as I was shooting the movie, and it was during the shooting that I came up with this idea of having him not be in the end of the movie. Say he, in the beginning, was a little taken aback.
Every scene has to be something within your actor's skill sets. Every scene has to make sense for the story, but also fit within the production budget. Every plot point and character decision has to make sense. Not just at this moment, not just within the context of this film, everything must also be in balance with any prequels or potential sequels. The writers had to know Aragorn's backstory and genetic lineage to know how old he was in order to properly write this scene. The writers had to know Aragorn's family history in order to craft his personality in the present, which set up his character arc wrapping up in the future. Writing a cohesive, entertaining 2-hour movie script is an immense challenge, and writing something that lays the groundwork for the next chapter in one of the biggest franchises in history is a truly Herculean task. But it's far from an impossible one. Know where the story came from. Know the story you want to tell in the present, and know where that story will go in the future. Your character arcs will flow much more naturally when you have an outline, a cohesive vision that unifies everything. For deeply complex characters, however, I would argue that knowing their past and potential future isn't where a good writer would stop. If you are writing the character of John Coffey, you don't just need to know a bit about his backstory and the fact that he'll die tragically at the end. You need to know him. How will he react when he's afraid, when he's angry, when he's sad? Who are his friends, his enemies? What are his unique skills? What are his dreams and ambitions? Which leads us to a rather unique analogy of approaching character writing for film: Dungeons and Dragons. In role-playing games, each participant has a character sheet, which might look something like this. It gives information about the character's skill sets, personality traits, ideals, relationships, and morals. Once you've spent some time really trying to figure out the who, the how, the why behind Kylo Ren, it becomes obvious he wouldn't be a good playable character because his sheet is incomplete. Here is a very basic checklist that I threw together as I imagined what types of things I would need to know about a character in order to fully understand them. Let's apply this checklist to Kylo and see how fleshed out his character really was. What can we definitively see regarding Kylo's personality without having to infer? He appears to be extremely honest and open with his feelings. He considers himself a monster and readily admits it. When he wants something, he outright asks for it. He immediately goes to tell Snoke that Rey was stronger than he was. Even knowing it would get him in trouble, he still told the truth without hesitation. When he was emotionally torn apart, trying to decide between good and evil, he didn't even try to hide his feelings. He openly cried and appeared unashamed of expressing those feelings. The writers did well here in showing us Kylo's personality, but leave us with the issue I stated earlier. We don't know why. Villains normally lie to the hero, and when they unexpectedly tell the truth, it's usually either a trick or that truth-telling is a unique character trait. So even though the writers did a good job with depicting Kylo's honesty, we don't really know what interior motivation is prompting that honesty. Likewise, we know that Kylo is incredibly driven and focused. First, he was Luke's top student, then he was Snoke's. No matter who his master was, Kylo was a hard worker and was consistently successful. But the same question arises. Why? What is driving him to perform at these levels so consistently? Does he simply want more power? If so, why? Or is he extremely insecure and he needs to succeed at his job in order to fulfill his own sense of self-worth? We also see that Kylo has severe anger issues, which continuously drive him to destroy valuable equipment, costing the New Order repair time and resources for no other reason than Kylo cannot control his temper. But why? Is he angry at Luke or angry at himself? Is he mentally imbalanced and doesn't understand what he's doing? Or does he truly enjoy letting himself fly off the handle? Was he really in love with Rey, or was he just lonely and needed a friend that understood the same power that he had? Or was this a magnetic attraction related to their dyad bond, and he really had no choice in the matter? Is Kylo actually evil? Did he really turn wicked because Luke considered killing him, or was he already immoral and used that action as a weak excuse for him embracing his inner darkness? Does he truly enjoy killing people, so much so that he keeps a barrel of his victims' ashes by his bedside? I mean, you don't see it on film, but part of the backstory that they built, if you recall the scene where he actually takes off his helmet and Rey's tied up on that table thing, and he puts the helmet into this bin, which is filled with like dust, and the dust billows up when he smacks the helmet down, right? So the original intent with that is literally the vat of ashes of everyone that he's ever killed, and he's taken their bodies, burned them, put all those ashes into this big urn thing, and he literally kept that scene was originally shot in his bedroom because he keeps the ashes of everyone he's killed next to his bed. And then they took that and put the big ash thing in the room where he was interrogating Rey because it worked better for the taking off the helmet scene. So they had some stuff in there where you were like, wow, this dude is messed up. But they didn't want to go that far, whether Disney wouldn't let them or whatever. So
that's like,
well, just to chime in there, like the not letting him go that far. He's introduced murdering a village full of people.
Fair.
That is his introduction scene.
Fair. The writers did a decent job of depicting certain aspects of Kylo's personality, but they obviously did not dig at all beneath the surface to answer the fundamental question of why he had those personality traits in the first place. It's like deciding that Captain America would be humble without putting in the legwork to develop Steve's character, where he grew up as a sick weakling. For this first section on mindset and personality, we see that the writers tried. They knew the big picture points that they needed to hit, so the character didn't appear completely flat. But they didn't know how to delve deeper, to truly make Kylo three-dimensional, so his actions resonate as believable to the audience. Now, defining a character's skill set is important in a unique way. This falls under the category of things the writers need to know, but that might never be important to this story. In one of our podcasts, David talks about how, as a writer, in every scene you have to know what's in the character's pockets. You need to know what they walk into a room with, and that doesn't just apply to knowledge or skills or weapons. It could be little things like a matchbook they found 3 scenes back that's still in their coat pocket. That matchbook may never actually be used for anything, but the writer needs to know it's there, because if the writer doesn't remember it's there, then the character can never remember. This same mindset applies to the development of a character's skill set. As a writer, you need to figure out what skills your character is born with, has already learned, or will learn before the story is over. If you don't mindfully approach this section of the character structuring process, you end up with 2D characters like Rey, whose skill set constantly appears to develop out of nowhere. Did JJ know ahead of time that Rey was a great pilot? Or was she a great pilot because he wrote a scene that required her to know how to fly? Did JJ have planned ahead of time that Rey could speak Shriwook? Or was the skill thrown in for the sake of a quick joke? Did Ryan consider how desert-dwelling Rey would know how to swim? Or was she able to swim because he built a scene that demanded she know how? Was Finn a secret genius that understood how both Starkiller Base and hyperspace tracking worked? Or did he have those skill sets because that's what the scenes demanded? Was Rey always a mechanical genius who could build a working spaceship from decades-old garbage? Or did she not become so skilled a mechanic until this scene demanded that skill set? Or what about Finn's introduction? His skill set should have included everything that he needed in order to be prepared for the brutality of this battle. Yet the scene required that skill set not actually come into play until later. No matter where you look in the sequel trilogy, you'll inevitably see characters suddenly acquiring skills they didn't previously have, as the writers craft the story around basic plot points and mold the characters as needed. Even Han Solo isn't immune to the writer's sins, as he suddenly develops the Peter tingle so he can shoot people he can't even see. So what about Kylo? Well, for the most part, I think they did a decent job with planning out his skill set. He's got basic Jedi powers, like moving objects, and has extended that ability to be able to stop objects from moving. Then he's got the standard Force mind-reading ability, although he's advanced that skill far beyond anything we've ever seen. Then we see he has the power of Force sleep, making someone fall unconscious with the wave of his hand, which we could infer as being an extension of Force persuasion. We see that he's a great pilot, just like his uncle and grandfather. So that tracks logically, even without having any precedent set forth in the text. And lastly, he's got a basic foundation of lightsaber training under his belt. I say basic because, yeah, he was injured, but still, he almost lost his entire right arm to Finn, and nearly lost half his brain to Rey. This guy trained with Luke Skywalker himself, and yet still was struck by 2 different people who had never even held a lightsaber before. But His fighting style was obviously intentionally shown to be unrefined, overly flashy and angry, with wild swings and no proper defense posture. Given the fights we've seen in the previous 6 films, there's an argument to be made that Kylo had very little actual lightsaber training from Luke, which would explain why it feels like these two are just swinging baseball bats at one another. In summation, most of Kylo's skill set tracks logically, but even so, there are some grievous errors, like the whole dyad mess where Snoke says he bridged their minds, but later Palpatine seems to act like it's a surprise even though Snoke and Palpatine were the same person? Was the Force dyad a part of their lives since birth? Or did Snoke literally create a dyad where previously there was no connection? When this character was written, if Kylo had the ability to use Force Skype and Force teleportation, then he needed to always have those skills in his back pocket, while the writers give the audience clear breadcrumbs to follow as those skills slowly develop. Now, some people will argue that I'm nitpicking and that characters learn things off-screen all the time. However, Luke learning how to move physical objects via the Force and learning that skill off-screen between films is entirely different from Rey and Kylo learning how to transport physical objects across the galaxy. The heck with trying to harvest little Yodel's blood to try to duplicate his power. The First Order should be dropping everything, trying to figure out how to harness the power of whatever a dyad is. Imagine being able to talk to someone clearly, no matter where in the galaxy they were, not needing any technology, not having to worry about distance or signal jammers. Imagine being able to transport physical objects across the galaxy in an instant with zero expense and zero equipment. If they could develop Snoke's technique of bridging minds, they could connect Kylo with any Force-sensitive person in the Resistance, have Kylo steal their wallet and know exactly where they're hiding. Kylo could bridge his mind with Luke, drop off a thermal detonator and kill him from literally light years away. He could find every Force-sensitive member of the banking clan and steal their credits straight out of their hands. The ability to transmit physical matter instantaneously is a power unrivaled, and the implications to the Star Wars universe are easily as groundbreaking as the previously introduced lightspeed ramming. Each of these ideas muddies previously established canon. If Jedi can heal, why not heal Qui-Gon or Shmi? Why not lightspeed ram the 2 Death Stars? Why not give every single Jedi a shared Force dyad connection? So the entire Order is one giant hive mind, able to communicate across the galaxy telepathically and transmit equipment, resources, weapons, clothing, or food to each other instantaneously. I am utterly convinced that when these characters were written, the concept of Force dyad not once entered the conversation. And for an ability so profoundly world-altering, it needed much more development than I'm guessing it was given. I believe part of the issue with having properly developed skill sets is that the people in charge were convinced that each film needed amazing new Force powers in order to keep the audience entertained. Hence Episode 7 giving us Force Time Freeze, Advanced Force Mind Reading, and Force Sleepy Time, with Episode 8 showing Kylo and Rey suddenly able to Force Skype and Luke's new ability, Force Projection, both of which are quickly followed by Force Levitation, Force Healing, Force Life Drain, and Force Teleportation. This makes 9 new Force abilities that were introduced in the sequel trilogy. Now, this initially sounds like I'm saying the number of new abilities is the problem, and it is, but not for the immediately obvious reasons. The total number is a bit debatable, but I count 15 different Force powers that were introduced in the original trilogy, with a handful more introduced in the prequels. Episode 4 gave us Force Choke, Force Vision, Force Persuasion, Force Random Sound Generator, and Force Voice Ghost. Episode 5 gave us Full Force Ghost, force pull, force jump, force visions, corporal manifestations, force throw, tudaminus, force telekinesis, and force comms chat, while Episode 6 gave us mind reading and force lightning. Episode 1 gave us force speed and prophecy. Episode 2 gave us more advanced force telekinesis stuff, followed by force reflect lightning. And finally, Episode 3 gave us force YOLO and force scream, or whatever this is. The point I'm trying to make is that by the time the sequels roll around, there are dozens of different force powers, some with multiple variations. Like, this is probably based off telekinesis, and this is probably based off of force persuasion, where he's convincing her mind that she's so tired she immediately falls into a deep sleep. Now again, I'm not saying it's the number of new force abilities introduced in the sequels that is the problem, but each new ability needs to build on the ones that came before it. Not only do the writers need to know the history of previously established force powers, but they also need to figure out how their new powers will fit into the lore, and also fit with how the audience understands the Force to work. The old Force powers are nowhere near perfect, and the introduction of new abilities will probably always cause some issues. For instance, if Force users can move this fast, then why is this the only time in any film we ever see anyone do so? If they can use Force persuasion so easily, why can't they just walk into any enemy base and use persuasion on anyone who tries to stop them? If the Force warns them of danger, why does it sometimes not work? The unfortunate truth is that Force abilities have never been consistent. This has always been a subtle, rarely noticed problem in Star Wars. But it really became obvious with Kylo, where the writers seem to have employed the use of a D20 to determine whether or not Kylo will remember he has a particular Force ability. For instance, Kylo is incredibly skilled at mind reading, able to pull very specific images out of people's heads, and yet he kills the man who had the map instead of reading his mind to find out where it was. Because this scene didn't call for mind reading. This scene called for Force freeze. It wasn't until a later scene that the plot demanded that Kylo use his mind-reading skills. And what about this fight with both Finn and Rey in the woods? Kylo is literally about to die, and yet utterly forgets that he has the ability to make her unable to move, or make her fall asleep with a wave of his hand. In fact, Kylo never again remembers that he has these skills. He is fighting for his life, outnumbered against well-trained warriors twice, once without even having a weapon, since his blaster somehow vanished between killing this guard and meeting the Knights of Ren. Outnumbered, literally outgunned, and yet he never freezes anyone, never makes anyone fall asleep. Now, I have had some fans try to argue that what I'm describing isn't an oversight, but an intentional piece of the story. They say that Rey is now too strong for Kylo to use these abilities on her as he was once able to. And I would be perfectly fine with that explanation that actually fits well with the lore in the Bane books. However, we never see him try, fail, and realize she's now too strong, that she's learned how to protect herself against Force attacks. This explanation that fans give is sound and well-reasoned, but also entirely extrapolated and not at all supported by the text. It is very difficult to admit that a story you love is so flawed, but the conclusion here is remarkably clear. The writers forgot what was in Kylo's pockets. They introduced a unique skill in Act 1, and by Act 3, they had forgotten it existed. Now, to be fair, it's not just the writers of the sequel trilogy that struggle with blending intriguing plot with believable character development. Writers are constantly trying to get themselves out of a corner they've written themselves into when they introduced something new or overly powerful. In the Harry Potter series, every single fight would have ended instantly had the bad guys just used Avada Kedavra. It's a spell that kills immediately and can't be blocked unless you've got main protagonist plot armor. This is why every single wizard battle is actually a battle. If the bad guys just all used the killing curse all the time, the good guys would be unable to ever be in the same room and would have zero chance of victory. At the end of The Matrix 1, we see that Neo can literally rewrite the code of existence to make the all-powerful agents explode. In The Matrix 2, because of some unnamed upgrades, he's suddenly no longer all-powerful. Because Neo couldn't maintain this level of power, or nothing in The Matrix would be a threat to him. Aragorn had an army that literally couldn't ever be defeated. It would have been so easy for them to push on and wipe out Mordor before Aragorn released them from their curse. After all, he had promised them freedom if they fought for him, not just won a single battle. It seems to be an almost unavoidable part of the writing process that when you introduce a new powerful skill, that skill must quickly be handicapped or forgotten about in order for the playing field to be even enough to be interesting. So while it is understandable that the writers had to ignore Kylo's earlier display of force powers in order to make his later battles challenging, it's also a sign of poor planning to create an overpowered skill set that the writers don't understand how to properly utilize. Defining a character's skill set is an integral part of the writing process, important not just for developing the character's arc, but as a necessary component of each plot point. To know what your character is capable of doing in each scene, you need to know what your character is capable of doing. One of the defining traits that makes Kylo so interesting is the rich tapestry of relationships that are interwoven throughout his life. As a child, he was loved and nurtured by his parents, his uncle and Jedi Master, his fellow Padawan students, Chewie, Lando, and probably dozens of rebel heroes all loved him. As a young man, he formed entirely different, far more caustic relationships with Snoke, Hux, Phasma, Finn, and the Knights of Ren. In previous Star Wars stories, it is these relationships that are the driving motivation of the story. It's Padmé's relationship with her subjects that drives much of the story of Episode 1. She's driven to her decisions motivated by the suffering of her people. The Jedi only meet the Gungans because they have a relationship with Jar Jar. They only met Anakin because of his relationship to Watto. Valorum was only dethroned because of Padmé's relationship with Palpatine. They only captured the Viceroy because Padmé established a relationship with Boss Nass, who gave them an army. Anakin is only trained as a Jedi because Obi-Wan defies the Council in honor of his relationship with Qui-Gon. Anakin is assigned as Padmé's guard both because of their previous relationship and because Palpatine wanted them to develop a romantic relationship. Anakin's angry because of his relationship with his master. He's driven further to the dark side because of his relationship with his mother, which inexplicably strengthens his relationship with Padmé. Obi identified the Kaminoans because of his relationship with Dex. He found Kamino because of Yoda. Dooku tries to recruit Obi-Wan because of their shared relationship with Qui-Gon. Obi was rescued because of his relationship with Padmé. Anakin's loss to Dooku is fueled by his anger over being unable to protect Padmé. He later gets revenge and murders Dooku, bringing he and Palpatine's relationship closer, even as his nightmares about his relationship with Padmé strain their marriage. Anakin's relationship with the Jedi is jeopardized, pushing him closer to Palpatine. Obi's relationship with Padmé helped him find Anakin, and it was their relationship that made Anakin angry enough to try to murder his wife. Because of their lifelong relationship, Obi couldn't bring himself to outright kill Anakin, which led to Darth Vader truly being born. The course of Leia's entire life was set in motion because of Bail's relationship with the Jedi, and the course of Luke's life was set because of the relationships Anakin had discovered back in Episode 2. In Episode 4, the droids were sent to the planet because of Bail's relationship with Obi-Wan. Luke meets Obi-Wan because of his relationship with the droids. Luke's farmer was killed because of their relationship to the droids. Leia was tortured because of her relationship with the rebellion. Alderaan was targeted because of the planet's relationship to Leia. A big portion of Han's character was based around his relationship with money. Luke was saved from Vader because of his relationship with Han, and he could then only blow up the Death Star because of his relationship with Ben. In Episode 5, we only have this iconic scene because of Han's relationship with Luke, driving him to risk his own life. Luke's relationship with Ben leads him to meet Yoda. Luke's relationship with his friends drives him to face Vader. Han's relationship with Luke gets him frozen in carbonite, and his relationship with his friends is what later frees him. Luke's lifelong lack of a relationship with his father drives his grief in this scene, and in the next, his relationship with Leia is what saves his life. The first third of Episode 6 is a relationship-driven story of rescuing a friend. Luke's relationship with Yoda drives him back to Dagobah, and his relationship with his father drives him directly into his enemy's clutches. This story is all about relationships. Because Lucas intentionally wrote Star Wars like a soap opera, the relationships drive the story. And in order for relationships to be used as building blocks, they have to be well-defined, obvious, and logical things that the audience will follow and understand. For the most part, I would say that Lucas succeeded in building a story that revolved around the people, around their wants and needs, and their personalities, although there were some obvious flaws. For instance, in the original films, Vader doesn't seem to show any interest in personal relationships outside of his master and his son. Even when his underlings screw up and he has to call in HR, he's not emotionally invested. Vader doesn't care. Nothing bothers him, and if we're being honest, that makes him a tad boring. By comparison, Kylo isn't nearly as one-dimensional and is far more interesting a character to study.
But like one of the things that you said was a giant gaping hole of a question. What does Kylo think of Darth Vader? Or Darth Vader / Anakin, and why does he not know the real truth, and why has Anakin never showed up to go, yo, maybe chill with the dark side stuff? Like, that's
my boy.
Yeah. No,
right away, homie.
That's an enormous gaping hole of a question.
As I've said before, the relationships in Kylo's life are the bedrock of this character's amazing potential. And examining those relationships yields some interesting information about his mentality. For instance, what does it say about Ben Solo that as a young kid he was willing to leave his parents behind for the life of a Jedi? What does it say about him that he'd abandon that life of a Jedi for the life of a Sith, and feel like the only one he could really confide in is his granddad's old burnt-up CPAP machine? Then, after only a few years, feel his new master has nothing more to teach him, so he abandons the life of a student to rule as supreme leader, only a few years more before giving it all up to be a Jedi again. If you read through a list of the different types of personality disorders, it seems apparent that Ben Solo suffered from several, and keeping these disorders in mind gives us some possible insights into Kylo's odd reactions. We see that Finn's betrayal hurt and angered him, which is odd since the film itself gives us no concrete evidence of a personal relationship between these two. And as we discussed in the essay on Finn's backstory, these two could have had an amazing connection, as Finn was one of Kylo's Force troopers in training who managed to escape. As Kylo observes Finn's journey from villain to hero, it would have made him furious, seeing that Finn had the strength to make the right decisions while Ben Solo was so weak he could only make poor ones. We can see that Kylo has conflicted feelings regarding his parents, and aside from Rey and Luke, his relationship to Han is arguably what the film paints as the most pivotal to his character. Apparently, running with a consistent theme, Abrams decided to have Kylo's Achilles heel be his father. At face value, that's fine. After all, daddy issues were the motivation of one of the greatest villains ever written. The problem the audience faces with Han and Ben Solo is that we don't understand why. In the original films, Han was rough. Yeah, he might be a smuggler and murder a gangster without remorse, but overall he was depicted as a decent guy. For a son to hate his father so vehemently would indicate the father did something incredibly wrong. However, The Force Awakens gives us no context as to why this relationship is the way it is. But the story doesn't stop there. Kylo apparently doesn't just have issues with Han specifically, but with father figures in general. Kylo has 3 different father figures in these films. First, he leaves Han for a new father figure, then tries to kill him, then runs away from that father figure and gets a new one. Then his new father figure wants him to kill his first father figure, so he does. Then Kylo kills his new father figure, shortly before again attempting to kill his second father figure. And then we get the weird, creepy zombie grandpa father figure, whatever those implications are of the Palpatine relationship, which brings the total to 4 different father figures that we see Kylo rebel against. His obvious loathing for any paternal presence is very intriguing. However, I would argue that in order for the payoff of these relationships to really work, we need some serious screen time devoted to developing audience understanding of these relationships. Instead, the audience only knows that Kylo is angry at his father, that he's angry at Luke, that he's angry at Snoke, and it's left up to us to fill in the gaps.
My name was Ben Solo. When I was young, my parents saw something dark in me, so they sent me away to my uncle's Jedi Academy. There I learned the ways of the Force.
Ben?
Rey?
Conspired against me, and my family left me on this planet with this man I don't know. Oh, but trust him, he's your uncle. And it was all my mother's idea? They come and visit me occasionally, when they're afraid of me. All I know about my family is that I'm not good enough. I will always be in the shadow of the great Luke Skywalker. I come from a line of great Jedi, and I can't even come close. I'm not allowed.
We understand that Kylo is very interested in Rey, which by the end of the story evolves into true love. This aggressive romance is tenuous at best, as Rey spends most of her conversations with Kylo either furious at him or looking miserable and crying. On Kylo's side of the relationship, I would categorize his contributions as being entirely selfish. He completely ignores most of Rey's questions, only deigning to respond to the things he wants to talk about. Every discussion they have is caustically confrontational, and combined are an ironically fantastic representation of how abusers manipulate their victims into a relationship. We see that Kylo and Hux have a weird rivalry, sometimes working together amicably, sometimes gloating at the other's failure, and eventually developing into open hostility. Hux likely thought that he was the trained military mind who should lead the First Order, while Kylo believed, through his gifts in the Force, that he was destined to lead. It's also interesting to note how their relationship is the inverse of the Tarkin-Vader relationship. at least as we observed these relationships in the films. Vader was willingly subservient to Tarkin, which helped humanize the terrifying Sith Lord, as we saw that he was willing to bow to a higher authority. We see the claim that the power to blow up a planet is insignificant next to the power of the Force, and then we immediately see Vader wield the Force, solidifying his claim about how powerful the Force is. All of that power, and Vader is still totally obedient to Tarkin. The inference here is that Tarkin has extreme value as a military commander, and this one scene establishes not just their relationship, but their skill sets and personalities as well. Kylo, on the other hand, appears to be in command over Hux, even though both vie for the attention of their supreme leader. As opposed to Vader, Kylo is only willingly subservient to Snoke, and he and Hux seem to openly despise one another. Because Kylo is not deferential to Hux, the audience infers that he does not value Hux's military mind or leadership skills. Kylo even openly threatens Hux, showing us that he is a total loose cannon with no immediate superior to whom he must answer.
I want that map. For your sake, I suggest you get it.
The Vader-Tarkin relationship elevated both characters in specifically crafted ways. Vader's mystical power demonstrated, then immediately tamed, establishing Tarkin's razor-sharp competence. The Kylo-Hux relationship had the opposite effect. Their combative relationship diminishes our perception of the competence of the First Order's leadership, and doesn't further our understanding of either character. Examining the relationships section of Kylo's character sheet shows us the writers did attempt some due diligence in this area, although the work feels severely lacking. It doesn't feel like they went any further than declaring Hux and Kylo were rivals, that Kylo was angry at his dad, that Kylo resented Finn for leaving. It's as if they developed an entirely surface-level characterization and stopped themselves just short of discovering nuance. For instance, if we step outside of solely examining the first film in each trilogy, we'll note how interesting the Sidious relationships are compared to Snoke's. As depicted in the films at least, Sidious tended to speak to his apprentices as if they were equals.
You have been well trained, my young apprentice. They will be no match for you. Welcome home, Lord Tyrannus. You have done well. You have restored peace and justice to the galaxy. Search your feelings, Lord Vader. You will know it to be true. He could destroy us. Rise, my friend. You've done well, Lord Vader. Patience, my friend. Your work here is finished, my friend.
By contrast, Snoke was constantly demeaning, outright emotionally and physically abusive towards his underlings.
Scavenger resisted you.
Take that ridiculous thing off.
You were unbalanced, bested by a girl who had never held a lightsaber. You failed!
This type of characterization of the big bad fractures our understanding of who the bad guys really are. The audience is forced to pity Hux and Kylo as they're bullied and humiliated.
Alas, you're no Vader. You're just a child in a mask.
Abrams and Johnson gave us divided, openly insubordinate villains who are so antagonistic they'll kill their own co-workers without hesitation. Not to ignore that Vader did the same, immediately executing employees who underperformed, but overall, I find the difference fairly striking, as Lucas gave us fairly unified villains who worked together towards their common goal. Now, one bit of nuance that I believe the sequel trilogy writers accidentally stumbled upon was the unintentional comparison of Anakin and Kylo. When Abrams wrote The Force Awakens, he seemed to obviously be working off the originals, and quite possibly ignoring the prequels. So when he helped write Kylo Ren, he was trying to replicate Vader, not Anakin. Hilariously ironic when you realize Kylo acts like Anakin, not Vader. Vader is practically emotionless, a literal embodiment of him being more machine than man. And as I stated earlier, that lack of emotion does make a villain less interesting. When Vader finally confronts and kills his own master, he's utterly emotionless and doesn't say a thing. By contrast, when confronting Luke, Kylo is seething with barely containable rage. I believe the difference in the portrayal of these two villains is that we are seeing Kylo being emotionally portrayed as Anakin, even though JJ was intending to emulate Vader. The slew of rash decisions and emotion-driven based thinking makes Kylo a perfect recreation of teenage Anakin, one who had yet to be tamed by being defeated by stronger opponents. Now, the writers did some good work with parts of Kylo Ren's character creation. There's just enough there for the audience to feel connected to him, to feel like he's a real person with whom they can relate. However, for the most part, I think I would describe the relationships in Kylo's life as being mostly superficial. The writers didn't delve deeply enough, and some wonderful opportunities were lost. However, in my mind, the bigger issue when discussing the topic of relationships is that the sequels don't truly fit within the same genre as the original films. If Lucas' 6 Star Wars films were soap operas in a sci-fi fantasy wrapper, the sequels were action sci-fi films in a nostalgia-fueled what executives think Star Wars is wrapper. Lore Santeca introduces us to Kylo Ren and to Poe Dameron. Poe introduces us to Finn, who leads us to Rey, who has BB-8, who accidentally leads them to Han, who leads them to Maz, which leads them to find Leia and the Resistance, which leads them to rescue Rey, which leads them to Kylo, which leads them back to R2, which leads them to Luke. On the surface, the formula is there. The writers did seem to craft this story as Lucas did, where the relationships drive the story. Where the sequels failed was in the foundation of those relationships. Is Lore Santeca a Jedi, a monk? How does he know where Luke is? Why does he want to give that info to the Resistance? Finn's entire personality is defined by the First Order, but how? Why is he having a panic attack in one battle and suddenly fine the next, only to be terrified again a few scenes later? Why is he scared of the machine that he's a part of? Or the relationship Maz has to Luke, also a mystery box. What does Kylo Ren want? What kind of relationship does he have with Vader's ghost? What is R2's relationship with Rey so that he only woke up when she arrived? Are the Knights of Ren Kylo's students? His friends? His fellow ex-Padawans? Why do the regular stormtroopers seem to despise them? Why do the Knights suddenly decide to betray Kylo and try to kill him? Why does Rey fall in love with Kylo now, when in the last film she was calling him a monster and he was nothing but manipulative and abusive towards her? The talk Anakin and Padme had here was immensely revealing, showing how broken he was and how, like women throughout history, Padme was drawn to that pain. This scene absolutely should never be cut from the story, as it serves such a vital purpose in his character arc. By comparison, consider this talk between Han and Leia. Based on what they are saying to each other, it would appear that this is the very first time that they've spoken to each other about losing their son. This should have been one of the most important scenes in the film, as two iconic characters tried to repair a decade of pain and separation. But this scene leads nowhere, unless that talk was what convinced Han to confront Ben. In that case, this talk with Leia directly caused Han's death. The relationships in the previous films felt far more natural, developed with purpose, that purpose being character growth. Were I writing Kylo's character sheet, I would also want to be sure to include his romantic inclinations. Even before deciding whether or not he and Rey end up together, I'd want to figure out what his mental state is regarding relationships in general. And considering what we can infer from the givens we have, Kylo may not have had any good examples of healthy romantic relationships. It is entirely possible that his mom was working more than full-time as she tried to re-establish the Senate for the New Republic, likely meaning the Solos didn't have a truly ideal home life. Ben was likely asleep every night when Leia got home, so he rarely saw her himself, much less saw his parents interact as a couple so that he would know what a loving relationship looked like. Then, as a young boy, he left his family to go train with celibate monks who repress their feelings except when it comes to their sisters. Then, Ben runs away and joins the First Order, where we see no evidence that romantic relationships were allowed to exist. In short, we should expect that Ben Solo could have been entirely romantically stunted by the time Rey comes along, and if he were interested in her, he'd have absolutely no idea how to convey that fact, nor would he have any idea what a loving relationship actually looked like. This, very ironically, it seems to be exactly what the sequels gave us. An improperly raised young man whose skill at courtship never passed childish elementary school-era strategies of yelling, hitting, and insulting.
But that's, maybe you could infer that, but it's never clearly established to me what it is that he wants that act by her would fulfill or would give him, what we said about before, would give him what he needs in order to be fulfilled and go, oh, I've been wrong this whole time. I need to be on team good. So I think his relationship with her is the most important thing for him. But because of that other big question mark and the other question marks of their relationship, it just doesn't work.
He seems like he could be stuck in the early teenage years where you you feel guilty about a whole lot of stuff and you feel like everyone's against you and all of this, and then seeing this very obvious gesture of her forgiving him and saying I care about you and all of this stuff could have really impacted him. None of this is evidenced in the text. This is all just conjecture because the writers didn't do a good enough job in this section for us to know what anybody wants whatsoever. Mm-hmm. He's literally trying to kill this woman, and then she still cares about him. He has always tried to kill this woman, and she cares about him. It makes so little sense unless you think that she is also suffering from some mental illness because of the way that she grew up as an orphan on this desert planet, always trying to survive. And she also does not understand what relationships are, and she doesn't understand what it's like to care about someone. And she's just sees this mentally abusive person. She's like, I wonder if this is love. Maybe he loves me. He definitely keeps coming after me. So
I don't understand.
No, you're totally right. It's that moment of oh, I finally have what I want. I get to kill her, which is not what he wanted, but I get to kill her. And then that moment of, oh, I don't really know if I want this.
Yeah, by the way, is
Tom, Catch, and Jerry, or whatever.
Exactly. And that would be the redemption. That would be a turn for him, because last time he was in that moment, he did the deed. He killed Harrison Ford. And then this time chooses not to. And so we would get to see that interior change. It's one of the easiest ways. If you want to fucking short.
Oh my God. Are you talking about a character arc?
Yeah. It's a really easy shortcut if you're writing a story.
Where a character learns from the mistakes that they've made earlier in the story?
The simplest way to do it is present them with the choice they made before and show them choose differently. It's like the biggest hack in screenwriting. Storytelling.
They make a decision. It's the wrong decision. They get punished for it. They learn from it.
Yeah.
Relationships are the lifeblood of the Star Wars franchise. In the Lucas hexology, relationships between characters were, for the most part, fully fleshed out and helped drive the story from point A to point B. We see that very often. It was a tragedy that drove these relationships. As families die, planets explode, and mentors disappear. When the writers tackled the sequels, it does appear that they attempted to stick to the same outline as Lucas, having the character relationships drive the story plot point by plot point. But once you dig into these relationships, all you find is the same ever-present mystery box, forcing the story forwards, but remaining empty, devoid of context, subtext, and all deeper meaning. The goals and dreams of your main characters are inexorably tied to the overall success of the plot. Luke doesn't turn himself over to the Empire as a trick, attempting to put himself in a position to be able to kill the Emperor. He's putting himself in danger, risking his own life to try to save the father he's never known. Han dreams of wealth and freedom, Leia dreams of peace. Rey dreams of finding her parents. Finn's goal is to get as far away from the First Order as he can. Snoke wants to kill Luke and utterly destroy the Jedi Order. We don't know a lot about why these characters have these goals, but at least we roughly know what motivates them. But what about Kylo? The story of The Force Awakens gives us nothing to explain exactly what Kylo wants. As memorable as this speech is, Kylo could either be asking for help coming back to the light, or for help in fully embracing the dark. For this piece of his character sheet, again, it feels like the writers only did the bare minimum. They wrote that his goals were to find Luke Skywalker and wipe out the Resistance, but the audience has no insight beyond those surface-level facts. Does he really want to be evil, or does he feel he has no choice? What really is driving him? Kylo Ren was written like a bad piece of fight choreography, where the opponents aren't really trying to hit each other, where there's no story being told by the fight, where it's all flash and no substance. We know definitively why Prince Zuko is the way he is, and we know definitively why and how his life was transformed. Every step of the way, we know what he wants. He goes from wanting to capture the Avatar, to wanting to be left alone, to wanting to fight alongside the good guys. This is how you build a character arc, utilizing the character's unique personality and skill sets, the relationships that character forms, and the goals and dreams that character desires to achieve. This brings us to the last point on my character sheet: hobbies. Now, I'm sure many people would consider this category the epitome of unnecessary overthinking, but the ironic bit is that overthinking is what allows writers to mold a character into a fully fleshed out 3D person. Peter Parker is a nerd, which is supported not only in the dialogue, but also in the toys he has scattered around his room. We know that he goes dumpster diving and loves retro tech, and this is all unnecessary to the story. We don't need to know that he loves Legos and sci-fi and building his own computers, but in the back of our minds, knowing these things makes him feel more real. Having hobbies makes him relatable. This is why Lucas wrote some of these seemingly unnecessary scenes for Luke. Playing with the T-16 shows us where he dreams of being one day. He talks about going out with his friends to Tashi's station. There was a deleted scene actually showing Luke excitedly talking with Biggs about the war. Or later, Luke talks about his hobby of flying around murdering innocent womp rats. JJ did some similar character building with Rey, as we see a bit of what poor orphans might consider hobbies. Growing plants, making dolls, playing make-believe. But for Kylo, we have nearly no information about who he is, what he's thinking, what he enjoys, or what he desires. Just as Vader before him, Kylo was written to be little more than a villain for the good guys to fight, defeat, and leave as floating space debris, refuse that no longer serves a purpose. This concludes my amateur exercise at assembling the basic building blocks of a character, something writers refer to as a character sheet. Using this list to analyze Kylo gives us some fantastic insight as to exactly why certain scenes felt amazing, while others fell completely flat. Which brings us to my favorite part in getting to do these analyses. If you've seen my other videos, my suggestions for rewriting Finn and Rey were far, I guess, easier to make, as the story informed us they were brand new characters, so they only had to make sense in the present. They didn't have decades of familial backstory that had to tie into their present. No decades of plot development that still had to make sense. FN2187 was a stormtrooper turned hero. That's all he was, he just needed that story to be better developed. Rey was a bit more complex, while she was also a brand new character. Her history was the biggest mystery box in the entire sequel trilogy. She could have been Luke's daughter, Ben's sister, another Jedi Padawan, or yes, even Palpatine's granddaughter. All she needed was for that backstory to be better developed, so the sequels had a cohesive outline for her arc. Ben Solo, however, I would argue is an entirely different challenge.
By happenstance, I found this meme today. It depicts the treasured games I no longer play. I don't really want to play old games, goes the line. I just want to feel how I felt when I played them in past times. Sitting with my friends in the Jedi Temple, Master Luke providing ample example, no cheat codes or extending the rental, our failures disassembled without being judgmental. His favorite games involved a princess, kidnapped, held hostage, demanding egress. The other kids all clamored to play, to say that they were the ones who had saved the day. But it always came back to him to pick up the controller. Even older, the perfect soldier, the kids cheering his every win, every level boss fight again and again. They yelled his name. His name. Because it's not the game that's important, it's not the guns or the horses or stacking up corpses. I don't want to play those games again, I just want to remember what it felt like when...
Ben, come play with us!
The fear and the anger and the hate, they saturate my state, my own mind unable to navigate these feelings. I don't want to play those games again, I just want my life before Kylo Ren. But alas, even now I still hear the mask. Because this is life now, our heroes are broken and worthless. My father abandoned me, my mother created a circus, too blind to see the First Order rise, stealing their son, and this is canonized. Luke Skywalker. hero to all, now fallen so hard, even I am appalled. So I'm going to burn this galaxy down. There's nothing here left worth keeping around, and yet I keep coming back to you. I don't even care to pick up a controller. It's not that I'm older, bolder, a soldier, or office holder. I don't really want to play old games, goes the line. I just want to feel how I felt when I played them in past times.
Kylo Ren should have been one of the most interesting characters in the history of Star Wars. Ben Solo was so much more than Disney made him. Grandson of the beloved hero of the Clone Wars, Anakin Skywalker, the Jedi's chosen one. Son to renowned war hero Han Solo, Ben's family name sparked awe everywhere he went. His mother Leia was the crown princess of the ancient House Organa of Alderaan, making Ben the sole remaining heir of one of the most respected out of all the ancient houses that rule Alderaan. Along with his mother, Ben would have helped gather the remaining Alderaanians and worked to find them a new home planet, where Queen-elect Leia Organa Solo would rebuild their lost civilization, teaching Ben about the people he could very likely one day rule as king. Just like Thor, Ben could have been heir to an entire culture who were lost, needing a new home planet and hope for the future. Ben Solo was heir to the Jedi, nephew of Jedi Grandmaster Luke Skywalker, the near-deified hero who saved the entire galaxy. Ben was to become Luke's most accomplished student. The two of them would work tirelessly to rebuild the renowned Jedi Order into a beacon of hope, one that worlds ravaged by the cruel Empire desperately needed. Luke would have been the first Jedi Master in generations, and one of few Jedi ever in a millennium who had his own flesh and blood as a Padawan. Uncle and nephew would have been inseparable, bound not only through familial love, but through the Force itself. Luke had seen firsthand the strength of love and the pure hate that lack of love brings. Luke and Ben would create a new doctrine for a new Jedi Order, one that embraced relationships and taught its Jedi how to properly embrace their emotions instead of suppressing them. The new Jedi Order would have grown quickly to an unprecedented level of influence as they helped foster love and peace throughout the galaxy. As Luke grew older, Ben would be the natural candidate for the next Jedi Grand Master, and would wield more power and influence than the Sith could ever dream of. Not only was Ben Solo destined to be one of the most powerful Jedi Knights who had ever lived, he very likely could have also been one of the most influential politicians of all time. Naturally wanting to follow his mother's lifelong political aspirations, Ben would have helped rebuild the Galactic Senate, where he would proudly serve as the primary junior aide to his mother Leia, who was unanimously elected to be the very first Jedi Supreme Chancellor. Ben would be charismatic, earnest, forthright, and by the time he was 16 would be nominated as the youngest Vice Chancellor on record. Working alongside his mother, utilizing her decades of experience, and with the Force guiding their decisions, for the first time forever, the entire galactic senate would be guided by the will of the Force. Ben and Leia Solo leading the galaxy into a golden age of peace and prosperity unlike anything in the entirety of recorded history. As years and decades passed, Ben would continue to split his time between the political arena and being a teacher at Luke's Jedi Academy. Eventually, Luke and Leia would both pass on into the Force, and Ben would take up the mantle of Jedi Grand Master, as well as being unanimously elected as the new Supreme Chancellor. He would be the strongest Jedi in history, wise and patient, yet terrifyingly unstoppable in battle. Because of his genetics, the infamy of his family, and a lifetime of very hard work, Ben Solo would have gained more influence than any other person in history. In every measurable way, he would have had more power than any Sith Lord had ever dreamed of attaining. This is the future that Ben Solo had in store for him, and this future was stripped away, all because Disney wanted another tragic, fallen hero. If you've tuned in to any of our collabs with Rybold, you'll remember one of his favorite questions used to dissect a scene is, why? When a character makes a decision, Ry asks, what is their why? David and I both love this question, as it immediately delves into the very heart of nonsensical, surface-level writing. When the audience can't understand why a character does something, often it's because the character is just being used as a pawn, so the writer can artificially create the story beats they've deemed need to happen. A fantastic example is Finn wanting to leave the First Order. He's panicking because the story demands it, not because it's something a soldier brainwashed from birth would actually do. In Empire Strikes Back, we're able to tell that Luke's why is because he deeply loves his friends and won't let them suffer if he can do something to help them. If the scene and character are written improperly, Kylo murders the one person that knows where the map is, and the audience has no idea why. Or remember how R2 was asleep until the end of The Force Awakens? Why? Not based on a plot necessity, but because they deemed that this timing would have the most impact on the audience. Or remember how they introduced Luke at the very end of the film? Why? Not because it was the best for the plot or for anyone's character arc. They had Luke missing for the entire movie because they couldn't figure out how to properly write the character. These examples succinctly demonstrate the problem at hand. The audience can't understand why things are happening because, very frequently, there is no why. These aren't story-driven, character-based decisions. They are decisions made by writers who lack either the necessary skill or time to do the job properly. As I examined the tale of Kylo Ren, I kept this topic in mind. I tried to question whether each scene successfully showed us Kylo's why, or if his wants and needs, the very foundation of a character, were just another mystery box. And as I'm digging into this line of thinking, I'm discovering the question why goes much deeper than I realized, all the way to the core of humans as a species. At a certain age, all younglings will begin to ask why to every question, request, joke, any sentence that you utter will immediately elicit the response, "But why?" In fact, according to Harvard-based child psychologist Paul Harris, a child asks around 40,000 questions between the ages of 2 and 5. Now, there are a multitude of reasons why kids question with such rapid fervency. Some question out of a need for attention. Others question as an act of defiance. But according to this study out of the University of Michigan, the main reason kids question stems from their desire for explanation. And it wasn't just the desire for any explanation, as the researchers noted that when the kids got brush-off answers, they just continued to repeat the same question and wouldn't stop until they got a why that made sense to them. Just getting an answer to the why isn't the point. The why has to make sense. Just getting an answer to the why isn't the point. The why has to make sense. In this New Yorker article entitled "Why We Need Answers," author Maria Konnikova summarizes the topic, citing studies that show why is so important. She cites the psychologist Ari Kruglanski, who coined the term to describe this phenomenon, cognitive closure, and an individual's desire for a firm answer to a question and an aversion towards ambiguity. In fact, in 1994, Kruglanski, along with colleague Donna Webster, developed a 42-point test that was actually able to measure a person's need for closure. Article author Konnikova describes how this test was applied both to control groups and to groups of people who had witnessed terrorist attacks. In a series of 5 studies, the group who witnesses trauma had an elevated need for closure compared to the control group. They needed to know exactly what happened, who to, where was it, why did it happen. I'm sure many of you remember this happening in your own life, watching some kind of violence unfold on TV and finding yourselves plastered to the screen, getting constant phone calls and texts from loved ones who are also trying to figure out what was going on. Yes, partially we're sucked in because of the drama, because breaking news is abnormal and abnormal is exciting. But once you figure out who shot who and why they did it, don't you pretty quickly lose interest? That was the point at which you achieved cognitive closure. We can observe the same reactions in Star Wars fans by comparing the public reaction to certain films. After watching The Force Awakens, audiences were overflowing with questions, and tens of thousands of hours of content were created across blogs, podcasts, and videos as fans unknowingly searched for cognitive closure. Comparatively, when The Last Jedi was released, we saw far fewer explanation-based videos, as the film seemed fairly intent on resolving mysteries instead of introducing them. We see creator content shift towards trying to mentally coalesce what the film gave us, instead of attempting to unravel mysteries. Maybe this is a biologically driven phenomenon. We've evolved a need to fully understand what's happening so as to evaluate possible threats. Or maybe it's purely psychological, driven by our need for internal balance. Whatever the cause, the research demonstrates that most humans need answers, and we detest ambiguity. Ironically, not only do humans desperately crave understanding, but we're so averse to ambiguity that we'll practically invent meaning, generating any slightly plausible explanation just so we have some explanation. Kruglanski described this effect as seizing and freezing. Because we're so anxious to get proper context, we'll seize upon the first plausible explanation we find. And because our brains want to protect our perception of reality, we'll freeze on this explanation that we've seized upon. Better data may present itself, more witnesses may come forward, but no, you still think the killer was the fiancé, because that was the first explanation that made sense to you. Now, like me, many of you probably balked at these explanations. It's extremely difficult to accept that we're not being driven to these reactions by intellectual curiosity, but by basic primal necessity. This basic human need explains why the news industry is worth so many billions of dollars, why families have gathered together every evening for decades to get their fix. We crave explanation, and we are severely addicted. In this guest blog from Scientific American, author Steve Ayen interviews psychologist Tanya Lombroso from the University of California at Berkeley. Lombroso describes how people not only desire understanding, but certain types of understanding. Apparently, most people gravitate towards teleological explanations, meaning they depict a function or a purpose. Hearing this term and its definition immediately made me think of fan reactions to certain Star Wars scenes. Lucas didn't write Vader as Luke's father. He simply wrote Vader as the bad guy. But we don't want to hear that. We want the teleological explanation. We want Vader to have a deeper function, not just exist because story structure demanded it. The interview continues, discussing how explanations are delivered. The comparison to our topic might be that not everyone who views these films is doing so from the perspective of college-educated, actively viewing, intellectually curious viewers. The writers have to craft their why to make sense to both the deep thinkers and the watching passively, purely for entertainment viewers. This blog also discusses another possible explanation for humans' innate craving to know why, which might be our inherent compulsion to worship something greater than ourselves. Pretty much every culture throughout history has worshipped one or more deities. Because intuitively we realize we can't control everything. Life is organized chaos, and it gives us a sense of peace to imagine that there is an all-powerful divinity making sure that everything happens for a reason. So we question in hopes of finding proof that life isn't anarchy, that there is a hidden reason, that things are happening on purpose. Next, I'd like to read a direct quote from this article in Psychology Today, written by Dr. Alex Lickerman. Quote, "Why is what drives not only everything we do, but also our emotional reactions to everything that happens to us. Imagine how quickly your frustration at encountering that traffic jam on your way home from work would turn into horror if, as you passed the accident that caused it, you caught a glimpse of a mangled corpse laying beside a totaled car. Or how easily the irritation you'd feel at being told you have to work an extra shift at work each week for the next 2 months might turn into a willingness to contribute when you learn the reason is that one of your colleagues was just diagnosed with cancer and needs to spend that time getting chemotherapy. We're simply far more likely to accept a change if we understand the reason for it. Interestingly, our acceptance seems to hinge less on how much we like the reason and more on how much sense the reason makes to us." This quote succinctly provides support for a rather controversial statement I've made in other videos. Fans didn't really hate Jake Skywalker, we simply couldn't understand him. If the sequels had given us a cohesive, well-formulated, heartfelt story of Luke losing faith in the Jedi Order, we might not have preferred it, but we could have accepted it. We're simply far more likely to accept a change if we understand the reason for it. This is why Mark Hamill himself had to think
of Luke as another character. Maybe he's Jake Skywalker. He's not my Luke Skywalker. Listen, I still haven't accepted it completely, but it's only...
This interview is absolutely fascinating, as without knowing, Mark was reacting exactly as these psychologists have explained. Mark didn't understand why, so he had to invent his own reasoning in order to achieve cognitive closure. As we wrap up our brief plunge into the human psyche, I feel a bit of a disclaimer is in order, because we have to be cognizant of the fact that people are different, that these scientific studies represent a large portion of humanity but can't represent everyone. Over the course of recording our mini podcasts, we found that David is comfortable with far more subtext and inferences, whereas I usually prefer blunt force explanation that's difficult to misconstrue.
I know, Darth, you can be a little bit more literal when you talk about textual evidence. Me and Rye can be a bit arty-farty about it. But one of the consequences of that is you go, yeah, but the story doesn't tell me that, and we go, yeah, but we felt it. And so, Vader does...
And he and I are not alone in these inclinations, with many of Star Wars fans aligning with his preferences, and just as many probably aligning with mine. Because we each interpret data differently. You may think Kylo's actions here make complete sense, whereas I would need a Hamiltonian soliloquy to feel I understand his mindset. So if you honestly enjoyed these films and weren't bothered by how these characters were written, that's okay. From a biological perspective, you may be an outlier, like J.J. Abrams, who doesn't physically need cognitive closure the way most humans do. Like him, many of you may truly enjoy never having mystery boxes be opened. After all, it's really fun trying to unravel mysterious characters, figure out what makes them tick. And there are absolutely stories suited to embracing these types of roles. Nevertheless, Star Wars is not the type of story that needs to be supported by mystery. And Kylo Ren should not have been written like a puzzle that the audience is given only 136 minutes to solve. Our previous examination of human psychology gives us critical insight into where the character Kylo Ren succeeded and failed. In some scenes, he feels really present, really solid, like he makes sense right now in this moment. These are the scenes where the audience can easily understand his why. He kills the man who knew where the map was. This scene doesn't make sense. He tortures Poe because he needs the information Poe has. This scene makes sense. And this practice of assessing Kylo's why doesn't limit itself to a scene-by-scene basis. I believe that Kylo does not make sense overall because the overarching whys that make up the spine of his entire character were never properly developed. This is the list of major plot points that occurred off-screen between episodes 6 and 7. This is where all of Ben Solo's major character development happens, off-screen. And when major change happens off-screen, the writers then need to dedicate on-screen time to properly explain to the audience what, who, where, when, and especially why these changes happened. Why does Ben turn out the way he does? Why does he turn to the dark side when he was very likely going to be one of the greatest Jedi Masters and political leaders in history? One of the best explanations I've seen centers around the extreme pressures that Ben Solo would have faced. His grandmother was queen of an entire planet and helped save that planet from an invading army. She then became an influential senator and war hero, one of the fabled survivors of the Geonosis massacre, and was one of the founding members of the rebellion that would go on to save the galaxy. His mother was a princess, one of the youngest ever elected senators, a high-ranking leader in the rebellion, and a war hero who helped destroy 2 galaxy-terrorizing Death Stars. His father was a notorious pilot before he became a beloved war hero that also saved the galaxy multiple times. His uncle, another war hero, and the first Jedi in decades. Ben would have been under immense pressure as he was tasked with helping his uncle rebuild the entire Jedi Order from scratch. Thousands of years of Jedi culture needing to be rebuilt, while at the same time helping the New Republic hunt down Imperial forces scattered to the Outer Rim. Ben would have been haunted by his heritage, feeling responsible for re-establishing House Organa and settling his mother's people on New Alderaan. And most of all, he'd have felt the immense pressure of his Skywalker lineage. Everywhere he went, people would talk about him, about how great he was supposed to be, about how one day he would be as strong a warrior as his uncle Luke. This was one of the most famous, accomplished families in Star Wars lore. And now everyone in the entire galaxy was watching young Ben Solo's every move and expecting greatness. There was so much expected of Ben, and he could have very, very easily have let all that pressure build up until it broke him. However, the biggest problem with this explanation is that you can't rush this type of trauma. The story would have us believe that in the span of 5 seconds, Ben turned from hero to villain because his uncle decided not to kill him. Ben's turn to the dark side doesn't make sense except on a structural level. Good guy becomes bad guy because a loved one betrayed him. From a story-building structural perspective, that idea totally makes sense. But that's where the writers are supposed to do their due diligence in crafting the story arc into something the audience will instinctually, emotionally understand. Let's imagine that the sequel trilogy began when Ben was a child, that we see him as a young boy, then a teenager, and finally in the last film as the tormented young man we know as Kylo Ren. This is one way that Ben's character could have been written, by giving us proper context for his turn. Although I do feel compelled to point out how much I expect Lucas would have despised that idea, he's spoken about how he intentionally made each film look different, feel different, teach different lessons. And giving us 3 films showing Ben's fall to the dark side as he grows up would just be repeating the story that we already got with Anakin.
Every movie I worked very hard to make them different. I make them completely different with, different planets, with different spaceships, with different, to make it new.
And there are other problems as well. For example, in the era of the sequels, young Jedi would not only have Master Luke, but also the ghosts of Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan, and Yoda to guide them and nurture them, making the story of a fallen Jedi quite difficult to properly pull off. Anyways, that side note aside, a second explanation that I frequently hear to explain Ben's downfall comes from novels The Force Awakens, Bloodline, and Aftermath: Empire's End, where it is very strongly implied that Snoke was influencing Ben towards the dark side before he was even born. One passage says, "The baby turns inside her again, troubled by something she cannot feel and cannot yet understand." In another passage, Leia tells Han that she had sensed Snoke watching Ben from the very beginning, and she thought she would be able to shelter him from Snoke's influence. "From the shadows, in the beginning, even before I realized what was happening, he was manipulating everything, pulling our son towards the dark side." While this explanation does make sense, I think it introduces far too many potential issues to be official canon. If Leia and Luke freaking Skywalker can't protect an unborn baby from Sith influence, then no Jedi can protect a baby from being corrupted while still in the womb. There is no reason for a Sith to spend years, even decades, trying to corrupt a Force user into turning evil. They could just go after every Force-sensitive pregnant woman across the galaxy, turn the fetus evil, and then steal it after it's born. Entire armies of Force-sensitive evil people created because no one can stop a Force user from turning an unborn baby to the dark side.
Star Wars has to stop doing that, because they did that with Anakin as well, where they were like, actually, the Emperor was tinkering with Shmi's womb from afar.
That's because Star Wars, it rhymes.
You gotta say, listen, I don't want to be, this is going to be contentious because you all are American and hate women's rights, but I think it's possible in stories, we should probably just like lay off meddling with fetuses in general. I think it's probably
leave the babies alone.
That is not what we do here.
It's probably worth avoiding as a story thing.
We get a far less idiotic explanation in this interview with Adam Driver, as the actor explains that it's the absence of Ben's parents that causes his trauma and fall to the dark side. Quote, "If you really imagine the stakes of him in his youth, having all these special powers, and having your parents kind of be absent during that process on their own agendas, being equally as selfish, he's lost in the world that he was raised in, and feels that he was kind of abandoned by the people that he's closest with. He's angry because of that, I think, and he has a huge grudge on his shoulder." Concurrently, Abrams has gone on the record saying, "It's more than just having a bad seed as a kid. Snoke had targeted this kid and knew that this kid was going to be incredibly powerful in the Force and wanted him as an ally." Now, to me, this explanation from Driver sounded like his own personal headcanon, used to try to understand the character and reach his own cognitive closure with explaining the why. The language he used didn't seem definitive. This wasn't Batman's parents dying, so he became a crime fighter. I read this as one possible explanation for Ben's turn that the actor latched onto in order to understand the character arc. And Abrams' quote is interesting, as he seems to indicate that yes, Snoke was a bad influence, but so was Ben, already born a bad seed and predestined for evil. A final explanation into the why behind Kylo's fall leads us to one of the more audacious possibilities: schizophrenia. Earlier, we examined some personality disorders and how it seems apparent that Kylo was mentally struggling on many fronts. In this Reddit post, King William breaks down the evidence for full-blown schizophrenia. The violent temper tantrums, believing he hears the voice of his grandfather, the multiple mood swings we see over the course of the trilogy, even hallucinating the ghost of his father that he murdered. Dr. Travis Langley points out that we don't have enough data to really make a diagnosis of a mental disorder, although he theorizes that what we interpret as a mental disorder could actually be the results of a severe drug addiction. The dark side itself twisting Kylo's mind so that he loses his grip on reality. This version could have been extremely compelling. Maybe Kylo needs a sudden burst of power to defeat an enemy and save innocents from certain death. So in desperation, he taps into the dark side and allows his anger to fuel his power, allowing him to save the day. But now that he's tasted the darkness, he finds himself unable to forget about how that power felt. And like a drug addict, he lets himself slide further and further until he doesn't feel like himself if he's not steeped in the dark side's anger. I could see this variant of Kylo being written very similar to The Winter Soldier, where the brainwashing is substance abuse, slowly transforming Kylo into a depressed shell of his former self, desperately wanting to kick his addiction and be a hero again, but utterly helpless next to the overwhelming addictive power of the dark side. We've covered several explanations for Ben's turn, that would have made logical, emotional, and canonical sense. But in my opinion, there is one crucial, absolutely mandatory thing that had to happen for the audience to both understand his turn and care about him as a tragic fallen hero. We didn't just need a good explanation, we needed to see it. Just like Mark needed to see Luke Skywalker's downfall. Rian did sit down and explain to Mark why, in his opinion, Luke had changed. Mark got his why, but he couldn't accept that why as reality. I believe that's because to reach cognitive closure, you can't just be dropped off there at the end of the race and get the closure you need. You need to see the first leg, second leg, third leg of the race unfold, or the finish line holds no significance. If they wanted to make Ben a fallen hero the audience would care about, we needed to not just know why, we needed the journey itself. Or better yet, were I making these films, I would have completely cut the redemption storyline altogether. The villain of the sequels did not need to be a Skywalker. In fact, it takes far more character development to properly show a hero's fall, rather than just showing the standard hero's journey. As a quick example, just look at how simple yet interesting the standard hero's journey would have been. Snoke is the bad guy, a new breed of bad guy evolved from the ancient Sith, out far beyond the Outer Rim, where he brings an alien army intent on conquering the Inner Rim. As Luke Skywalker's lead disciple, Ben leads the Jedi in fighting off this terrible threat. In the first film, Rise of Snoke, Ben would be a young teenager, still unsure of himself but honorable and strong. In Episode 8, The Death of Hope, Ben would lose many fellow Padawans and face the challenge of succumbing to his anger, just as his master Luke faced himself many years ago. In Episode 9, Ben would help Luke, Leia, Han, Rey, Finn, Poe, and Rose bring down Snoke, sending his army fleeing back into the edges of the Outer Rim. They would lose the original characters, but the new heroes would stand tall, ready to lead the galaxy with honor, just as their parents before them. This outline is so simple, mainly because none of the characters require significant change. Anakin's fall was hard to write. Cassian's arc needed development, Boba's story needed significant screen time for the audience to shift their view of this cold-blooded mercenary. I'd wager that most of you watching this video aren't writers, but imagine for a second, who was the more difficult character to write, Captain America or Bucky the Winter Soldier? Cap is linear. He's always moral, positive thinking. You know he'd never sacrifice someone innocent or kill someone in cold blood. Writing heroes is easy. Some might argue it's boring, but it's straightforward. The three-part storyline I described was uncomplicated. It didn't have drastic character arcs that would eat up valuable screen time. Instead, that time could be spent on subtle character development, making each role that much more vibrant, entertaining, and believable. Because the writers chose to focus on mystery, they are also forcing themselves to devote time for justification. Rey is a mystery box? Better devote time to developing her or you'll wind up with a terrible character that makes little sense. Luke, Kylo, Maz, Finn, Snoke, Palpatine. There are dozens of character and plot elements that are underdeveloped mysteries, and for every single one, the story suffers a little bit more. Adam Driver did a magnificent job of playing a villain. His performance is one of the highlights of these films that I will always be able to appreciate. But the fact is, making him a fallen hero demanded more screen time than was given. Ben Solo should have been a hero, the Luke Skywalker of our modern era, someone that young people can strive to be. Make him a hero instead and focus on the parts of the story that have always made Star Wars thrive. Focus on the world building, the unique characters. Focus on how the new Jedi Order is different and better than the one that fell. Focus on how Leia's influence on the New Republic would be the best thing to happen to democracy in generations. The best way to fix Ben Solo's entire redemption arc is not to needlessly mandate he have one. You guys have heard there's a bit of a conspiracy that he was originally supposed to live at the end of the movie. If you go back and look at the shot where like they kiss, they separate, and he falls down and she's like holding him, like that shot is almost positively reversed. So she's actually pulling him up from the ground right after or before, during, while she's healing him.
Yeah,
and
he does fall kind of weird.
Yeah, so originally people think, specifically the Reylo fans, were just looking for any excuse to think that he was still going to live. But they think that he was meant to live. And then in the edit, they decided, oh, wait, no, he has to die. And so they reversed the shot of her pulling him up so that he is now falling down. And then they just did a still of him fading away into a ghost. I think the story would have been better served either keeping him evil entirely or never having him be evil in the first place.
Now, the villain of the story, it's like he should be that character that you describe, and or as does your vision of what he should have been. He should have been that character, and she should have been the one to go. Not go, but I mean fall, because she has, to me, every reason to do so. She's innately powerful. Has a terrible background. She's not in control of her emotions. She is perfectly set up to be a dark side character.
She's Anakin, bro.
Yes, like times 10 or 100.
Yeah.
But
and
like,
that would have been sick.
It would have been amazing.
Yeah.
And that, but like, or to have in the middle, like them switch roles where like she goes dark and he's like, well, maybe I killed my dad and I'm not really cool with that. So like, maybe I don't want to be a bad guy. But like, but like she has every reason and every temptation she has every reason, every motivation to fall to the dark side. It's just she doesn't, because she is innately good, and and good people don't, and good characters don't do that. And that term that I don't really like to apply to female characters comes to mind. And it's a missed opportunities all around.
So far, this entire video has been spent exploring the numerous ways in which the writers failed in properly crafting this essential character. But we'd be remiss not to explore the things they got right, because it's very safe to say that Kylo Ren is the most popular and most liked character in the entire sequel trilogy. Yes, you'll definitely see people cosplaying as Rey or Luke or Poe, but Kylo Ren was the pivotal piece that actually made the sequels somewhat interesting. Adam's performance, combined with a stylish character design, gave the lackluster story a bit of depth and brought new fans to the franchise. Which leads us to a fascinating paradox. If Kylo Ren was as badly written as we've discussed, then how in the world did he become so popular? Well, after several dozen seconds of extraordinarily deep thought, I came up with 4 core elements that I believe make Kylo Ren one of the most memorable Star Wars characters of all time. The casting director did an exceptional job in choosing Adam to play this role. Adam did an outstanding job in preparing for this role. From all reports, he took the job very seriously and gave it his all. No matter how much we may hate the story, it is very, very difficult to utterly hate this character. I'm not saying no other actor could have played this character or played him better. I'm not saying Adam played him absolutely perfectly in every scene, but I would consider both the casting and Adam's superb performance as significant contributing factors in Kylo's popularity. Even though Lucasfilm Disney later tried to backtrack and claim there wasn't any romantic connection between these two, this story was absolutely a love story. A dysfunctional, abusive, manipulative one, but a love story nevertheless. And like all love stories, the attractive male lead quickly drew the attention of a fairly zealous fanbase. He's on the handsome side of average, and in the right lighting, he's absolutely gorgeous, darling. Many viewers adore this character, and a Kylo Ren fan club was instantly born. And this is where it gets really interesting, because when you are crushing hard on someone, their actions take on a totally different meaning. I mean, drugging a girl, carrying her to your car, then tying her up back at your house while you probe her without permission?
Where am I?
You're my guest.
You know I can take whatever I want.
I'm not giving you anything.
We'll see.
What?
But the Reylo fans, it seems they loved these scenes. They see it as Rey swooning into Kylo's big strong arms, and him carrying her away like a bride in a fairy tale. Hopefully we don't need to devote time in this video to dissect how problematic this interpretation is, but there is one aspect that I find especially curious. I suspect that the entire Reylo fanbase is driven by people enamored of this specific scene. Due to the lighting and the camera angle, this is without a doubt the single most flattering shot of Adam Driver in the entire trilogy. And it's his beauty in this single moment that utterly redefines Rey's kidnapping. Because he's attractive, certain audience members immediately develop a crush and want Rey to develop a crush as well in order to justify their feelings. But if we change his character's appearance, the entire context of this kidnapping changes as well. The Reylo fanbase absolutely helped drive the writers to make certain decisions, and all that happened because Kylo was handsome, which offset the sexual assault vibes a scene like this normally elicits. I believe these conflicting reactions help explain why I saw several fans upset that Kylo was handsome underneath his mask, because beauty evokes a different reaction. And we want to innately dislike our villains, not feel tempted to ask them to prom.
I thought the way that they should have written it was he's wearing the mask as I think, maybe would you call it an affectation in the first movie? Yeah, he's cosplaying Darth Vader. He doesn't need it. It's something that it's part of his persona or whatever. Mm-hmm. But because that's what he wants. And then what they should have done to me is, Rey beats him up in the woods, slashes him in the face, and now in the second movie, now he needs to wear the mask.
Yes.
Because she hits him. And then when she heals him in the third movie, he doesn't need the mask anymore. Now he's back and he can be on Team Good.
Or conversely, if killing his father actually fully drove him to the dark side like he wanted it to, then he no longer needs the mask because the mask was the facade when he wasn't truly evil. Then he becomes truly evil by killing his father, and he no longer needs the mask. Either way would have been better than what they did.
Yeah, which is not a lot of anything.
Regardless of how a disfigured Kylo may have altered the story, we are still left with a love story. The quintessential bad boy, Kylo Ren oozed confidence and charisma while also being emotionally open and vulnerable, quickly expressing his feelings in a way that obviously shocks Rey. Men want to be like him, confident and powerful, Women are drawn to him, imagining their love can fix whatever was broken in him. Examining this film like it's a Hallmark movie helps explain why his redemption felt so forced. It made little sense for the character, but for his fan base, the redemption fit perfectly, proving the desirable bad boy can be tamed by the right woman. Giving the sequels a love subplot and casting an actor like Adam in the role gave these stories staying power, as certain fans will constantly be drawn back by the relationship, no matter how poor the actual story ends up being. I have frequently stated that the single biggest problem with the sequels is that they had too many vital plot points happen off-screen, and ironically, this same flaw in storytelling is one of the main reasons that Kylo's character is so interesting. Because we don't know. Because Kylo is a mystery box, and mystery boxes can be fun to open. We see that Kylo is conflicted and is suffering, but we don't truly know what's going on inside his head. There have probably been thousands of pages of text written over the years as fans have theorized about what could have driven Ben Solo to the dark side. Because tragic fallen heroes are interesting. We are fascinated with understanding why a hero would choose to trade nobility for villainy. Kylo is so popular not just because of Adam Driver, not just because of the love story, but also because humans have long found tragedies inexplicably intriguing. And unexplained tragedies? More intriguing still. Lastly, Kylo Ren is memorable because of his beautiful character design. Sure, maybe they straight up ripped off Darth Raven's look, but originality notwithstanding, Kylo Ren looked intimidating and sounded
terrifying. The heavy distortion and
bass amplification are incredibly unique and produced a voice as memorable as Darth Vader's. Rounding out Kylo's appearance is his iconic cross-hilt lightsaber. In the entire history of the live-action films, we've only gotten one truly unique lightsaber in the form of Maul's double-bladed beauty. Maybe you could count Dooku's unique curved handle or Yoda's adorable little toddler hilt, but for the most part, we have never had a unique lightsaber design done in live action, which instantly cements this character firmly in Star Wars history, regardless of the quality of the story in which he's involved. This character was destined to be popular because of Adam Driver's performance, because it was a love story combined with a mystery box tragedy, and because of the iconic character, vocal, and lightsaber design. We've explored a few possibilities for rewrites that could have vastly improved this underutilized character. But so far we've only examined the character's why. We've yet to really consider the writer's why. Why was Kylo written so badly? His character arc so nonsensical? Especially when you consider how stylish the character really was. The opening scene blaster bolt freeze was one of the coolest bits of Star Wars ever put to film. The voice was chilling, his lightsaber iconic. They had one of the best funded parent companies in existence. They had the very best computer graphics, audio engineers, and musicians involved. They had one of the most decorated producers of all time at the helm of one of the best loved franchises of all time. When they had something so promising, how did they drop the ball in fully developing all that potential? When you look back at everything we've covered, it seems to be rather a foregone conclusion that all the issues with this character stem from the same source. There was no plan. One of the earliest steps of writing, especially writing a sequel, is to fully flesh out your main characters, to firmly establish their backstory and know how that backstory will affect their future. You can't know where someone is going emotionally, mentally, spiritually, without knowing where they've come from. In fact, that is one of the earliest lines of dialogue in the film. Lor San Tekka almost taunting the audience that he knows more about Kylo's backstory than we ever will.
I know where you come from, before you called yourself Kylo Ren.
For an even more extreme example of how poorly this trilogy was planned, we need look no further than the reveal of Rey's backstory, which kept changing even while filming was already in progress in the last film of the trilogy. Ridley reported, "At the beginning they were toying with an Obi-Wan connection. There were different versions, then it really went that she was no one. Then it came to episode 9 and JJ pitched me the film Palpatine's granddaddy. And I was like, awesome." Ridley says, 2 weeks after hearing the news, Abrams backtracked. Maybe that wasn't the direction they'd go, so it kept changing. Even when we were filming, I wasn't sure what the answer would be. We'll likely never know if the problem might have originated with Iger, Kennedy, Abrams. What is clear is that the entire production team never bothered to devote the time, effort, and resources towards figuring out who these characters were. Instead, they only focus on what they need to do, as they mindlessly make whatever decision is required to push the story towards the next action scene. And interestingly enough, anyone who's analyzed these films can easily reach the same conclusions as have I. In this post, fans ask each other what might have been done to make this a better villain. See if any of this sounds familiar. Quote, "If we had seen Kylo's fall in 7, it would have worked a lot better. Seeing Luke's apprentice and Han and Leia's son be the next generation of Jedi, and seeing him fall and kill Han and destroy the temple would have made him more compelling. If we saw all that unfold, and Luke goes into exile at the end of 7, then the rest of the trilogy as is would work better. The reason all these concepts were handled terribly is they all happened off screen. The sequel trilogy is weird because all the interesting character and plot developments are told to the audience as off-screen events, while all the boring filler that pays lip service to the original trilogy happens on screen. If they knew Disney Plus was coming, it could have worked to make several series about it as preludes, but so many of the integral details are relegated to books.
Like
Palpatine returned somehow.
Yeah, he's back. Well, I don't know how he comes back. He comes back in the opening crawl, doesn't he? Isn't that the?
Well, he came back in Fortnite, technically.
That's true. He did come back in Fortnite.
I forgot that happened.
Yeah.
Reality's absurd now.
We have now reached my biggest hurdle, the single point for which I'm most screaming for my own personal cognitive closure. I just can't fathom why this franchise is struggling. This is the same parent company that planned the Marvel Cinematic Universe, a carefully orchestrated, cohesive 39-film franchise that's still growing every year. And from what I've read, as quoted here by Joe Russo, they really had no all-encompassing plan for the MCU. They had different directors and writers who all worked together to build on what worked in the last movie, exactly as Lucasfilm attempted to do with the sequels. The biggest difference that I can see is that Marvel heavily drew on the existing material, so they had references for backstory, world building, and future character arcs. Conversely, Lucasfilm decided to completely scrap all existing canon outside of the films and TV series, forcing their writers to create all new backstories and world building from scratch, which they then weren't given enough time to actually create. Maybe everyone trusted Kennedy too much, never realizing her strength had always been supporting the storytellers and not trying to lead them. Or maybe Disney figured the Star Wars brand was so unstoppably strong that they could just put out just about anything and people would eat it up, which is not far from the truth. Or maybe there was a deep state type conspiracy where Disney wanted the franchise but didn't want the old stories and old characters to remain the focus. So they purposefully tanked the sequels and took a huge short-term financial hit in order to start over with a new storyline, new main characters, and a new fan base. Regardless of the reasoning behind the lack of planning, the script, or lack thereof, is the source of the problem. Ben Solo's backstory is so complex, I've easily written 37 pages on the topic. Yet the Abrams-Kasdan first draft of the entire Force Awakens script took a mere 6 weeks. Granted, there apparently was a lot of last-minute drama involving the first writer, Academy Award winner Michael Arndt, who had worked for the previous 8 months on his version of the film without even finishing a rough draft. Disney released him from the project when he revealed that he needed 18 more months to properly finish. This last-minute scramble left J.J. Abrams and Lawrence Kasdan beginning to write their own version, pretty much from scratch, 6 months until filming began to rekindle one of the biggest sci-fi franchises of all time. And, quote, "We didn't have anything. There were 1,000 people waiting for answers on things, and you couldn't tell them anything except, yeah, that guy's in it." That was about it. Just think about the consequences of this rushed timeline. 6 weeks to a first draft puts them at 4.5 months until production begins. That's a minuscule 18 weeks for costume design, prop construction, creature construction, set construction, pre-viz CG modeling. You can't even begin the casting process until you know what the story is about. Although somehow John Boyega says he went through 7 months of auditions prior to being officially hired.
The audition process was 7 months long.
The first several auditions weren't even from the script, is that right? They were fake.
They were fake, they were decoys.
So they were casting Finn's character for months before Abrams and Kasdan completely rewrote the story? Just looking at the production timeline shows us that the writers simply could not have spent any significant time solidifying these backstories and going through the steps of proper world building so that future writers would have a solid foundation to build upon. In the 2015 Force Awakens press conference, Kathleen Kennedy is quoted as saying, "We haven't mapped out every single detail yet, but obviously everybody's talking to one another, working together, and that collaboration, I think, is what is going to guarantee that everybody's got a say in how we move forward with this." And so far, it's going great. I mean, JJ and Ryan already talked at length because Ryan's about to start shooting episode 8. These guys are getting ready to head over in January, and then Colin will start working with Ryan and spending a lot of time on set with him. Translation, we'll just figure it out as we go. And for a character like Kylo Ren, whose core is centered around his backstory, deciding to only focus on how future content ties together was a death blow, as the audience is completely unable to truly understand him. But then again, we were never supposed to. In an early interview, J.J. Abrams said that the key for the film was to return to the roots of the first Star Wars film and be based more on emotion than explanation. These filmmakers approached this trilogy like it was the beginning of a story, instead of the ending. The sequel trilogy was a continuation of multiple overlapping plot points and character arcs. To understand Kylo Ren, you have to understand Leia, Han, and the Rebellion, and to understand them, you have to understand Padme, Anakin, the Republic, and the Clone Wars. Every single one of these characters had potential and could easily have had their own spin-off movie or TV series. But because these films were so poorly planned, that future was lost, and subsequent novels would now be required reading as Lucasfilm Disney desperately attempts to retroactively correct everything they didn't take the time to plan out from the beginning. The acting, the costume design, the love story, the burden of family legacy. Whether you love or hate the sequels, Kylo Ren will go down in history as one of the most iconic in the entire Star Wars saga. This character had so much working in his favor. Grandson of a slave, heir to the Jedi, prince of House Organa of Alderaan, last of his people, son of legendary heroes. Adam Driver threw himself into the role and delivered a memorable performance. But while Kylo Ren may have been the best part of the sequel trilogy, he was also the most disappointing. Star Wars fans lost something truly amazing, with the unrealized potential of Kylo's backstory so staggering that he is easily one of the most wasted characters in the entirety of film history. After analyzing a majority of the major and minor characters, it becomes even more obvious that more time needed to be spent in pre-production to really flesh out these characters' backstories and how those backstories would influence their personalities, decisions, and motivations throughout all three parts of the sequel trilogy. But even though these characters and these films were pretty flawed, and many fans consider the sequel trilogy an utter travesty that ruined these heroes, the entire franchise isn't these characters, and that's okay. All this wasted potential isn't the ruination of everything we love. The older films and Legends material all exist outside the influence of the sequels, leaving the consumer free to choose whichever stories they prefer. And the future of this franchise is yet to be written. It sounds blasphemous to our ears, but the Star Wars franchise is no longer Luke and Leia, Obi-Wan, Vader, and Yoda. Everything we love was just where the story started. One beginning out of endless possibilities for new characters, new Jedi, new villains, new adventures, maybe even brand new galaxies. Right now, we may be obsessed with mourning these wasted characters and wasted story opportunities, but if this travesty couldn't kill the franchise, nothing will. Yes, overall, it's been an incredibly depressing decade for Star Wars fans, but I think it's very important for us to remember the theme with which Lucas started this entire journey. We mustn't lose hope that the franchise can once again thrive. It's entirely possible. Something brand new and amazing is right around the corner, in another galaxy, far, far away.